Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the live stream of the Aurora Theater shooting trial. I am Kelly Patterson. We are in day 26. So if you were watching yesterday, Dr. Reid was giving his diagnosis for the shooter. So before we get into today's events, we wanted to take you back to some of that sound, let you hear about that diagnosis and some of the criteria that had to be met for the shooter to be diagnosed. Take a listen.
In this particular case, doctor, tell us what conclusion you came to and why.
My conclusion is that he meets the criteria for something called schizotypal personality, Schizotypal personality, and may well meet the criteria for something called delusional disorder. I was aware as I did that he comes close to meeting criteria for some other similar disorders, but the one I think is most applicable and the one for which he does meet the criteria, in my opinion, is schizotypal personality. Within one portion of the way one diagnoses schizotypal personality, there are 9 things to consider, and the person needs to have 5 in order to pass that particular hurdle getting to the diagnosis. And let me point out that the diagnoses are not rote cookbook things. They involve clinical judgment and clinical wrestling sometimes, just as we've been talking about whether such and such is a delusion or not. One of the things that he has, in my opinion, is odd beliefs or magical thinking that influence his behavior and are inconsistent with cultural norms. Part of that odd belief or magical thinking, in my view, would be the thinking that if he kills someone, he gets something from that. Another is unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions. We've talked about Mr. Holmes describing seeing flickers or shadows. There are points in the notebook in which he describes, and he described to me, wondering if his nose is a certain way, wondering if some other body parts are working or not working, that I think are likely to be illusions about his body. and certainly the other perceptual experience would be the shadows or the flickers, assuming that they're as he's describing them. A third one is odd thinking and speech, such as, but not necessarily limited to, vagueness, circumstantiality that's wandering around before you come back to the point, speaking in metaphors, over-elaborating a stereotyped speech. The way he has talked with me and with some other people it reflects an odd way of speaking, and I believe reflects an odd way of thinking as well. The fourth one, suspiciousness or paranoid thinking. I think that's present to at least some extent at some times, and we've already talked about, and I'm talking about before the shootings, we've already talked about him thinking that Dr. Fenton's box had a particular significance, or Dr. Feinstein's cast had a particular significance for him. The fifth one, sixth one on the list, but the fifth one that he has, in my opinion, inappropriate or constricted, limited affect. Affect means your facial expression or your emotions as they come through your face. We see in Mr. Holmes a somewhat flattened or blunted affect. Some affects I've simply not seen. Significant anger, significant sadness, things like that. I've seen a little humor, but mostly his face doesn't change much as he talks with us, or to anyone that I know of. Another one, I think it would be number 5, maybe whichever number it is. Odd, eccentric, or peculiar appearance or behavior. The way he behaves with people, I believe, is a bit odd, and I would put a check mark there. Some people wouldn't. They would say he's not particularly eccentric. He doesn't wear green clothes all the time or something like that. If we think about his dyeing his hair red, I don't think that's a big deal in this particular context. The next one, lack of close friends or confidants other than close family. He has some friends or has had some friends. They're not that close, and when they get close, he has difficulty with that. He has had some close friends, but there's an overall lack of them and difficulty with those interactions. And finally, the last one on the list is excessive social anxiety that doesn't diminish with familiarity, and tends to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about himself. That may or may not be present, since when he becomes more familiar with people, the anxiety tends to decrease. It's a little hard to tell. He was with me for a fair amount of time, and the anxiety may have decreased a little bit. I'm not sure whether that one applies to him or not, particularly because if it's there, well, let me go back on that. Tending to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about oneself. It may be there, it may not. Any way you cut it, I believe there are at least 5 of those 9 things that are clearly present in Mr. Holmes. Now, there's another part of the diagnosis, and that is that he doesn't meet, in order to make the diagnosis, he cannot meet criteria for certain more serious illnesses, such as schizophrenia. If he is diagnosed accurately with schizophrenia, then, in my book, he doesn't have schizotypal personality. Maybe he had it before and it became schizophrenia. The issue there is, does he meet the initial criteria for schizophrenia? I believe he does not meet those, so I would, or did not prior to the shootings, so I would leave him here. I'm aware that some other people believe he does meet those criteria. I don't have an enormous argument with him, except that, and maybe this is going too far with your question, except that I don't believe he had a significant psychotic break prior to the shootings. That is a significant and lasting break with reality.
So that was Dr. Reid talking about the diagnosis for the shooter. So the defense finally got their turn to cross-examine Dr. Reid, and they got the doctor to say, had the shooter not had this mental illness, he doesn't believe the shooting would have happened. Let's listen to that.
The question is not, did the mental illness affect Mr. Holmes' thinking on July 20th, but to what extent did it affect his thinking and functioning, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it's your opinion, sir, that absent his mental condition, we wouldn't be here at all, would we?
That's a true statement.
This crime would never have taken place without this mental illness.
That's true, in my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I have no questions today. This is a good place to break, Judge.
So that was the defense cross-examining Dr. Reid there. We heard Dr. Reid talk about that schizotypal personality. So let's talk about today. So the lead defense attorney, King, will be cross-examining the doctor for most of the morning today, so we can expect to hear more about that. Also, we want to let you know the morning session will go until 1:30 today. So there's a juror that has a medical appointment. So they'll be in session until 1:30 this morning. Then they'll take a 2-hour lunch. So that'll be 1:30 to 3:30. Then they will come back today and go until about 5:30. And remember, today was a little bit of a longer day because they had to re-edit that video. And so that's why they're going to be stretching things in a little bit longer today at 5:30. So we should be getting underway here in the next 30 seconds or so. We know a lot of you have been joining us on the chat, so we appreciate that. We have crews here reading your questions, hopefully getting some of your questions answered. And we know a lot of you like to enjoy, talking, having a conversation about the theater shooting trial. It's definitely been an interesting week getting to hear from this doctor, seeing some more of the video from the shooter. So as we wrap up day 26, we will see what sort of revelations may or may not come out today as the defense gets their turn to cross-examine Dr. Reid. So we should be getting underway here in the next couple of minutes. Are they underway yet, John? Not quite yet. So they may be running a little bit behind. They were trying to make up for lost time because earlier this week, remember they had that piece of video that was supposed to be redacted, and then they had to come back and they had to re-edit that, and that took some time up. So it should wrap up around 5:30 today. We'll just have to see. Maybe they'll do early, maybe they'll go a little late. It just all depends on how the day unfolds here. Okay, we'll do a little more sound from yesterday. Okay, so while we wait until court's in session here, we'll give you a little more sound from yesterday, some stuff you may or may not have missed. And if court starts, we will send you right into the live feed.
I want to ask you if you formed an opinion as to whether or not the defendant was floridly psychotic or suffered some psychotic break on July 19th and or 20th of 2012.
Objection asked and answered. Overruled.
Yes, I have an opinion.
Tell us about it.
My opinion is that there is no indication at all that I know of that Mr. Holmes was, I'm going to use the phrase, floridly psychotic on July 19 or 20. What I mean by floridly psychotic, I guess it's a term of psychiatrists and psychologists. The psychosis or the break with reality is very evident. I mean, I guess think of a flower that's completely there in all its color. I have no indication at all that he was anything.
So it's that time. Court is now in session. We will take you there live.
Aurora versus James, Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Mr. King, Ms. Brady, Ms. Higgs, Ms. Nelson, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edson. The record should reflect that we are outside the presence of the jury at this time. The juror who has a medical appointment today is indicating that she thinks now her medical appointment is at 2:30 instead of 2. She's been telling us 2 o'clock all along, and we've been planning accordingly. So we've asked her to call and confirm what time the appointment is, and then to let us know what time she needs to be there. It's downtown, so she has to drive there and back. So we'll just have to wait and see. Apparently they don't open until after 9, so we have to wait till the break, but we'll do the best we can. She's been telling us all along that it was at 2, so my staff asked to find out if she can be seen at 2 instead of 2:30, and whether she can be seen without any wait time, so that we only take a couple of hours for both the drive back, and then the appointment as well. Hopefully we'll know more during the break, and as soon as I know something, I'll let you know so that you can plan ahead, okay? Is there anything that we need to talk about at this time before we bring the jury in on behalf of the people?
Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense. Ms. Brady?
Yes, Your Honor. As the court's aware, the court issued an order to the parties that the parties are not to tweet via Twitter during the trial in court. And it came to our attention last night that Mr. Brockler issued a tweet at 4:51 p.m., which would have been during the cross-examination of Dr. Reid. If I can approach, I'd like to give the court a copy of that tweet.
Yes, have you shown it to Mr. Brockler?
I'll give him a copy.
Okay.
If we could mark that as a court's exhibit, please.
Yes. What number are we up to? 46. 46, thank you.
And Your Honor, I assume the court issued this order for a good reason, so I will leave it up to the court's discretion what sanction to impose for this violation. I would state, though, that if the prosecution is seeking the execution of a man, perhaps the district attorney should pay attention to the cross-examination of the mental health expert instead of chatting on social media.
Do you want to read for the record what the message or the tweet states?
It states, on June 4th, 2015 at 4:51 p.m. I agree on the video. I hope the jury thinks so too.
All right, Mr. Brockler.
Your Honor, first, I apologize for how this happened, but I want to explain I was not on social media at the time. I'm not sure how it all connects in, but I got a text. It was from a direct message, and this has happened to me accidentally before. And someone had just simply made a comment that I thought I was replying to on text. And as soon as we left court, Mr. Orman told me, hey, that reply went out all over Twitter. And then I quickly deleted it, and it doesn't exist anymore. I think it was on there for less than 20 minutes. Having said that, and again, I was not attempting to be on social media or do anything on social media, and I haven't violated the court's order since it came up. But having said that, the steps that I've taken are to turn off my phones and just instruct people that if I need to do any business while I'm in court, that they would let me know through other means. And Judge, it's an embarrassing mistake, but one that I think I corrected quickly and have put myself in a position to not violate again, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Brady.
Judge, I would note that before the correction, it was retweeted at least 3 times. We had found at least 3 times that that tweet went out from other people. So as the court knows, once it gets out there, it spreads exponentially. And I just think, you know, Dr. Reid was a pretty important witness, and the prosecution should be paying attention to the cross-examination of the witness.
And that's the problem with tweeting something, is that you don't know who's going to retweet it. And even if you tweet it, or you think you're only tweeting it to one person, that person can then retweet it to everyone else. I did call the parties, the attorneys, I should say, to the bench. It was about 4 weeks ago. I'm just estimating. And I specifically said I don't want anyone sending tweets from the courtroom about anything. But obviously much less about the case, although I didn't specify about the case. I just said about anything, and I think I explained to counsel at the bench that I have prohibited the media from tweeting from the courtroom, and I didn't think it was appropriate then for attorneys to be doing it, especially when proceedings are ongoing. We're not even talking about during breaks, but during actual court proceedings. There's nothing that can't wait until a break or until after court to be tweeted. And sometimes people develop habits, and sometimes they tweet things. I don't have any reason to disbelieve what Mr. Brockler is saying, and so I'm going to take him at his word that he didn't intend to send this as on Twitter, and that he thought it was a text and that this was an inadvertent mistake. And I appreciate him apologizing to the court, but even texting, it seems to me it's something that really should wait until the proceedings are not ongoing. I don't know why email or text can't wait until a break, especially when it's your witness who's testifying and is being cross-examined. So I'm going to prohibit the parties from texting from the courtroom during proceedings. While proceedings are ongoing, counsel should not text. So they should be paying attention to what's happening here. Nobody should be texting, nobody should be emailing, nobody should be reading any electronic communications or sending electronic communications. If you're bored, and I realize that there are 5 attorneys on each side, and sometimes attorneys don't have any witnesses to question. If you're bored and don't want to pay attention to the proceedings, then you're welcome to leave. You don't have to be here. I don't need 5 attorneys on each side. I think I've talked about this before. I don't know that you need 5 attorneys on each side. So if there are attorneys who feel bored, then you don't have to be here. You're welcome to leave. But I think out of respect for the court, when you're in here, you should not be texting or tweeting or doing anything like that. You should be paying attention to what's happening here. So I'm not going to take any action at this time. No action has been requested of the court. Ms. Brady wanted to bring it to the court's attention. We've marked the communication as an exhibit, as a court exhibit, and so it has been marked. I have accepted Mr. Brockler's apology, and I appreciate his candor. but let's avoid it from here on out. All right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire.
Your Honor, I was just going to ask for an exception both for the defense and the prosecution for the sole purpose of just getting witnesses outside the courtroom, just because some of the advocates that are bringing witnesses here only have access to texting on a cell phone. I just wanted to ask for that one exception.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If it's related to that, I understand, and I get that there are a lot of witnesses in this trial. I get that the magnitude of this case requires a lot of logistical arrangements and planning. And so if it's related to that and you have to email someone or text someone and it's related to scheduling or related to witnesses or related to something you need, I understand that, but that shouldn't take very much time and it shouldn't be with a whole lot of frequency. So, but if you're just texting or emailing about what you think or what's going on or other things that are unrelated to the case, that's different. And I understand Mr. Bruckler is the elected district attorney of this judicial district. I get it. I'm the chief judge of this judicial district, but I managed to stay off email and text, certainly text. I don't even have my phone here with me on the bench. So if I can stay off of electronic communications for the most part, then so can you, so can everybody here. Again, there are exceptions. There may be situations where for logistical reasons or scheduling reasons or reasons related to witnesses or an emergency, you need to do that. And I've done that a couple of times, but it has to be rare, extremely rare. So, okay.
May I supplement the record one thing?
Yes.
And I did apologize to the court, but I think in light of what the court has said too, I probably owe Mr. King an apology too, and I meant no disrespect, Dan, in doing that, and I apologize to you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure Mr. King appreciates that. All right. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
Judge, excuse me. One more thing.
Yes.
And I apologize. I probably should have brought this to the court's attention last night at the close of business. And that was an error in judgment. I'm holding what I've marked as DTR 25 through DTR 52, which are 28 video clips that I described yesterday to the court and indicated that I'd given to Mr. Brockler to review to see if he had any objection to. I emailed him last night indicating asking if he was going to have an objection, and he said that he would. I don't know that I'm going to want to publish all these through Dr. Reid. I am moving to admit them, and if there's an objection, I don't know if it's a foundational objection or some other kind of objection. Obviously, I may need to if there's a foundational objection as to whether they're actually clips of the actual video, I may have to have Dr. Reid watch them all while he's here so I can lay that foundation. So I wanted to bring that to the court's attention now out of the presence of the jury to see what the nature of Mr. Brockler's objection was so that I know how to proceed with the doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brockler?
What I believe is that these clips are little segments that were handpicked, cut out of already existing and admitted exhibits. And so my objection would be that they are cumulative and they unnecessarily highlight certain parts, specifically if the jury were to go back and deliberate, as opposed to asking to review an entire portion. They would then be reviewing just the snippet picked by the public defender's office. I do not have an objection to them being published for purposes of efficiency in directing the witness to a specific section of his interview. But I don't think that under any sort of cumulative analysis it makes sense to admit them on top of already admitted videos.
Mr. King, any response?
Well, Judge, I mean, he's correct. They are hand-picked clips that I picked out. I want to be able to use these with other witnesses as well, but I also think there's no reason that they can't be admitted for this jury's consideration. Mr. Brockler has been able to play the entirety of the video. He's been allowed to do that with a somewhat unorthodox procedure at his request and over my objection, and I think that it's he has the ability to make clips as well to highlight the certain portions that he wishes to highlight for the jury, and I'm just trying to highlight the portions I want to highlight for the jury. So I would move to admit, and if there's not a foundational objection to me then using them with other witnesses, I just wanted to place that on the record.
All right. Well, exhibit has been admitted. I mean, we have the videotaped in evidence. I think it's entirely appropriate for Mr. King to want to play them when questioning witnesses, but I think to admit the clips, to admit them on top of what's already been admitted, these are copies of the recorded interview, and these are just snippets or clips of that interview. And so to admit all these clips, I think, is cumulative and unnecessary. And I'm not sure that when the jury's deliberating that they're going to get to watch the videotape interview to begin with, much less the clips, even if the clips were admitted. So, Mr. King, that's an explanation for saying I'll let you play them as many times as you want in questioning as many witnesses as you want. Obviously, you can't play it over and over and over again with the same witness, but you can play them as many times as you want with different witnesses. You can ask questions. I think that's all appropriate, but the request to admit them on top of the videotape interview that has already been admitted is denied.
Your Honor, and just, I understand the court's ruling. Before we lose Dr. Reid to the Lone Star State, though, I wanted to make sure there's no additional foundation I need to lay through him.
Your Honor, I am aware that Dr. Reid spent his lunch break yesterday going through these videos. My understanding is he was able to get through, if I could have a moment, Your Honor, eight of the 20-some-odd clips, so he has not had the ability to review the rest of them yet. But that's all I'd say.
Have you watched them, Mr. Bruckler, or has anybody from your team watched them?
No, sir. I believe that they were going to be admitted through Dr. Reid, and I wanted Dr. Reid to watch them to make sure. I have not. And I told the court yesterday, look, as long as they're not subtitled, changed, enhanced in any other way than has already been put on the record, I trust that Mr. King is going to play something that we're all are going to look at and say, yeah, we've seen that before.
All right. In that case, I don't think you need to lay any additional foundation.
Thank you.
And Mr. King, what we will do is mark those as court exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. It's Friday. All right, I'm glad you're happy that it's Friday. Somebody is very happy that it's Friday today. Thank you for returning today. Thank you for being on time. As you know, the plan has been for us to take a late lunch break today. That plan may be changing a little bit because the juror who has a medical appointment may need to leave later than what we had thought. So when I have more concrete details, I'll let you know. But for now, we're planning on taking a late lunch, and then we're hoping that after the lunch, we'll be able to resume the proceedings and we'll be able to go through 5:30. Because we're going to take such a late lunch, we're going to take a couple of breaks this morning. And so we'll probably take a break around 10:15, and then we'll take another break around 11:45 or 12, somewhere along around there. And I think what we'll do is probably just take 15 minutes each time to try to avoid some of the delay, okay? As you know, at the end of the day yesterday, Dr. Reid was on the witness stand, and so Dr. Reid, you may resume the witness stand, and Mr. King was in the middle of his cross-examination. Mr. King, you may resume your cross-examination of Dr. Reid. Dr. Reid, I remind you, sir, that you are still under oath. And before Mr. King proceeds, I want to remind the jury that Dr. Reid's testimony has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. As I have mentioned before, please remember that when I refer to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I am referring to issues related to two questions. Number one, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged in this case. All right, with that instruction in mind, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, when we ended up, we had a discussion where you talked about, as a psychiatrist, using the information that you have in light of your experience in clinical expertise or forensic expertise to render diagnoses and the conditions that you felt comfortable doing that, and where you felt comfortable going. And so I'd like to ask just a few questions about your experience, so that the jury can know what your perspective on things is. And I know Mr. Brockler went through this to some degree, and I'm not going to do it ad nauseum, but I just have a few questions for you, if I could.
Sure.
You went to medical school. When did you graduate from medical school, sir?
Graduated from medical school in 1970.
And following medical school, you did some clinical work. Is that correct? Can you describe that for us?
Sure. I went to a combination internship and residency at the University of California at Davis, also known as Sacramento Medical Center. Did that for 3 years, but it was interrupted by military service.
Right. And then when you got out of the military, is it then that you went into private practice?
No, I got out of the military and returned to residency training for another 2 years to complete that. And after graduation from residency, went into private practice.
And that was private practice in your home state of Texas, is that right?
Actually, I went to Santa Fe for 2 years.
Oh, in New Mexico?
Yes.
And after the 2 years, then you moved down to Texas?
Actually, at that point, after 2 years, I went to the University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha, where I was on the clinical faculty, for 7 years.
And while you were there, did you see patients?
Oh, yes. Saw patients. I ran the residency training program for a while, ran the medical student psychiatry training program for a while, saw both. I did not see inpatients at that point, saw outpatients, and did research.
And what years was that?
That would be 77 to 86. So that would be 9 years. I beg your pardon, not 7 years.
Now, at some point, you did some training in a school of psychoanalysis in Chicago. Is that right? Did that coincide with that period of time?
It coincided with when I was at Nebraska. I thought at that time I wanted to be a psychoanalyst and commuted to Chicago for about 3.5 years, primarily for my own psychoanalysis and the preliminary work to entering the Chicago Analytic Institute. I did not actually what's called matriculate. I did not take that next step into the Chicago Analytic Institute, completed my analysis, and that was the end of the psychoanalytic training or pre-training period.
So you don't consider psychoanalysis is kind of a school of psychiatry. Is that fair to say?
Of psychiatry and some other mental health professions. One doesn't have to be a psychiatrist to be a psychoanalyst, but it's a subspecialty or sub-subspecialty of psychotherapy.
And you've used the term psychodynamics here in the courtroom. Psychodynamics is associated with that, is it not?
It's associated with how the psyche works. It's not a psychoanalytic term particularly. Psychodynamics are important to various kinds of psychotherapy and important to psychiatrists and psychologists' understanding of some aspects of our patients or other people.
And you, as you said, you decided not to matriculate, and you don't consider yourself a psychoanalyst, but a lot of those concepts do ring very true for you. Isn't that correct?
That's fair to say, and for a long time I did psychoanalytically oriented psychotherapy, or what one might call intensive or psychodynamic psychotherapy. Have not done it for some time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but psychoanalysis goes all the way back to like Sigmund Freud, right?
He's supposed to have founded the movement, but lots of psychoanalysts are quite different from Freud.
There was a lot of different varieties, and as it goes now, is that right?
Fair to say.
And part of what psychoanalysis involves is the unconscious urges of human beings and the attempts to control that, of the mind to control that, and what Freud described as like the ego and the superego and the id and those kinds of concepts as they're carried forward in time. Is that fair?
If I understand your question, a lot of psychoanalysis and analytically or dynamically oriented psychotherapy, not just psychoanalysis, has to do with accepting the premise that much of what we do and think in our mind is not available to us. It's unconscious, and that unconscious portion is important to the way we feel and how we act.
And would you agree with me that these concepts to some degree are still part of your practice?
They're part of my understanding of people and patients. They're rarely part of my practice right now, but sometimes they are. It depends on the situation.
And you talked in court about the psychodynamic concept with regard to Mr. Holmes's freezing. Is that right? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you said that day that regular folks like those of us in the room would not be aware of this as it happens, but Mr. Holmes is aware of having these thoughts. Is that correct? That's
fair to say. That was my interpretation of what he described to me. Doesn't have to be the only interpretation, but I think it's a logical, to me, interpretation.
And again, we all, psychiatrists are like anyone else. We come from our own backgrounds and experience, correct?
Sure.
Now, so following that period of time, was it then that you went back to Texas, or am I still jumping the gun here?
Yes, you're right. About 1986, I moved back to Texas to enter private practice and work with a small psychiatric hospital in San Antonio.
And you did that until 1989, is that right?
Correct. I was also with the University of Texas Medical Center at that time, but primarily working with a hospital and with a private practice. And in 1989 became the medical director for Texas for mental health and mental retardation.
Right, and so that's kind of sounds like a pretty important job. Fair to say?
It was a nice job to have gotten.
You were in charge of all the. Well, tell us what you were in charge of. Why don't you just tell us?
It's fair to say that I headed the medical and psychiatric portion of the mental health enterprise and the mental retardation, now called developmental disabilities, enterprise for the state within the public sector.
And in that capacity, there were a lot of administrative responsibilities, fair to say?
There were.
And you said, I believe during your direct testimony, that during that period of time you might have consulted with other doctors' patients, but you during that period of time didn't have your own patients. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And how long were you in that position, sir?
That was the one that was 9 years.
9 years. And following that...
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. That was the one that was 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 1989 till about 1996 or so?
Correct.
And then in 1996 you went into private practice and doing mostly forensic work. Is that right?
I went into private practice doing a combination of clinical and forensic work, give or take 50-50, maybe a little less than that forensic. But the private practice was a consultative practice, doing consultations to other clinicians primarily, and a clinical teaching practice. And I don't want to mislead, I'll just go ahead and say I still did not have very many of my own patients that I followed, maybe 3 or 4.
And so since 1989, your clinical work is limited, fair to say?
if one defines clinical as having my own patients that I follow and am responsible for, that's true.
Now, I asked you questions about your work as a defense expert, and I asked you about bias. I had one other topic that I wanted to cover with you, and that was payment. And you're being paid for your work on this case, is that right?
I'm being paid for the time I spend working, and my expenses are being covered.
And are you aware of any doctors that work for free?
Sure.
And any doctors that are working on this case that are working for free?
I'm not aware of any.
And you're
or experts, let me put it that way. I don't know what the fact witnesses may be paid or not paid, but the experts for either side or for the judge, to my knowledge, are receiving probably an hourly compensation of some sort.
And absent you as a psychiatrist deciding to do some pro bono or free work on a given case for any reason, it's normal in the industry for doctors to charge for their services, correct?
Sure.
There's nothing wrong with doing that, correct?
Not as long as the charge is ethical and fairly charged.
And your billing rate is somewhere to the tune of $500 an hour, is that right?
It's $500 an hour with one exception. When I'm reviewing video, not studying the video, I charge about half that rate, simply because I may be doing something else as I'm reviewing it. That won't be when I'm reviewing a video for its content, but rather when I'm reviewing a video for its accuracy, or is the whole thing real or something like that. It doesn't seem fair to me to charge full rate to go through things.
Like when you reviewed People's Exhibit, the videotaped examination to make sure that was accurate.
That's a good example. I had already carefully reviewed my video, the video that I made. So this was at least the second time through, and in some areas the third time through. And I just didn't want to charge $500 an hour to do it.
Do you have any idea how much you billed out for on this case so far?
It's been very substantial. Something, I think it's probably between $350,000 and $400,000 over the last, over the total time of my work here.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions about money. And part of the reason that bill is so high, to segue to my next topic, is that the volume of materials in this case is substantial, is it not?
The boxes in my office go to something more than 75,000 pages, plus several hundred DVDs and CDs.
Suffice it to say, it's an enormous amount of material to process and digest and try to remember.
That's fair to say.
Have you ever been given this much material in any case before?
No, I have not.
In truth, is this really more materials than you could have ever reviewed, given the time that was allotted for you?
I could have looked at every page in every box and every CD and DVD. As we prioritized things and became aware that some of the things were not relevant to my task or to any of the tasks that the judge asked me to complete, those things were either skimmed quickly or not reviewed. And I'm speaking here of such things as medical records of the victims. There were a few DVDs that I was not able to open. We routinely called prosecution or defense for help with that, and we usually could get them open. But there were things that were not looked at, but I believe our prioritization was very reasonable.
You were provided, we, the defense, provided you with materials, and you outlined those in your report, is that right?
Yes.
And the prosecution provided you with materials, correct?
Correct.
We actually drove the materials or flew the materials down to where you live in Texas and gave them to you, is that right?
Yes, I recall that.
And a couple
or
of
some of them anyway, yes. Yeah.
And a couple of agents or representatives from the district attorney's office actually drove their materials down and delivered them to you too.
For the most part, that's true.
Now, it was important to you, and is important to you, to review all of the material, all of the relevant material, before seeing Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
It was important to review a lot of it, and sometimes I don't know what's relevant until I open it up. But it was important to review a lot of it prior to the first interview with Mr. Holmes.
And you testified some about that in direct examination. That's part of your practice, is to try to review the history before talking to the patient or the individual you're going to examine. Is that right?
That's fair to say. It's part of my routine.
So that you know what questions you want to ask in general, or what might be relevant issues or areas to explore. Fair to say?
Sure. So the examination can be guided, guided and efficient and effective.
And so that you can use your clinical experience to compare what the person is saying to you with what's in the record for consistency, et cetera, like we discussed yesterday.
That's one of the reasons, sure.
Now, you said that, in fact, I believe you testified that the only time you would want to rush in and immediately see the individual would be if you could have access to the person right after the event took place. Am I understanding your testimony?
Yes, the importance of seeing the person as early as possible to the event can outweigh the need to gather lots and lots of information before one sees him.
And so when you're in that scenario, you kind of go in blind, right, and see what happens.
That's not a bad way of putting it. You're somewhat blind. You usually have information from only one party, usually the defense. And one doesn't do that, by the way, as a matter of ethics. One doesn't do that until counsel has been appointed.
So you wouldn't just go down to the jail when someone was arrested and try to get in and talk to them?
That's correct. That would be unethical.
And you said that despite your preference to have reviewed all the materials, in that scenario you would go in without doing that because the value outweighs whatever else is a consideration. Is that correct?
The value of that part. Now, one would expect that after that you would review, and you very well might see the person again or more than once after that. But to get that part of the evaluation, that's a good way to do it.
Why is that so valuable, to see the person right after the event? Why would that be so valuable?
Because we're talking about a person's mental condition on the day, in this case, the day of a shooting. The most relevant information and the most relevant times regarding that mental condition are during the shooting, just before, and just after. There are some nuances of that, but if one can see him 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours, or a day or two afterward, the inference, and I think it's a good inference, is that you're more likely to see him as he was during the incident than you are if you see him, in my case, 2 years later.
And so you would not run the risk or the problems that we described yesterday, where the person may be at a later time having difficulty recollecting the way they were thinking in that state when the event took place.
You would avoid some problems. There are some problems. For example, people often act differently after events, even right after events, than they were acting during the events. After all, they've finished the event, they've gone through an arrest or something like that. But in general, your statement's correct.
In general, the quicker you can get in there is the best.
Yes.
Now, if you were to be sent in, and I realize this is a hypothetical situation, so tell me if you're comfortable answering this. If you were to be sent in that type of a scenario, retained by an attorney, and asked to see a defendant and to just report on what you saw, something along those lines, would you then immediately render an opinion about whether the individual was sane or not without reviewing any of the materials of the history?
Okay. First of all, if I were to be sent in or asked to go in by, for example, a defense attorney, I would have some preparation and would try very hard to do a complete examination at that time from a forensic viewpoint. That includes some clinical things, but I would see myself as a forensic psychiatrist, not the person's treating psychiatrist, of course. I would go through my regular examination routine, would try very hard to do the examination alone, although there may be security reasons not to be able to do that. I might well talk with the attorney about what I found or what I saw, but those would be preliminary thoughts, and I would be telling the attorney, let's look at other things before I offer any opinions to you.
Because it really wouldn't be appropriate to render an opinion without reviewing the history, fair to say?
Without reviewing at least some of it. I can give you an impression, I can tell you what direction it might go, but I'm not ready to write a report, for example.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Brockler some questions about Dr. Woodcock, is that right?
I'm pretty sure I was.
In this case, you were not able to see Mr. Holmes immediately after the shooting. You weren't involved in the case, and you were in Texas, right?
That's true.
But Dr. Woodcock was available, as far as you know, because he did go see him. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that was on the 23rd of July. Is that your understanding?
The date is not clear to me because there are a couple of different dates, but it was at least before the 24th and around the 23rd or 24th. There was a possibility in my mind that it was the 21st, but I don't think that's true. So I'll accept that as a probable date.
Okay.
It was certainly within 3 or 4 days.
Okay. I think that's fair. And you know that we hired him to go talk to Mr. Holmes, right?
That's my understanding.
And you don't know why we decided to hire him.
I don't know what was on your mind.
You don't know what we asked him to do that day, do you?
I don't think anybody ever told me. If he told me in my conversation with him, I don't recall.
You don't know what questions we asked him to answer for us or what our directions were, fair to say?
I don't recall as I sit here and probably never knew.
And following that, you received notes, notes that Dr. Woodcock took during that interview, is that right?
A couple of years later, yes.
And you were able to discuss that with him?
Yes.
And he gave his initial impressions about a possible diagnosis, is that right?
Yes, I'm trying to think whether they were contemporaneous notes. Were they taken while he was with the defendant? Were they written down just after? I'm not recalling the date of the notes, but there certainly were notes, and I was able to talk with him. He was nice enough to talk with me about that experience.
Okay. And his initial impression or thought about diagnosis was that it could be a schizoaffective disorder, was his thought. Is that right?
I recall that was one of the things he wrote down, yeah.
And that's within the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that you and the other doctors have diagnosed as well.
Yes, it's far out on the right of that spectrum, yes.
And he didn't, as Mr. Brockler pointed out on direct examination, Dr. Woodcock did not at that point render any opinion about sanity or capacity. Is that right?
I don't recall one way or the other whether he did. I can look at my notes and at his notes. Let me just leave it at I don't recall.
Okay. But you have subsequently received a report from Dr. Woodcock fairly recently this year, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that he has the diagnosis is schizoaffective disorder in his opinion. It remains the same opinion. Is that right?
I believe you're correct.
And he's opined that Mr. Holmes was insane or lacked the capacity to distinguish between right or wrong or to form the required mental state. Is that correct?
That's what his report said, yes. Excuse me.
Among the materials that you reviewed were some videos from the jail. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Now, you got a few videos that related to the events that took place in November, several weeks later, or a couple months later, following the arrest. Is that right?
Yes.
And those would be videos involving Mr. Holmes being in a BC room in the medical unit at the jail, right?
Part of them were. Some of them were of his regular cell, and some of them were in the BC unit or behavior control unit.
And you were able to actually view those areas, were you not?
Yes, I saw them in person, I think a bit later when I visited the jail.
And that's something you do as part of your practice too, is try to do like site visits.
I try to. I don't always accomplish that, but I thought it was important in this case.
And you did a site visit of the where the theater is too, right?
Yes, did not go inside, drove around it.
Because it had been remodeled anyways at that point.
Exactly.
And you went to the Paris Street location, 6090 Paris Street, is that right?
I did not. That's his apartment, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe I drove there.
Okay. So that maybe wasn't as valuable as you hoped it would do, but you still make an attempt to go to the site. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And when you went to the jail, that was when you asked me to introduce you to Mr. Holmes. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I went to the Aurora lockup and then to the jail, and as long as I was there and knowing that at some point I was going to see Mr. Holmes, I asked you if I could simply be introduced to him so I wouldn't be a surprise when he finally met me later.
And you and I were able to, we were escorted around to the 3 different locations, is that right?
Yes.
And we went to Mr. Holmes' cell in the medical unit, the MC cell, where he normally is located, correct?
Correct.
And from your information, he's been in that cell since his arrest, correct?
At that point, that's correct. I don't know whether he's still in the same cell, but yes.
And we're going to talk about the jail videos in a moment, but you're aware that Mr. Holmes, since his arrest, has been isolated, meaning he's not in general population with other inmates.
Correct.
He is alone 23 hours a day in that cell. Is that right?
At least. Sometimes he doesn't want to go out, I understand, and never mixes with other inmates.
He's allowed to leave the cell for an hour a day if he wants to shower or to go. There's a room next door where there's a little television and he can watch television or read or something. Is that right?
Yes, and there's a yard that he can go into if he chooses to, kind of a Stark exercise yard.
And the Stark exercise yard is just a kind of a square about the size of the well of this court, with pavement on the bottom and concrete walls and a grill over the top.
That's my memory too.
And the other place that we visited was the BC cell that we talked about before, and that's the place that Mr. Holmes was placed during that difficult period when he had the psychotic break in November, correct?
Correct.
Now, this cell is also in the medical unit in the jail, right?
It was very close. I don't know how the jail says it, but it was a short distance away from the MC cell.
And these BC cells are, they're kind of like rubberized rooms. Fair to say? Not really soft rubber, but there's rubber on the walls of the rooms. Is that right?
Yes, and I appreciate your saying it's not really soft rubber. It's just not very soft rubber. It's just not concrete.
Now, in Mr. Holmes's cell that he's normally in, there's a toilet in there and a sink on top of it. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a bunk, kind of a hard steel bunk with a mattress on it.
Yes.
A thin mattress. And I think we may be able to see, the jury may see photos of that cell later. But and he's allowed to have a book in there to read and other picture of his family, things like that. Is that right?
Yeah, there are 2 picture areas outlined on the wall where you can put pictures that are approved. He can have, I think, roughly a dishpan full of personal effects that have been approved. It's a pretty standard modern jail cell, isolation jail cell.
And the BC, the rubberized room, doesn't have a toilet in it or a bed, does it?
That's correct.
And when folks are in there, they don't have their normal jail clothes on. They're given kind of a suicide gown if there's a suicide concern. Is that right?
I assume that's common. All I know is that Mr. Holmes was not allowed clothing. He was given a gown, which, once again, I assume was a special kind of thing, commonly called a suicide gown, that's difficult to tear, difficult to hurt yourself with, and was also given a blanket.
And there's no sink in there either. Is that right?
There's no sink. The only thing, the only break in the floor is a good-sized drain in the center.
And the videos that you got from November in 2012 are basically 3 videos, and correct me if you don't recall these, but there's, there's one video where he's in his regular cell, and he does this, what I'm going to call a trust fall off the bunk there, where he kind of falls backwards in his cell. Is that fair?
I remember that video, yes.
Then there's another video where he's in the behavioral control cell, and he's naked on the floor on a blanket, and the deputies come in and they drag him out from that cell, and you can see there are feces in the cell. Is that right?
That's fair to say. The video or videos shows more things, but part of it was he apparently wouldn't come out on his own. They dragged him on the blanket, I guess, out of the cell.
And you don't know whether that was because he wouldn't, because he didn't want to, or because he couldn't, do you?
I don't know. I want to make it clear that I didn't see any cruelty on behalf of the correction staff, but he either wouldn't or couldn't get up and walk out of the cell as they wanted.
Now, there's no doubt in your mind, sir. You talked yesterday about your opinions about Mr. Holmes being floridly psychotic or not being so, in your opinion, on July 20th. There's no doubt in your mind, is there, that he was psychotic at that point in time in November?
Around November 12 or so, when he was taken to the BC cell, and when he came back to the BC cell within a few hours, I think, of that period of time in November.
And that was shortly after that, a few days after that, is when he was taken to Denver Health Medical Center and treated in the psych ward there.
Yes, I think first in the emergency room. I'm not sure whether he went to critical care, but eventually was in what I assume was a psychiatric unit, in some sort of setting that could be secure.
And he was diagnosed by the physicians there with psychosis NOS, psychosis not otherwise specified, right?
I don't remember the specifics of that. I remember different physicians in different places, certainly all agreeing to psychosis, and the nuances or the sub-causes of the psychosis varied.
And part of it was that he had stopped drinking or eating a lot, at least in part, the days previous, and that contributed to the condition as well, right?
Yes, according to the doctors, and I have no reason to doubt that.
And the doctors at Denver Health indicated that when he got there, they were able to rehydrate him, and whatever dehydration or delirium cleared up fairly quickly. Is that right?
That's right.
We're going to talk a little bit later about them treating his psychiatric symptoms there. But there's no doubt in your mind during that period of time that Mr. Holmes was seeing hallucinations. He was experiencing audio hallucinations. Is that right?
He appeared to be. He told other people, and although I wasn't there, I don't have any doubt that he was acutely psychotic. That is significantly out of contact with reality.
And the third video that you got from that period of time was the one where he kind of runs his head into the wall, and then he's doing some waving his arms around a little bit. The jury's seen it, and I don't want to mischaracterize it, but some fairly odd behaviors, and he's naked in the cell.
I recall the videos. They were odd behaviors, and to some extent they were self-destructive behaviors.
And during that period of time, you're aware from the records that he was smearing feces on himself, talking gibberish, immobile at times, a number of different symptoms.
I couldn't hear him talking the gibberish, but that was reported. I saw the feces both on the floor. The video wasn't good enough for me to see it on himself, but that was reported as well, and I don't doubt it.
Not a very fun situation.
Terrible situation.
Mental illness can at times be difficult. Fair to say?
Sure.
You also received from the jail surveillance videos, I'm going to call them for want of a better word. Videos that were of him in his cell, and then him if he were moved somewhere in the jail, correct?
Correct.
And these are kind of grainy, you said, right?
Yes, they're taken by the ones in the cell, taken by a camera apparently up in a corner. It doesn't zoom in, but one can recognize the situation and generally recognize Mr. Holmes.
And you were given, well, there were about 30 days or so of videos of 24-hour surveillance, right?
Something like that.
Starting with his arrest on the 20th of July.
Starting with whenever the first day he was in that cell, yeah.
And ending somewhere right at the end of August, like August 30th, somewhere around.
I'll trust you to say when that was. I might have said a little further, but I'll trust you to say when that was.
And at that point, the jail stopped collecting the videos. Is that right?
So far as I know, they stopped saving the videos. I want to say, although I'm trying to think if someone has specifically told me this, that the video was active, but they stopped saving the videos, which makes sense because they had video of the day that he was falling backward off the bunk.
Right. When they chose to pull the video later, it existed. When they chose to save it. Fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And you don't know why they stopped recording, Mr. Holmes, do you?
No, no.
Do you know whether or not we, the defense, had requested that they videotape Mr. Holmes?
Sustained.
Now, I think you testified that you viewed 7 to 10 days of the videos. Is that right? Was that your testimony?
It might not have been 7 to 10 days. It was several days. I don't recall exactly how many days. I could go to my notes and tell you.
I can tell you where it is if that helps.
If the notes, I said I could go to my notes. They would be back at the hotel, that particular, but.
Do you have your report with you?
Yes, I have.
Look on page 25, the bottom of the page, footnote 45.
Sure, would you like for me to read it?
Yes, sir.
On page 25, footnote 45, I did not watch all available hours of jail video, but covered his first 3 days in jail, then randomly chose others, July 30, August 16, and all available video of the day his, quote, fall, unquote, and time in the, quote, BC cell. All other jail video had been erased except July 10, 2014, which I requested in advance to observe a representative recent day of monitoring. What that has to do with was when I was coming to see him in person, I asked the jail to preserve a random day so that I could see what his day in that cell looked like before I saw him.
Right. So, from the video of the first month, it sounds like you reviewed 5 days. Am I correct? The first 3 days and then 2 other days.
That's correct.
And you said during your direct testimony with Mr. Brockler that in your review of those, you didn't see anything, I think the term you used was psychiatrically significant. Is that right?
If that's a term I used, that sounds logical. And once again, it's not video in which I can hear things, but that's a true statement.
And you certainly that video is not high quality. Is that right?
It's not high quality. It's not terribly low quality. It's a picture of somebody in his small room day and night.
And you saw him eat during that period of time,
Yes.
right? You saw him sit on his bed quite a bit,
Yes.
just sitting there. Read some.
Yes.
People who are mentally ill can often do normal everyday activities. Is that right?
They can, C-A-N, often do normal activities.
Feed themselves, right?
Sure.
Go shopping at the grocery store.
Sure.
Drive a car.
Sure. Many do. Most do.
Yeah, there's nothing that would preclude you. Not everyone who has a serious mental illness is homeless and drooling on the streets. Fair to say?
Very fair to say.
And part of that has to do with how intelligent a person can be, or what kind of capacity the person has to begin with. Fair?
I think little of that has to do with the intelligence. A lot of it has to do with whether the person's being treated or being adequately treated or accepting treatment. If that's responsive to your question.
And you can't tell from looking at you didn't see anything that stood out as being really odd to you in the 5 days that you watched. Is that right?
I saw a person who was fairly stiff, but nothing bizarre or indicating anything like what I saw in the November videos.
Right. And suffice it to say, you don't know what's in the videos you didn't watch. I guess that's pretty obvious.
That's fair to say.
You never saw...
I'm sorry, except to the extent that the correctional staff logs and the medical staff logs may reflect something like that. But obviously I did not see any videos.
Okay. So you don't recall ever seeing any videos of Mr. Holmes, like, plucking his hair out? You remember that?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall ever seeing any videos of Mr. Holmes trying to listen to the walls of his cell?
Certainly not prior to November 11, I believe.
Okay. You're not aware of a circumstance where he had a water bottle and he was supposedly trying to start a fire with the sunlight coming in through the window somehow? Are you aware of that?
It sounds a little familiar based on the logs, because when the correctional staff would see or find something unusual, they would, one hopes, log that, and I read those. I'm not remembering as I sit here, but it sounds kind of familiar.
Do you remember some of those logs reflecting that Mr. Holmes was dancing around in his cell?
I don't recall. I recall him juggling a little bit and playing with a hacky sack.
Right, that too. So, you know, it's very difficult to tell from looking at those videos what's going on inside Mr. Holmes' mind. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Let's talk a little bit about your then contact with Mr. Holmes. That's a good kind of segue too, is you brought up the fact that when you went and visited him, you requested that you get another day of video from the jail to kind of sample what his daily life was during that period of time.
Yes.
You videotaped, obviously, I think that's very obvious to this jury at this point, that you videotaped all of your contact with Mr. Holmes.
Yes, except for the initial introduction that you made.
Then all we did was I said, this is Dr. Reid, he's going to be coming to talk to you, right?
Right, and I said hello, shook his hand, and that was it.
Now, fair to say, different psychiatrists have different practices of how they approach their examinations.
Fair to say.
Kind of an idiosyncratic lot sometimes, you think? Or
Not strictly idiosyncratic. I think we all try to create and structure examinations so that we will get the necessary information, if we can, so that the examination should be complete, private, things like that, are I think, common to the great majority of forensic psychiatrists, but there are differences in style, certainly.
And that's exactly where I was going to go with this, is that you do what works best for you based on your experience to accomplish the goals of gathering and recording the information that you need from those clinical interviews.
Part of it is what works best for me, and part of it is what I think constitutes a solid examination. So there are kind of two purposes. If what worked best for me didn't constitute what I believe is good practice of my profession, then that wouldn't matter. So the two need to be there.
Gotcha. Some doctors take notes when they're in the interview. Some doctors take the notes after the interview. Fair to say?
Except for those who are recording one way or another, I believe the great majority take notes during the interview. There are some who take notes afterward, and it's not uncommon for therapists to write down notes after sessions, but those aren't forensic folks.
Some doctors may audio tape, right?
Some do. Nowadays, videotape is, I think, the preferred way to go, but some audio tape.
And there's some literature out there, and that some psychiatrists have some concern with videotaping examinations, right?
There is a little video out there. I'm thinking of one study in particular, but there is very little literature suggesting that video examinations are problematic, and a much greater bulk of literature that suggests or indicates, in my view, that videoing an examination is a very good thing to do.
And the concern, just to get it out there, is that the person may play act for the camera or behave differently or respond differently somehow, or that the clinician may respond differently or act differently because they know they're on videotape.
And those are things that are raised. The study I'm thinking of was one in which the camera was rather intrusive, but still the concerns are there. Will people play to the camera, including the evaluator?
In your opinion, those concerns are de minimis?
Compared to the advantages, I believe so. Now, another piece of this is that people in legal cases, whether civil cases or criminal cases, attorneys may or may not want audio or video to occur, and they may have legal reason, or I suppose constitutional reason, to be able to prevent that. My job is to do the best evaluation I can. I think most forensic psychiatrists feel the same way. And so I would advocate for doing it, quote, my way, understanding that sometimes there are legal things that get in the way of that, and I may not be able to.
The benefits that you describe are in accurately recording the examination, the questions and the answers, right?
That's a major benefit.
And being able to record the demeanor, affect, and presentation of the examinee.
That's a major benefit.
So the video, in your opinion, then, is the most accurate statement or recitation of your examination, of the contents of your examination of Mr. Holmes' statements to you, right?
I think that statement is true. I'm trying to think. You said most accurate. It's better than simply taking notes, better than simply relying on my memory or someone like me's memory, better than relying on my interpretations as I write down something and then it comes to the report or to court second or third hand. It's just very useful in my opinion. And that doesn't mean I always do it or that I always can do it.
But you did do it in this case, obviously.
In this case, I did.
Let's talk briefly about the DSM-5. The DSM-5, as you described it, it's a manual for clinicians, mental health clinicians, right?
Yes.
And it contains all kinds of different mental disorders in here, all kinds of things.
Yes.
Serious mental disorders and not so serious sometimes.
Correct.
And is this some kind of is this like a mathematical formula that's always correct in diagnosing people if you follow this book?
For the most part, not. There may be some very, very specific formulaic ways to approach some diagnoses, and it attempts to be very specific, but it's not an end-all for clinical diagnosis. The most important thing is the patient you're presented with.
Right, and what it kind of is a way of categorizing, or correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misstate it, but a way of categorizing symptoms so that different physicians or clinicians are talking about the same thing. In other words, the same collection of symptoms.
That's a big purpose, and that's one of the things the American Psychiatric Association has tried to accomplish for over the last 60, 70 years.
And you said that the DSM-4 was a very reliable manual in your opinion, and that was the one that you, I think, wrote about how to use, correct?
The DSM-4, the predecessor to this, and what's called the DSM-4 TR, which was a kind of an interim edition, I believe were good examples for their purpose, which was similar to DSM-5's. Things evolve. My involvement with DSM-4, I don't want to overstate it. I've been involved in training people to use it as part of training people to accurately diagnose patients. I certainly wouldn't say that I wrote that book or something like that.
This book right here.
Or the 4.
And it's written, and I think you testified about this on direct examination, it's written by committees or task force of different clinicians of different types that get together and together write the different sections. Is that right?
Sure. Task forces of clinicians who specialize or subspecialize in the various categories. They range from heavily research-oriented folks to heavily clinically oriented folks. There's a bit of practicality thrown in. It's a complicated process. It took the APA, give or take, a decade to come up with it.
Were you involved in any of the committees or groups that wrote the sections in this book?
No, I wasn't.
And the diagnoses that we've talked about, schizotypal personality disorder, is mentioned in the section called schizophrenia, spectrum, and other psychotic disorders. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that has schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, as well as delusional disorder. Is that right?
Yes.
And are you aware whether Dr. Gurr was involved in the committee that wrote this section?
I'm not aware.
When did the DSM-4 that you taught, and you said you taught it in, I think, China, Europe, Canada, and the United States. Is that right?
To some extent. Again, I don't want to overstate that, but I've lectured about it, done workshops about it in different places.
And that was published in the mid-1980s, did you say?
The DSM-4, the first edition, I want to say 83. That may be wrong.
I'm going to mark this, with your permission, Your Honor, as DTR 25.
Okay.
And, ma'am, this is 2622. I'll show it to the prosecutor. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR-25. Can you just take a look at that for me, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize that?
It's a page from one of the DSMs, and as I sit here, I'm not sure whether it's DSM-4 or DSM-5.
And that's a page that talks about what we just described, the schizophrenia spectrum.
Oh, yeah, this is the first page of the DSM-5 section on schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders.
Judge, I'd move the admission of D-TR 25.
Yes.
Can I have that on the screen, please, ma'am? And can you zoom in on that top paragraph there, if possible? Can you read that for us, doctor?
Sure. Schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders include schizophrenia, other psychotic disorders, and schizotypal (personality) disorder. They are defined by abnormalities in one or more of the following 5 domains: delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thinking (speech), grossly disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, including catatonia, and negative symptoms.
Thank you. You can take down the call out. And then it has descriptions under that of the, it says key features that define the psychotic disorders. Is that right?
Yes.
All of these disorders in this category involve psychosis to some degree.
To some degree, yes.
That's why they're in this section, right?
Yes.
Delusions there. Can we zoom in on that first sentence of the delusions, please? And the delusions involve what, sir? Can you read that first sentence there,
Sure.
please?
The first sentence alone says, delusions are fixed beliefs that are not amenable to change in light of conflicting evidence. Their contact may include a variety of themes, such as persecutory, referential, somatic, religious, grandiose.
Thank you. And we could talk about some of those things, and I think you did that yesterday. Persecutory delusions would be some kind of like a paranoia. You think someone's after you, something along those lines. Fair to say?
Yes, yes.
Somatic means some kind of body concern or illness that you think, I think I've got cancer, but I don't really have it, something along those lines. Is
If
that
you're
right?
convinced, even though there's evidence to the contrary, yes.
And that's the other thing I want to bring up. The other component of delusions is that they have to be false beliefs. In other words, they're things that are not true, in fact, but the person believes that they are.
The person believes they're true and generally believes that they're real, in the sense that if other people don't believe them, there's something wrong with the other people, or the belief is somehow hidden from them.
And delusions, either you or Mr. Brockler gave the example of the King of France or the Princess of an Island or something like that, of Mars or something.
Something like that.
Yesterday. Now, if I think I'm the King of France, that's a delusion because I'm not, correct?
If you truly believe that you are, and we can't shake that belief, that would be accurate.
In other words, if I walk around in normal life And, well, let's say this, for example. I may think that everyone else thinks I'm the King of France too, right?
You might.
Or I might think that I'm the only person that knows, right?
That you're the only person who knows, even though you believe it's real. That's correct.
Right. And I may walk around in the world, and despite the fact that nobody else, despite the fact that everyone treats me like dirt, I still think I'm the King of France, right?
That's conceivable.
That's a delusion.
That's a conceivable kind of delusion, yes.
Now, another thing that was on there was negative symptoms. Hallucinations we talked about, right? You
I believe
talked about quite a bit, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But so these are all symptoms of psychosis in some fashion, correct?
Symptoms consistent with psychosis, yes.
And disorganized thoughts or speech is also a symptom, correct?
Consistent with psychosis, yes.
What are negative symptoms, sir?
Negative symptoms are things, let me start with the, quote, positive symptom business. A positive symptom is something that somebody does or talks about. A negative symptom is something that somebody doesn't do or talk about. So that a common manifestation of negative symptoms in a person, for example, with schizophrenia, is not much talking, not much movement, not much expression or affect, not much showing of mood, not much moving around. I think I already mentioned that. Sometimes going so far as to be in a sort of a stupor.
Now, for someone with a diagnosis of schizophrenia, for example,
Excuse me.
Negative symptoms are as real symptoms as positive symptoms are, correct? They just present differently.
Given the overall constellation of schizophrenia, it's a genuine group of symptoms.
And it's quite common that the negative symptoms precede the positive symptoms, correct?
It's common. The way one often sees them is once the positive symptoms, that is, hallucinations and odd behavior, have been treated, the negative symptoms often remain and are more difficult to get rid of.
And we'll talk about medication in a little while and how that affects both types. But the period of time, and you used this word prodromal yesterday with me, the period of time for someone with schizophrenia when they have negative symptoms, but prior to the onset of the positive or psychotic symptoms, is called the prodrome or the prodromal period. Is that right?
I don't want to imply that everybody has negative symptoms and then develops positive symptoms. I think one of the things that you may be talking about is an older term, that there is a process in which the person may not look, I'm going to use the word crazy, I promise I don't mean it in a derogatory way, may not look unusual or particularly unusual, but doesn't have the apparent hallucinations or major delusions and things like that. Some patients have that kind of life for a while, for years sometimes, before they show the more obvious symptoms of schizophrenia. Other patients or people don't have very much evidence at all that a break is coming, and the break is more sudden.
So for some people, they may have these negative symptoms for even years before the onset of active psychosis, right?
That's true, and you're using the word negative. That may be a very accurate term. It's just not the one that I would use, but I think we're talking about the same concept. The person is progressively not getting along well in the world, not thinking adequately, has disorganized thinking, but is not acutely out of contact with reality.
Well, I want to check on the things listed here because I don't. Disorganized thinking is listed as a positive symptom. Is that right in the DSM-5?
If it's, I'm trying to think whether it's phrased a positive symptom, but it's one of the main possible categories of symptoms.
Okay, I'm going to read from here. 2 of the negative symptoms that are particularly prominent in schizophrenia are diminished emotional expression and avolition. Correct?
Yes, avolition meaning not doing very much and not wanting to do very much, just not wanting to do things.
Diminished emotional expression includes reductions in the expressions of emotions in the face, eye contact, intonation of speech, movements of the hands, head, face that normally give emotional emphasis to speech. Correct?
That's fair to say, and it sounds like you're reading from one of the pages that may become an exhibit pretty soon.
Avolition is a decrease in motivated, self-initiated, purposeful activities. Correct?
Correct. I think that's a good definition of it.
Lack of motivation.
A lack or decrease in self-motivated acts and behaviors.
And you're aware from some of the reports that you received from Mr. Holmes's professors and other students at CU that they thought that he appeared unmotivated in some of his labs. Is that right?
Some did, yes.
And they reported him as having a difficulty communicating and not speaking very much, correct?
That was true for a lot of them that said that.
Alogia. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah. Alogia is not talking.
Diminished speech output, right?
Talking less.
Anhedonia.
Not being able to experience pleasure.
Asociality.
Not being able to or not experiencing social things, interactions with other people.
Those are all symptoms of schizophrenia, is that right?
And of other things as well, yes.
Now,
and let me clarify, not every schizophrenic person has all of those all of the time, but you're correct that they are all consistent with a diagnosis of schizophrenia.
Now I want to, just on that asociality point, I want to bring something else up as a slight aside, and that is there's something called being, as opposed to asocial, being antisocial. Is that right?
Yes, I and most people like me draw a distinction between those two things.
Well, what is antisocial in the context of like antisocial personality disorder?
Antisocial conveys that you're against society, and that's a broad statement, but that you're specifically doing things against society's mores, and the further implication is that you're doing them to get something for yourself.
A similar kind of concept, correct me if I'm wrong, is psychopathy, right? Whether someone is a psychopath, is that similar?
It is, and I should clarify that. Some people think that being a psychopath or psychopathy has to do with being psychotic. It does not. Psychopathy or being a psychopath means being very much an antisocial person.
And perhaps the best example would be like a Ted Bundy kind of character. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. Tell me what would be a good example.
Antisocial personality and psychopathy are more associated with not caring what you do against society to get what you want. Some of those folks are criminals, and a few of those folks aren't.
Some of them are like corporate CEOs, aren't they?
That's tempting to say, but I'm not going to quite say it. The idea of to use your phrase, a Ted Bundy, whom I have never examined and not studied particularly hard, there are lots of things that go into criminal acts or killings or murders that are not reasonably categorized as antisocial personality. There's something else.
And I just want to be clear here. Your opinion is that Mr. Holmes does not have antisocial personality disorder, right?
That's correct. I have no doubt that he does not have antisocial personality.
And you have no doubt that he's not a psychopath.
Which would rise from what I just said. He is not clinically defined at all as a psychopath.
Schizotypal personality disorder is one of these schizophrenia spectrum disorders, and that's the one of them that you diagnosed Mr. Holmes with, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, the schizotypal personality disorder first showed up in Mr. Holmes before he was even in graduate school, right?
At least the beginnings of it showed up, the hints of it showed up. I don't know the day or the month or the year that he met all the diagnostic criteria, but it's a chronic thing, a long-standing thing, rather than something that starts last week.
Right. It's not like you wake up one morning and all of a sudden you've got schizophrenia and you're nuts. Normally, there's a progression that takes place. Is that right?
There usually is a progression. Sometimes it is not visible, and sometimes there is a day that you're not schizophrenic and the next day you are with an acute break. That's one way it can happen.
Understood. And in your opinion, the symptoms that relate to his schizotypal personality disorder extend back into when he was in high school. Is that right?
Some of those symptoms appear to do so.
Odd beliefs and magical thinking are symptoms of schizotypal personality disorder?
They are possible symptoms of it.
Chronic thoughts or delusions can be. Is that right?
I'm going to, just so that I'm tracking with you.
Go ahead.
And not, because I always want to be accurate and my memory's not great. I believe you were at the, let me ask you to restate it if you would.
Sure. Chronic thoughts or delusions that others' words or actions refer to yourself, like an idea of reference or a delusion of reference?
Actually, I struck that from my report, because you're reading from my report and not now from the DSM, because I made an error in transcribing what was in the DSM, so that while delusions may be present, they're not a primary part of the schizotypal personality, and certain kinds of delusions are not part of the criteria for schizotypal personality. I believe I sent an error notice to both parties about that.
That's right, and we'll talk about because you also diagnosed a possible delusional disorder in addition, correct?
Yes.
Unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions, right?
Correct.
Odd thinking in speech, right?
Correct.
Suspiciousness or paranoid thinking, correct?
Correct.
Inappropriate or constricted affect.
Correct.
That sounds a lot like the negative symptom we just described, or similar.
And it's, I'm glad you brought that up. It's important to note that the overlap in certain kinds of symptoms is real common in psychiatry. It's common in other medical specialties as well, just as a stomachache can be a symptom of one thing and a symptom of something else. The constellation of everything going on and what the clinician best interprets the best fit to be becomes the diagnosis or the working diagnosis or the presumptive diagnosis.
And you note that in your report, where you say only a small portion of people with schizotypal personality disorder go on to develop schizophrenia or other similar conditions, correct?
Most do not. The flip side of that, which is also in the report and maybe the same sentence, is that once a person is schizophrenic, it's relatively common to see the symptoms of schizotypal disorder, which may be called something else, preceding that diagnosis when you look back.
As like the prodromal period.
Exactly.
So if you take schizotypal personality disorder and then the person becomes psychotic, overtly psychotic, it kind of is then schizophrenia.
Sometimes it is. I don't mean to get too vague and nuanced here. Being psychotic doesn't define one being schizophrenic, but it's a real important thing to happen. If one becomes more reliably diagnosed as schizophrenic, then we can look back, and if he was schizotypal 2 years before or 6 months before, it's reasonable to say that that was a prodromal set of symptoms or an incipient set of symptoms, or simply that the schizotypal personality disorder has evolved, in this case, into schizophrenia. They're all very similar ways of looking at it.
The course of schizotypal personality disorder is chronic and lifelong.
Yes.
There's no cure for schizotypal personality disorder.
Not to my knowledge.
There's no cure for schizophrenia.
Not to my knowledge.
There's no cure for schizoaffective disorder, is there?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, folks with these disorders, however, depending on the severity of them, if treated, can lead from time to time fairly normal lives.
Many of them can. Some lead abysmal lives, unfortunately. Some lead, a few lead fairly symptom-free lives, not a great many, but a few, given adequate treatment and adequate care. Most folks fall somewhere in the middle.
Mr. King, I don't mean to interrupt you, but whenever you get to a point where it makes sense to take our morning break, would you please let me know?
This is fine, Judge, if you'd like.
Okay, is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please remember all my advisements apply during the break. Let's take 15 minutes, okay? Enjoy the break. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to talk about before we take the break?
Could I just make a brief inquiry, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm assuming the plan is we'll take at least one more break in the morning session since we're going longer.
At least one more, yeah. And I'll have more information about when the lunch break is going to be, hopefully after the break.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of us may have to leave to try to figure out logistics after that happens.
Okay, thank you. Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, Judge.
Okay, enjoy the break. Doctor, I'll see you after the break. The court will be in recess.
Well, good morning. Here we are in our 7 newsroom again as we take this shorter than normal mid-morning break. And actually, I think, well, we'll find out after the break, but I think we may end up getting at least one more break this morning because of this juror's doctor's appointment that they're waiting for confirmation on when the office opens, and now that it's 10:20 here almost, they will be able to find that out and come back with an answer about today's arrangement. The original plan was to have a 2-hour lunch beginning, I think, at 1:15 and then have the day end at 5:30. If that's going to stay the same or not, we'll find out here in less than 20 minutes. Today, I know that several of you, chatting with Brian and taking the polls he's been posting, several of you have been critical of what Dan King has been doing with this cross-examination. But it has been a bit of an education with a whole lot of reading from these DSM-5 manual diagnoses. Dr. Reid, of course, on the stand again. He's the doctor who performed the second sanity evaluation. We are in the phase of the prosecution's case now where we're hearing quite a bit of psychological evidence about the gunman himself. And we do expect that will continue, even though Dr. Reid's testimony is likely to wrap up today. We do expect there will be quite a bit more of this before the prosecution tables their case and the defense gets to begin to present their own. So in the meanwhile, earlier today, we heard something that we found kind of entertaining. I think we'll replay it again. George Brockler called out by Judge Carlos Samore for having sent a tweet yesterday before court had adjourned for the afternoon and overnight. Just so you're aware, there are extreme orders in place limiting, and there have been all the way throughout this case, limiting transmissions from the courtroom. So strict that one time when I was attending, I had a thumb drive, a USB drive on my keychain. And because that was electronic, I was sent out to my car to put it away. So there are to be no electronics, no transmissions from Division 201 in the Arapahoe County Courthouse. There are extreme rules about where in the courthouse someone with a camera can stand. There are rooms set aside where you can transmit, and the courtrooms, of course, are a room where you cannot. And George Brockler apparently walked on the wrong side of this rule and got called out in court. So we'll play you a few minutes of that and then catch up with you again on the other side of the video.
Ms. Brady?
Yes, Your Honor. As the court's aware, the court issued an order to the parties that the parties are not to tweet via Twitter during the trial in court. And it came to our attention last night that Mr. Brockler issued a tweet at 4:51 p.m., which would have been during the cross-examination of Dr. Reid. If I can approach, I'd like to give the court a copy of that tweet.
Yes, have you shown it to Mr. Brockler?
I'll give him a copy.
Okay.
If we could mark that as a court's exhibit, please.
Yes. What number are we up to? 46. 46, thank you.
And Your Honor, I assume the court issued this order for a good reason, so I will leave it up to the court's discretion what sanction to impose for this violation. I would state, though, that if the prosecution is seeking the execution of a man, perhaps the district attorney should pay attention to the cross-examination of the mental health expert instead of chatting on social media.
Do you want to read for the record what the message or the tweet states?
It states on June 4th, 2015 at 4:51 p.m., I agree on the video. I hope the jury thinks so too.
All right, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, first, I apologize for how this happened, but I want to explain I was not on social media at the time. I'm not sure how it all connects in, but I got a text. It was from a direct message, and this has happened to me accidentally before. And someone had just simply made a comment that I thought I was replying to on text. And as soon as we left court, Mr. Orman told me, hey, that reply went out all over Twitter. And then I quickly deleted it, and it doesn't exist anymore. I think it was on there for less than 20 minutes. Having said that, and again, I was not attempting to be on social media or do anything on social media, and I haven't violated the court's order since it came up. But having said that, the steps that I've taken are to turn off my phones and just instruct people that if I need to do any business while I'm in court, that they would let me know through other means. And Judge, it's an embarrassing mistake, but one that I think I corrected quickly and have put myself in a position to not violate again, and I'm sorry.
Ms. Brady?
Judge, I would note that before the correction, it was retweeted at least 3 times. We have found at least 3 times that tweet went out from other people. So as the court knows, once it gets out there, it spreads exponentially. And I just think, Dr. Reid was a pretty important witness, and the prosecution should be paying attention to the cross-examination of the witness.
And that's the problem with tweeting something, is that you don't know who's going to retweet it. And even if you tweet it, or you think you're only tweeting it to one person, that person can then retweet it to everyone else. I did call the parties, the attorneys, I should say, to the bench. It was about 4 weeks ago. I'm just estimating. And I specifically said I don't want anyone sending tweets from the courtroom about anything. But obviously much less about the case. although I didn't specify about the case. I just said about anything, and I think I explained to counsel at the bench that I have prohibited the media from tweeting from the courtroom, and I didn't think it was appropriate then for attorneys to be doing it, especially when proceedings are ongoing. We're not even talking about during breaks, but during actual court proceedings. There's nothing that can't wait until a break or until after court to be tweeted. And sometimes people develop habits, and sometimes they tweet things. I don't have any reason to disbelieve what Mr. Brockler is saying, and so I'm going to take him at his word that he didn't intend to send this as on Twitter, and that he thought it was a text, and that this was an inadvertent mistake. And I appreciate him apologizing to the court, but even texting, it seems to me it's something that really should wait until the proceedings are not ongoing. I don't know why email or text can't wait until a break, especially when it's your witness who's testifying and is being cross-examined. So I'm going to prohibit the parties from texting from the courtroom during proceedings. While proceedings are ongoing, counsel should not text. So they should be paying attention to what's happening here. Nobody should be texting, nobody should be emailing, nobody should be reading any electronic communications or sending electronic communications. If you're bored, and I realize that there are 5 attorneys on each side, and sometimes attorneys don't have any witnesses to question, if you're bored and don't want to pay attention to the proceedings, then you're welcome to leave. You don't have to be here. I don't need 5 attorneys on each side. I think I've talked about this before. I don't know that you need 5 attorneys on each side. So if there are attorneys who feel bored, then you don't have to be here. You're welcome to leave. But I think out of respect for the court, when you're in here, you should not be texting or tweeting or doing anything like that. You should be paying attention to what's happening here. So I'm not going to take any action at this time. No action has been requested of the court. Ms. Brady wanted to bring it to the court's attention. We've marked the communication as an exhibit, as a court exhibit, and so it has been marked. I have accepted Mr. Brockler's apology, and I appreciate his candor, but let's avoid it from here on out. All right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire.
Your Honor, I was just going to ask for an exception both for the defense and the prosecution for the sole purpose of just getting witnesses outside the courtroom, just because some of the advocates that are bringing witnesses here only have access to texting on a cell phone. I just wanted to ask for that one exception.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If it's related to that, I understand, and I get that there are a lot of witnesses in this trial. I get that the magnitude of this case requires a lot of logistical arrangements and planning, and so if it's related to that and you have to email someone or text someone and it's related to scheduling or related to witnesses or related to something you need, I understand that, but that shouldn't take very much time and it shouldn't be with a whole lot of frequency. So, but if you're just texting or emailing about what you think or what's going on or other things that are unrelated to the case, that's different. And I understand Mr. Brockler is the elected district attorney of this judicial district. I get it. I'm the chief judge of this judicial district, but I managed to stay off email and text, certainly text. I don't even have my phone here with me on the bench. So if I can stay off of electronic communications for the most part, then so can you, so can everybody here. Again, there are exceptions. There may be situations where for logistical reasons or scheduling reasons or reasons related to witnesses or an emergency, you need to do that. And I've done that a couple of times, but it has to be rare, extremely rare. So, okay.
May I supplement the record one thing?
Yes.
And I did apologize to the court, but I think in light of what the court has said too, I probably owe Mr. King an apology too, and I meant no disrespect, Dan, in doing that, and I apologize to you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure Mr. King appreciates that.
It seems like a humbling experience there for DA George Brockler. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to pull up a 33-page order and motion that was filed under label C-134. That is Court Order 134. And so the first half of this 33-page document that came out as we had nearly 3 years to prepare for this trial is the people recognizing how expanded media coverage can be a tool, but noting that negative consequences can be lifelong. Unfortunate, unfathomable events, in this case, have already demonstrated that, and the harm to victims will be real. So the people, this is George Brockler's team, coming out against expanded media coverage in response to a request made by us and our media partners in the media consortium that has that convinced the court to bring you this video feed and make it available for us. But if I jump down to page 31, you see the response and the court's orders. And this is something interesting. Carlos Samor had just said that he's banning the parties from using text messages. Well, as it turns out, he already had done that. The court further orders that no person shall use any electronic device for the purposes of sending an email, text message, blogging, or tweeting, taking a photograph, or otherwise directly communicating with any person or entity outside of the courtroom. So, George Brockler, and who knows however many others in there, have been in violation of an order that, as far as I know, the media has been following, but it certainly doesn't say the media alone. This says no person shall use any device, and that seems to me like it's a blanket for everybody. So certainly an embarrassing moment, but I think a reminder that in the course of this long, long trial, things like this are bound to happen. We've had a couple of little questions and run-ins and questioning of reporters mistakenly interacting with the juror in the lunch line and things like that. But now this is the first time I've seen George Brockler and his team called out in the way they have been. And of course the judge added now one exception. They're allowed to use emails or text messages if they're coordinating witnesses, but that's it. So the rest of us are not allowed to bring any electronics in, not allowed to transmit at all. The parties now have that one exception for use of their computers or cell phones. While we still wait for this shortened recess to end, it's been about 12 or 13 minutes so far, we have another short soundbite. We thought it was important, and certainly Mr. King thought it was important, to end the day by getting Dr. Reid to say one very clear and important statement to the defense's case. And we want to replay that to you again because that's the context in which all the rest of the questioning this morning has followed.
The question is not, did the mental illness affect Mr. Holmes' thinking on July 20th, but to what extent did it affect his thinking and functioning, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it's your opinion, sir, that absent his mental condition, we wouldn't be here at all, would we?
That's a true statement.
This crime would never have taken place without this mental illness.
That's true. In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I have no questions today. This is a good place to break, Judge.
We are thinking that this recess will end in about 2 minutes and Mr. King will resume his cross-examination of Dr. Reid, of course just one of the many psychiatric experts we do expect to hear from in the remainder of this case, and then of course the defense will begin their cross-examination sometime around June 22nd through the 29th, somewhere in that period of a week or so, and at that point their case is primarily made of psychiatric evidence and their own private experts, at least two of them. I remember one is Dr. Gurr, who we've seen several documents about because she was a late addition to their witness list, and of course that prompted some debate between both sides about when they're going to be able to counter her with a rebuttal witness, and of course neither side wanted to allow the other to do it, but in the end Dr. Gurr will be a witness in this case. But that key point that we just heard, that there was a mental illness that was directly related to the fact that the shooting happened, killing 12 people and injuring 70 others. And of course, in the not guilty by reason of insanity plea, that is a very key element of what they're trying to prove. The next element being, was it so bad? Was the illness such that the defendant could not tell the difference between right and wrong? what I'd like to do now, since we do have a moment longer, is we're going to pull up our case timeline again, our audio-visual case timeline that's available on the denverchannel.com. And as we look at this, I'm going to zoom way out here on the timeline and make it contract a bit, because there was so much time prior to this shooting, prior to this case, and after the shooting. So right here on our timeline is in this area to the left. It's court is resuming, so we'll have to pick this up and show you that example a little bit later. But we'll see you again in a little while. We'll find out what the rest of the day's schedule is.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. The juror, who has a medical appointment downtown today, is indicating that her appointment is at 2:30 and she could not change it. So I think what we'll plan to do is break between 1:30 and 3:30 and hope that she's back by 3:30. But with the understanding that we may have to wait a little later than 3:30 for her to get back here. So, all right. Are you ready for the jury, folks?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in, please.
Is it better for you?
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, members of the jury. Just a quick scheduling note. So we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break today between 1:30 and 3:30, with the understanding that we may have to start a little later than 3:30. Depends on whenever the juror gets back from her appointment. So, but the plan is between 1:30 and 3:30. And so we'll take another break before 1:30, and then we'll take the 2-hour lunch break, and then we'll plan to go until 5:30. Before Mr. King proceeds with the rest of his cross-examination, I want to remind you that the court has admitted this testimony from Dr. Reid only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Dr. Reid, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to clear up a couple things about the jail that I think I made a mistake about, or a partial mistake about. The incident that I talked about where Mr. Holmes was allegedly trying to start a fire with a water bottle, I think involved the light from his lamp in his cell and not sunlight. You don't recall seeing that incident on the video, do you?
It may have been there, but I don't recall, and I know that his window was very high and not much direct sunlight came in.
Do you recall ever reading an incident report about that, or a deputy sheriff report about that happening?
I think I do, but it may just be because you said it.
Right, that's how memory works, right?
You're correct.
When you say something, you may think that you remember it.
That's right.
What was the lamp in his room like? Do you remember when you went in there?
I don't remember as I sit here. My impression is that it was certainly a built-in thing. There was a switch on the wall. The short answer is I don't remember. I'm quite sure it wouldn't have been a loose lamp with a cord, for example.
Right. That wouldn't be necessarily safe in a jail.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to clear up was the BC room, the rubber room. When Mr. Holmes was moved in there in November, you have no indication that he was moved in there because he was a behavior problem, do you? Meaning that he did something wrong. It was rather that he was, they thought he was going to injure himself.
It was a matter of safety for him, yes.
Now, schizophrenia, sir. Well, let me ask you this. In terms of schizotypal personality disorder, the natural course of the disorder is generally stable, without marked improvement or deterioration. Extraordinary stressors, which may or may not be obvious to observers, since they may be idiosyncratic to a particular patient, may be associated with additional symptoms, including brief acute psychosis. Correct?
That's fair to say, and I think you're reading from either my report or the DSM.
So given stress, there can be periods of acute psychosis in a schizotypal personality disorder diagnosis.
That's correct.
If the psychosis lasts longer, that's kind of where the criteria for schizophrenia is, right? The psychosis has to last for a 6-month period of time. Is that right?
Certain symptoms have to be present for at least 6 months, unless the symptoms have been treated and are decreased because of treatment. And that's where you get into have things become schizophrenic, or are they still schizotypal, things like that.
Let me ask you about these disorders, generally speaking. Now, some of the disorders that are in this book here, the DSM, are really personality disorders in the sense that they are a reflection of just a person's behaviors and not a disease of the mind necessarily. Is that fair to say?
The DSM purposely uses the word disorder rather than illness throughout its definitions. I'm pretty sure that carries into DSM-5 as well. So it doesn't speak of illnesses, it speaks of disorders. Some of those may be categorized at various times by various people as illnesses, or in legal context as defects or something like that, if that's what you mean to say.
Yes, and some of the disorders, like, for example, Alzheimer's. Is that in the DSM-5?
Yes, it is.
That's not just a symptoms of bad behavior or abnormal behavior. That's an actual disease of the brain, correct?
We think that it all has to do with what goes on inside the brain, chemically and electrically, but I think what you're referring to is in Alzheimer's disease, there are things we can find physically in the brain that are highly correlated with the memory problems, et cetera, of Alzheimer's, and some disorders like that are in the DSM, as contrasted with mental disorders that outwardly anyway appear to be just related to feelings or behavior or perceptions, things like that.
And schizophrenia is like the former as well, isn't that right? It's more like dementia or Alzheimer's.
We're learning more about the neurology and the neurophysiology of schizophrenia. I wouldn't make myself call myself an expert in that part of it, but there are behavioral characteristics, certainly. I would not classify it as like schizophrenia. A neurophysiologist might draw a closer comparison.
And like you said, and you said this quite openly before, you're not a neurologist, is that right? And
I'm not.
That's not your area of specialty, nor are you a specialist in schizophrenia necessarily.
In the subspecialty of schizophrenia, I've seen hundreds of schizophrenic patients over the years, but I would not call myself a schizophrenia specialist or researcher, for example. No.
And certainly Dr. Gurr is a psychiatrist and a neurologist as well, correct?
That's my understanding, is that she has had training in both.
And
a specific specialty training. Every physician has training in neurology. My understanding is that Dr. Gurr has gone on for post-MD training in neurology.
And she does have a specialty in schizophrenia, is that right?
That's my understanding.
And she does do research in the area of schizophrenia.
That's my understanding.
Now, part of this, what we're talking about here is that there's clear indications in the literature and elsewhere that there is a genetic component to schizophrenia, correct?
Correct.
A propensity to have schizophrenia as a risk factor is inherited, much like some of us may inherit a risk factor for heart disease or cancer, something like that.
I don't know that the genetics are that known, but it's certainly true that if certain kinds of close relatives have clear schizophrenia, your risk goes up substantially. If more distant relatives have it, your risk goes up in some statistical way, but perhaps not substantially.
This is 508, ma'am. Your Honor, I'm marking this as DTR-26. I'm going to show it to counsel. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Me.
Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR-26. That was a document that was provided to you by the defense. Is that correct?
It probably was. I don't remember the specific page, but so that's my answer to that particular question.
And what that is a letter from a psychiatrist of Mr. Holmes's aunt, correct?
Correct.
And what that letter indicates
sustain as to the lack, well, if he's not moving at this time to admit it, but to the extent that he hasn't been admitted, you can't ask about the contents of it. So the objection is sustained in terms of lack of foundation with respect to the contents of it.
you reviewed all of the documentation that you were given in the course of conducting your evaluation and making your decisions in this case. Is that right?
Not every page. There were certain things, as I mentioned, that I really assumed were not relevant, that I didn't review. The things that had to do with Mr. Holmes' family, things like that, that were available to me, I did review.
So you did review that letter, then you think, because that relates to his family. Is that right?
If that letter was in the big box, I almost certainly reviewed it.
And certainly, based on what your testimony has just been about the fact that when close relatives have a disease, that it can increase the likelihood that this person is diagnosed with that disease, that would be something that you would want to at least consider in rendering your opinion, forming the basis for your opinion.
With regard to diagnosis, you're correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit D-TR-26.
Would counsel approach, please? The objection is sustained on foundational grounds, but Mr. King, you may proceed as we discussed at the bench in attempting to establish additional foundation. And Mr. King, it's my understanding that you want to relabel this as D-TR-25. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, and I apologize for the numbering error.
That's okay. No apology necessary. All right. So this is D-TR-25. Mr. King, you may proceed.
25 was Sir, is family information, history of family members, mental illnesses, as is contained in that document, the type of information that you and other psychiatrists would regularly review in the course of conducting a forensic evaluation such as this in order to contribute to and help support your opinions and diagnoses?
Yes, with regard to diagnosis.
Judge, I would move for the admission of D-TR-25, please.
Any additional objection? All right. Without objection, then D-TR-25 is admitted and may be published. Members of the jury, this exhibit is being admitted not for the truth of the contents of the exhibit. Rather, it has been admitted only to explain the basis for this witness's expert opinions. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Okay, you may proceed.
Could we publish that, please, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
What this is, Doctor, is a letter, excuse me, to an attorney from a doctor. It regards a person by the name of Betty Holmes. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that Betty Holmes, this is Mr. James Holmes' paternal aunt. Is that right?
Yes.
She is, in fact, the fraternal twin of his father, Mr. Robert Holmes, Jr.
I'm not sure I knew that, but I may have.
And what this document indicates is that Betty Holmes has been seen at this mental health agency in Santa Cruz, California, since 1983. Is that right?
Yes.
She told one of her therapists that she had her first breakdown at the age of 19. Is that right?
That's what the letter says.
Is it common that the onset of, or breakdown, which would be the onset of florid psychosis, as you say, in schizophrenia or other related disorders, often can come when a person is in their early 20s or around the age of 20?
Yes.
It indicates that she's been hospitalized 4 times in a psychiatric hospital in Santa Cruz for having hallucinations, psychotic symptoms, and suicidal ideation. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also indicates that she's been on psychiatric medication since 1983. Is that right?
Yes.
And it indicates that she has been on Social Security since her diagnosis in 1983.
I assume that means Social Security disability, yes.
And the diagnosis is schizoaffective disorder. Is that correct?
That's what Dr. Natu says.
And that's in the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that we've described previously, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's what Dr. Metzner, the other court's expert, has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct.
And that's what Dr. Woodcock has also diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. Is that correct?
At least in one of his reports, he had some other diagnoses at various times as well.
You can take that down, ma'am. Thank you. Are you also aware that of other problems that Mr. Holmes' grandfathers had with mental illness?
There was at least something that stood out, and I want to say something about severe depression in a grandfather, but there was what sounds like a severe mental illness in the grandfather. May I make one quick correction or comment about Betty Holmes?
Sure.
If she is the fraternal twin of Mr. Holmes' father, I just want to be clear that being a fraternal twin, as contrasted with an identical twin, is genetically the same or nearly the same as being just another brother or sister. I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't an identical twin, because that has genetic significance.
Right, and that's why I said
Sure,
fraternal twin
and you
instead
said
of
that. That's
identical
correct.
twin. Nevertheless, the fact that relatives have a related disorder is a factor to consider.
Yes, it is. In diagnosis, yes.
And do you recall that both his maternal grandfather and his paternal grandfather were hospitalized in psychiatric hospitals in their lives?
I can go to my report to see. I'm not certain as I sit here that that's true. I'm fairly certain at least one of them was, and if you're reading from something that I should have seen, I'm happy to accept that.
That's fine. If you don't recall that as
Okay.
you sit here, that's fine.
Okay.
We can talk to other people about that.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about a few things that you put in your report about delusional disorder. And first of all, you talked about how if you diagnose someone with schizophrenia, it precludes the diagnosis or includes the diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder. Fair to say?
I'm not aware in the DSM-5 that the two can, according to the nomenclature, coexist. Now, things are still in a human being, but once the diagnosis of schizophrenia is accurately made, I believe the diagnosis of schizotypal personality disappears. I could be corrected on that.
That's called an exclusionary diagnosis. Is that right?
If that's what DSM-5 says, then I'm happy to agree. Oh, I see what you mean. As one is trying to diagnose schizotypal personality, if the patient is known to have schizophrenia, then the schizotypal personality is not a reasonable diagnosis, if that's what you mean. Yeah.
That is exactly what I mean. Thank you.
Okay.
In addition to schizotypal personality disorder, you've also diagnosed Mr. Holmes with a possible delusional disorder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's also in this section of schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders
Yes.
in the DSM-5.
Yes.
A delusional disorder is characterized by the presence of one or more delusions for over a month. Other criteria are required as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, oftentimes, and help me if I'm not phrasing this correctly. Oftentimes, someone who has a delusional disorder diagnosis, the delusions are more encapsulated than perhaps the delusions in a schizophrenic patient are. Am I phrasing that correctly?
You are, and that's a reasonable way to put it. Very often in delusional disorder, most parts of the person's life and getting along with life are not delusional or unusual, but some major part is.
Oftentimes, people with delusional disorders, it can go unnoticed. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
For example, Mr. Brockler may be very fond of Justin Bieber, right? And, maybe he thinks that he has delusionally thinks he has a special connection to Justin Bieber. But he doesn't, I don't think. If in fact that were a fixed false belief that Mr. Brockler had, that would be a delusion, or could be, correct?
Yes.
Now, if Mr. Brockler then went and bought tickets and went to every concert that the Beeb threw, that might not appear to others as delusional, right?
Right, and may not have to do with the delusion. Simply being a fan is not the point. But you mentioned believing a special connection, that he was invited to come, or that Bieber expected to see him in the audience.
If Bieber didn't see him there, Bieber's going to be disappointed.
Something like that.
Now, maybe he goes out and he buys all of Justin's records and plays the music all the time. that may be the result of the delusion, but that may not be obvious to others who are on the outside who may just say, well, he's just a big fan, right?
Correct.
So people with this disorder can labor under these delusions, but it may go unnoticed by anyone, right?
That certainly happens.
Delusional disorder is chronic and lifelong with no known cure. Correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, if a diagnosis of delusional disorder is appropriate, you believe that first onset sometime early in the year of 2012, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what I said in my report, and I want to be consistent with that, but that's a likelihood. I'm thinking now about going back into 2011, and let me just look in the report.
Feel free.
Because that helps with my memory. I think that's accurate.
So you think the schizotypal personality disorder started much earlier, but then the possible delusional disorder started after he was already in graduate school. Fair to say?
I think that's a likely scenario. I don't want to say that the schizotypal disorder was showing itself in the same way earlier, but there were reasonable signs of it that one could follow along up through graduate school.
As in schizotypal personality disorder, there can be acute psychotic episodes in a delusional disorder as well. Is that right?
There can be.
Usually fairly brief. Is that right?
Usually, and around the theme of the delusion.
And with particular stressors, idiosyncratic stressors that might relate to the delusion itself, right?
Yes.
A portion of people with delusional disorder eventually develop schizophrenia. Isn't that right?
Correct.
You have testified here that you lean towards the human capital concept being a delusion, correct?
Boy, I'll go back and forth on that. The idea that Mr. Holmes doesn't describe it as of 2014 as a real thing leans me away from it. It might be more accurate to say that I wouldn't argue with somebody very vigorously who thought either way.
Well, I remember you testifying yesterday under oath that you leaned towards it being a delusion.
Okay, and if that's what I said, I'll certainly stand by that.
You wrote in your report that it is likely that Mr. Holmes' belief that he could accrue for himself some value from each of the people he killed does reach delusional proportions, and that it was established long before the shootings. That's
Yes.
page 8.
Yes, and that I would certainly stand by that statement.
Also, page 8, his preoccupation with viewing himself as flawed and his hoping for relief in the act of killing others are consistent with delusional thinking, but also with the broader concept of schizotypal personality disorder as well as schizophrenia. Correct?
I don't see exactly where you cite that, but if that's the reading from page 8, and it sounds very correct. It sounds correct.
On page 11, you write, it is likely that Mr. Holmes' stated beliefs or philosophy with regard to human capital reach a level of delusion. Correct?
Just for completeness, let me find where on page 11 I say that, but I'm sure you're correct. Yes, I say that. That's not the entire sentence. The sentence goes on to say, but he consistently described his human capital beliefs as coming entirely from him, comma, often using the term arbitrary, and denied that they represent any particular truth. He made it clear, to the extent that his statements can be accepted as accurate, that they exist because he believes them and that they are irrelevant to those who do not.
And that's the after the comma is what you read, is that right?
Correct.
And so despite what came after the comma, what before the comma is still true, that it is likely that Mr. Holmes' stated beliefs or philosophy with regard to human capital reach a level of delusion. That's your opinion, right?
Within the context of the entire sentence.
I have just a moment here, Judge. I'm trying to move through.
Take your time.
Now, Mr. Brockler brought up with you yesterday the idea that, and I think you agreed with him, that Mr. Holmes never described to you that the value that he received was a tangible thing. I think the word Mr. Brockler used was theoretical, or maybe I would use the word intellectual. In other words, I'm not really being very artful here with my words. Mr. Holmes never told you that the value that he received was that it made him feel pleasure, did he?
Not pleasure. He liked the fact that he's a 13, not a 1, but it was not tangible. He used the word arbitrary, that there was not a way to define it further than I like it better than being a 1.
And there's no indication that Mr. Holmes thought he received a benefit because he's now somehow famous or in the newspaper. No indication of that.
The wanting to be remembered has to do with some photographs that we discussed yesterday. I do not have any indication that the particular shooting acts had to do with a wish to be famous.
Nor do they have to do with the fact that others would write to him in the jail and that's somehow a benefit to him or something along those lines.
Not that I know of.
The value or the benefit to him was theoretical or mental, I guess. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, at some point in your examination of Mr. Holmes, he said exactly what you just indicated, and this is on page 283 and 284, excuse me, of the transcript. And what he said was, value means that they are worth it. Or, excuse me, value means what they are worth. You recall that?
I don't recall the specific words, but if you're reading from the transcript, I'll accept that they're there.
And then he said, I don't know how else to explain it.
I missed the page number. I'm sorry.
284. Now we talked about whether or not Mr. Holmes felt that the human capital delusion, I'm going to use the word delusion, concept, applied to other people or not. And there's, well, let me ask you this. On page 373 of the transcript, you asked him if someone were to kill you, would they get one? And Mr. Holmes said, quote, if they give me the death penalty, somebody would get one. Right?
That phrase is there within the context. As I recall, he went on to say fairly quickly that it depended on whether the person shared his thoughts or not, shared his belief.
And he said that I guess it could be the person who makes the lethal injection concoction or the person who presses the injection button, or could even go with the jury. Is that right?
I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
With regard to the value of one, he said to you, it's kind of like the value of $1. Not really worth anything, but you attribute value to it. Correct?
I remember that.
You asked him, do you think there are any other people who have figured out the system independent of you? And he answered, well, there are 7 billion people, so maybe, right?
I recall us saying something like that, yes.
You then asked him, is it a system that is there to discover? Or is it a system you invented so it is not out there for others to discover because it is only in your mind? And he said, I invented the arbitrary value, but they could come up with the same value system. Correct?
I recall he said something like that. I'm sure you're accurate in reading it.
Do you recall at one point you're asking him if the value system applied to him or to everyone else, and he said, this is on page 487, quote, I believe it to be objective. And then you asked a follow-up question, if you weren't here, would the value system still be here? And his response was yes. Do you remember that?
I recall a context of that, and if I'm recalling correctly, he said that within his subjective thought, it was objective, and that it would still be here because he had written it down and told other people about it.
Within his subjective opinion, it was objective.
I don't know if he used the word opinion, but it went first through his subjective mind to be what he thought was objective in a subjective way. That wasn't entirely clear to me, but that was the way it was expressed.
A little bit confusing.
A little bit confusing.
A little bit difficult to parse it out, right?
In that particular sentence, yes.
He's describing things 2 years later in a medicated state, trying to talk about what he was thinking 2 years before when he was unmedicated in a very different state of mind.
That's a true statement.
He's trying to make sense of it.
And I believe part of it was trying to tell me, and part of it was trying to make it make sense inside him.
Make some logical sense inside him.
And when I say logical, I don't necessarily mean logical as you or I might see the logic, but something so that it would not generate too much anxiety inside him, something to resolve whatever conflict there might be so that he would be more comfortable with whatever the facts were.
Now, you testified on direct examination something along the lines of, and this may be part of why you diagnosed a possible delusional disorder instead of schizophrenia, that part of it was that, I think the quote that I noticed was, he was going to class, he had fewer classes and more labs, he was going to the fitness center, in January and February, a little more than once a week, twice a week. No indication that I know of, that he wasn't carrying on his usual life during the months from February to June, correct?
That's what I said. I would correct the fitness center part. Now that having seen the logs, he was going to the fitness center up through early July, but essentially what you said.
And you are particularly interested in how he's functioning during those months of April, May, June, and July. Is that right?
Sure.
Now, during those months, Mr. Holmes, well, previous to this, there had been no indication that Mr. Holmes was interested in weapons. Is that right?
Previous to 2012?
Previous to 2012?
Correct.
No interest in warfare or things like that. Is that fair?
Except in video games, which were not shooter games, yeah.
And the
so far as I know.
The video games he played were games of strategy more so than pointing and shooting people, right?
That's my impression. I looked up a couple of them. I'm also not a video game expert, but I did look up a couple of them, and I talked with him about that.
Now, during this period of time, or previous to this, there's no history of Mr. Holmes harming others either, is there?
Not that I think the answer is no. There's something in the history long ago. One person said he slapped his sister when he was a little boy or something like that, but that's a long time before. The answer to your question is I don't see any indication of violence or propensity toward violence prior to 2012.
And he talked with you about killing some ants and then some snails when he was a little boy with his friends.
Yes, he did.
Any particular significance to that?
No, I kind of am looking for some of the stereotypic connections between childhood cruelty and adult criminality, and did not find that. Lots of kids burn ants and crush snails.
He wasn't like torturing animals or lighting fires or those kinds of classic things that you're looking for.
Certainly nowhere in the record.
And then in 2012, he certainly is going to the gym, right?
As far as I know, in 2012, you're correct, he is.
He's still going to class, right?
Yes.
He's not doing as well in his labs, though. That's different, right?
There are indications that he was not performing very well. I don't know comparatively first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. The implication is that he was not doing as well in 2012.
And he was purchasing weapons, which was different for him, correct?
Correct.
He was purchasing armaments or weapons-related paraphernalia, which was extremely out of the ordinary for him, correct?
Correct.
He was buying massive quantities of ammunition, way more than were used or needed. Fair to say?
Way more than were used or needed for the shootings. My understanding is that he shot up the great majority of it. There was a little left in his apartment. I don't recall that anyone found huge amounts of unspent ammunition in his apartment.
Suffice it to say that prior to 2012, he never bought any ammunition of any kind.
As far as anybody knows, that's correct.
And prior to 2012, he never took a motorcycle class, did he? And he did that in the spring of 2012.
I looked for evidence of that motorcycle class, and I'm not certain he did that, but it was mentioned somewhere in the record.
During that period of time, he told you, and he wrote in the notebook, that he was experiencing some strange symptoms, that he felt really unable to move, that he felt depressed. This is what he told you, is that right?
Yes.
During that period of time in the spring of 2012, he dyed his hair bright red.
Yes.
That was unusual for him.
He had, so far as he says, not dyed his hair before.
He was not seeing his friends anymore. Is that right?
At some point, he stopped seeing his friends, or his friends stopped seeing him. He was not willing to engage with at least some of his friends, and eventually any of his friends that I know of.
And you kind of called him out on deleting the numbers from his phone, right? He didn't just stop calling them, he deleted their numbers.
That's what he said.
So he had the loss of like 5 friends in a couple of weeks because of his choice, right?
He drifted away from those friends. As a matter of fact, he considers them still his friends, but stopped the contact with them. To some extent, that's a loss. To some extent, it's simply stopping contact because he wanted to stop contact.
He indicated to you that weeks before the shooting, he all of a sudden stopped playing video games and attached no importance to Diablo 3, correct?
I don't remember much about that. I remember him talking about Diablo 3 not being a very good game, not as good as Diablo 2 or something like that. I don't remember him saying that he stopped all video games at some point. Wait, there is that implication because I wondered about, quote, withdrawal from video games. So I'm not remembering, but there's indication that what you say is true.
That's the way memory works, right?
That's the way memory works.
During that period of time, he had conversations with his girlfriend on a Gmail chat where he talked about this human capital concept, right?
Yes.
March?
I believe it was March with Gargi Data.
That had never happened before, to your knowledge?
A communication of those thoughts with someone, I believe that was the first known communication of those thoughts to anyone.
And he told you that somehow when he told her that, it made it real somehow. Is that right?
I believe he told me, as well as telling other people, that it made it at least more real, and I think he used the words, it made it real.
During that period of time, he went to see Dr. Fenton of his own volition, or perhaps by the suggestion of his girlfriend as well, or Gargi as well. Is that right?
That's right. Or referred to her. He went to the clinic, saw Dr. Roth, and then voluntarily went to Dr. Fenton at Dr. Roth's referral, or Ms. Roth's referral.
And he'd never voluntarily gone to a psychiatrist before, had he?
Not to my knowledge. As a child, we talk about the therapists and stuff, but not as a teenager or adult, as far as I know.
Now, when he went in and talked to Margaret Roth, the social worker, and she's an LCSW, right? Licensed clinical social worker.
That's my understanding. She is a clinical social worker of some sort.
And so that's someone with some mental health specialty. Is that fair to say?
Sure, often very good counselor.
Not a doctor, but someone with some advanced degree.
Sure.
And he told her on the first visit that he had thoughts about killing people. Correct?
That's what she documented, yes.
And she said that he was the most anxious person she'd ever seen in her notes.
Yes.
And he continued going there throughout the spring until the last meeting, which was on June 11th, 2012. Is that right?
Yes. There were a couple of reschedulings and things, but he kept the appointments that were set reasonably so.
I think you talked yesterday about a mental status exam that you did. Was that right?
Yes.
What's a mental status exam?
A mental status exam is a formalized way, a structured way of thinking about how the person's mind is working on the spot at the time. Sometimes you carry it out over a short time, asking questions or testing things out. Other times, as I tended to do, over the course of the interviews, I was aware of things that were part of the mental status examination, and so collated all that to become a written mental status exam.
And a mental status examination is something that's routinely done by mental health professionals in the course of conducting their business. Is that right?
In the course of evaluations, sure.
And in fact, it was done by Ms. Roth and Dr. Fenton as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Roth did a mental status exam on the 23rd of March 2012 at 2:22 p.m., correct?
I'm not certain of the date, but she did such an exam.
And in such an exam, the way you report it is you report different things. Appearance well-groomed, she wrote, for example. Is that right?
As I sit here, I don't remember the specific words, but I can picture the note that you're talking about, and I'm happy to look at it if you'd like for me to do that.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Sure.
This is 375, ma'am. Judge, just for the record, I'm going to mark it as DTR 26.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's right.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show it to counsel. This is the first one. This is the last one. Yes. I'm showing you DTR 26.
Let me give you those with that, 26.
Yeah, I'm going to renumber this one 25. If I may approach the court reporter with 25, Your Honor.
Yes. That one was admitted. Thank you.
26 is a combination of the mental status exam on the top from March and the mental status exam from June on the bottom. Is that right?
It appears to be. It's apparently pasted together from different pages, and the June one must be Dr. Fenton. The March one, I can't tell whether it's Ms. Roth or Dr. Fenton, but
Okay.
it's titled Mental Status Exam.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the contents of those mental status exams were?
Of these two exams, to the extent that they're complete, the bottom one may go on after that,
Yes.
but it tells me what they wrote.
May I approach and retrieve the exhibit?
Yes, you may.
Let me just, if I may, just go down so that you can ask me questions about it and I'll remember.
Sure. I can ask them from right here if you'd like.
That would be great. Then
Would
I
that
can
be
see
appropriate,
it.
Judge?
That's okay.
In March, the mental status exam reports that his appearance is well-groomed, his attitude is cooperative, psychomotor normal, mood normal, affect appropriate, speech normal, thought process logical, goal-directed, thought content without delusions, perceptual without hallucinations, cognition, normal cognition. Am I getting it right?
You're getting it right as she wrote it. I remember having some arguments with whether what she said in her note actually reflected what she wrote in that exam.
Okay. What she wrote in here, though, was cognition, normal cognition, full level of consciousness, memory intact, intelligence average, judgment intact, insight intact, reasoning, normal reasoning, no hallucinations. Correct?
That's what she wrote. Once again, I had arguments with some of those based on what she said she saw in Mr. Holmes.
Understood. And you had arguments, but this is what she wrote down in her report in March of 2012.
In that part of
the mental status exam.
Of the chart. That's what she wrote down.
And
or that's what was typed. She may have had a longhand version. I just don't know the answer to that.
Okay. In the mental status exam from June 11th, the appointment in June 11th, which was the last appointment, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Attitude, contemptuous, devaluing, evasive, guarded, suspicious, uncooperative. Affect, anxiety, hostility, odd, bizarre, inappropriate. Thought process, intermittently odd and hard to follow. Thought content, paranoid delusions, preoccupations. Perceptual, denies hallucinations, but does glance around the room in an odd way. Violent thoughts, homicidal thoughts. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did. There are some things that you skipped, but yes.
Judge, I'd move the admission of DTR 26.
Any objection? Why don't you approach? Sustained.
We talked a little bit before about, mentioned delusions of reference or ideas of reference. What does that mean, sir?
An idea of reference is the idea, and it's almost just what it sounds, the idea that something in the environment is referring to you when it's not. For example, it's raining because I don't feel good, or the news on TV about something, Justin Bieber, is really talking about me and myself. It can reach a level of delusion of reference if you truly believe it over a period of time, and it kind of becomes incorporated in the way you view the world.
This can also be called referential thinking. Sometimes people refer to it as.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mr. Holmes exhibited some referential thinking. For example, in the jail when he heard the speech of President Obama. Is that right?
In November, I think he said that several months after he was arrested, according to him, yes.
And he also reported some other, believing he'd received some message from some movie as well. Do you recall that? I'm looking for it in my notes and not finding it.
I'm not remembering anything from a movie, if you're talking about within the jail. And if you're talking about in November, around the time that he had that psychotic break.
I am.
But I'm not remembering something about a movie, but it may well be there.
During that period of time, he also reported something called thought broadcasting. Is that right? Or the opposite, kind of, that others could read his thoughts.
Yes, and I believe that was in November in the jail as well, a long time after the shootings.
He said, when you talked to him about it, when he was at the hospital and in that rubber room, he thought others could read his thoughts. Right?
Something like that, I recall.
He said, I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to hide them. So I would say random colors like red, blue, green, and I would point in random directions to try to get them to stop listening to my thoughts.
Yes, I recall that.
And do you remember at that point you brought up, I do recall a video where you're pointing at different things around your cell.
Yes. And that, once again, was in November, either in the BC room. I'm pretty sure it was in the BC room. There was some unusual behavior in November in his MC cell as well.
Now, do you recall that Dr. Woodcock in his notes reported that Mr. Holmes exhibited referential thinking when he interviewed him?
I don't recall specifically. I've got Dr. Woodcock's notes in my bag over there, and I will take a good look at them at the break, but I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. When you talked with Mr. Holmes about his prelims, he told you he didn't prepare much at all for that, right?
Correct.
Said his advisor said to study everything, but he decided not to study, or didn't, right?
Didn't. Gave 2 or 3 different reasons at various times, but did not study for the prelims.
He told you, quote, I was focused on my mission.
That was one of the things that he said about not studying for the prelims.
At that point, he said it was 25% due to the mission, 75% due to not knowing what to study. Is that right?
Yes, I remember that.
And by June, he said that it flipped, that it was then 75% the mission. Is that right?
Yes, he said that in the interview.
Now, there are some things that you noted as being consistent with delusion or mental illness, and one of those things you mentioned was the burnt money thing that was in the notebook, right?
Yes, it seemed odd. I don't know why he burned the edges of the money. It seemed odd, which is one of the reasons I kept asking him about what the purpose might have been, to see if the purpose made sense, didn't make sense, sort of made sense, that kind of thing.
And even 2 years later, he's describing that somehow he's trying to send some message to Dr. Fenton about his insurance stopping and not being able to pay for the treatment. Is that right?
The things that he described about that were a bit confusing. It's as if they sort of were trying to make sense, but I didn't really get that it was a completely rational way of thinking about it.
It was kind of illogical. I mean, how would she know that he was saying that, right?
Accepting what he said 2 years later, You're correct. It was an illogical thing, in my opinion.
You spent a lot of time with the notebook. Many of the writings in the notebook are consistent with mental illness as well. Some are not, in your opinion, but some are. Right?
Consistent with, but do not prove, yes.
You spoke with him about the obsessive thoughts of the homicidal ideation. Is that right?
I don't know if I phrased it that way, but we talked a lot about his thoughts of killing people, going from the broad to the specific.
Sure. One of the things he said was that he was in his teens when he first started having these thoughts about killing, and they would just pop up. Is that right?
I believe that's what he said, yeah.
And he described them as a voice saying, kill people like your own mind voice. Is that right?
That's right. I need to clarify that
You followed up.
Followed up closely to see whether he was hearing a voice in his head or whether that was more a thought or a conscience or a something that was not an auditory hallucination.
And you determined that it was not, according to what he was saying at that time 2 years later, it was not an auditory hallucination that he was hearing. Am I right?
That was my impression, pretty firm impression, yes.
And he said it pretty clearly that it was an internal voice, a thought that is a voice in your head, were his words.
Yes.
The galactic colonization writings, I'm going to call them, okay. The writings that he did in his cell, those also are consistent with delusion in a lot of ways. Is that right?
They're consistent with. There can be a lot of other ways to interpret them. Kind of depends what the person is thinking at the time. And of course, one part of it may be interpreted differently from another part of it.
And we know that he wrote these during the period of time when he was in his cell, between his arrest and when he was hospitalized in November.
At some point in between, I think later rather than earlier, but I don't know.
And I don't know if any of the jail videos that you looked at from the first month, did you see him writing on paper in any of those jail visits?
I don't recall seeing anything in the first month where I was kind of spot checking, didn't see every day, that showed him writing. And he said that it was closer to the November time than to his arrest, but he wasn't all that certain either.
And he, did you note in any of the logs of the deputies when they noted that he was writing in his cell?
It may well be in the logs. I'm not remembering when or what they said in the logs.
Okay. So you don't recall that being in August or September?
I don't. It's not unusual for inmates to write and for correctional staff to write down that he's writing. I don't recall them saying what he was writing about.
Okay. You are aware, and I think you mentioned this to Mr. Holmes on the video, that at some point they searched his cell, which is normal when you're in jail, right? They always search your cell periodically. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And that during a routine search of his cell, they found his writings and they made a report about it. Is that right?
Something like that. He says they weren't hidden, and I don't recall particularly whether it was viewed as unusual or contraband. I don't think so, but I basically don't recall from the logs.
Was that something that you considered, those writings? You told Mr. Broccoli you thought that those were important to consider. Is that right?
I think the writings are important. They come out of him at a time that I wasn't there and an earlier time. They can be looked at reasonably different ways. He's the only person who knows what he was thinking at the time, if he remembers. And people write things like that for lots of different reasons, as kind of came out in the discussion I had with him on the videos.
They were part of what you used and relied upon in the course of doing your evaluation and forming your opinions.
That's fair to say.
He told you that he thought those were important ideas to get down at the time. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
He also told you that since he was medicated, he no longer feels the need to write at all.
He no longer feels the need to write, or no longer particularly wants to write, and he associates that with the beginning of the medication.
And it's in those writings that are contained the ultraception symbol and the description of ultraception, and there are other writings that are in some ways similar to the writings in the notebook. Would you agree with that?
In some ways similar, in other ways not particularly. I recall thinking about it as the way lots of people write down their random thoughts or write down ideas about, and you heard us talk about string theory, what he called chain theory, things like that. And I'm aware that he's a pretty intelligent fellow, and so was wondering if he was having reasonable but outwardly odd sounding thoughts about the universe, so to speak, or whether these were odd and unreasonable sounding.
Meaning delusional. False beliefs.
Not necessarily delusional, but reflecting irrational thinking.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it true that when you kill other people, you increase in value? Is that a true statement or a false statement in reality?
In the way that you're asking it, and we're considering it here, no.
You testified more than once that there's no indication that you're aware of any hallucinations prior to November of 2012. Is that right?
The only indication that I know of is his description to me of the things that he calls shadows. Nothing other than that. And I'm very cautious about interpreting those as hallucinations. I see a number of other meanings or explanations for them that contrast with the kinds of hallucinations that come when one is, for example, having a schizophrenic break.
Understood. And I understood that's your opinion. What my question is that when he told you about these shadows, he told you that it was during his third rotation lab, right?
Yes.
And he told you he was sitting at his desk in the lab when it would happen to him, correct?
Yes.
And he would see a moving shadow flitting and reforming, correct?
Something like that, yes.
On the divider in front of the lab in front of him.
Yes, that's what he talked about.
He said they would split into two and gobble each other up and jump around, correct?
There was one time he explained them to me as blobs splitting in two and gobbling each other up. Another time that he described them, and I think I'm getting this right, a separate time he described them as being more like some sort of shadow figure.
And he described that there was nothing casting the shadow. Is that right?
He said he looked for something to cast the shadow, like a light, and didn't find that anything was casting a shadow.
So suffice it to say, he's either seeing something that's not there or he thinks he is, in hindsight, looking back.
In hindsight, looking back, assuming his reliability, that's correct.
You're aware that, as we noted from Dr. Fenton's note, mental status report, that she noted in June that Mr. Holmes denied to her having hallucinations, but that he, quote, glances around the room in an odd way.
That's what she wrote.
Do you recall that when in Dr. Gurr's report, she asked him about seeing things that weren't there and to explain more about it, and he said, according to her, right there, and pointed at the wall behind her.
Yes, I recall that.
Do you remember that Dr. Woodcock, when he saw Mr. Holmes on the 23rd of July, reported in his notes, quote, hallucinations, visible movement without cause, dash, undergraduate.
I'm sure you're reading accurately from it. I don't recall the word undergraduate, but there was something about visual movement without cause.
Now, you talked to about the antipsychotic medication that Mr. Holmes is on. And is that Risperdal or Risperdal?
The trade name is Risperdal, R-I-S-P-E-R-D-A-L. The generic name is Risperidone.
So that would be like Advil and ibuprofen, two names to the same thing?
Yes, a trade name and a generic name.
And you talked about with Mr. Brockler about the side effects of these medications, some of the side effects. Do you remember
Yes.
that? I think you said sleepiness for a while might be a side effect. Is that right?
Yes.
Weight gain you talked about, right?
Over time, it sometimes is, yeah.
The possibility of tremors, I think you said.
Yes.
Now,
And there are others. There was one that I left out, and I'm trying to remember which one it was, when talking with Mr. When being examined by Mr. Brockler. A bit of a stiffness.
okay. Now, when you or another psychiatrist prescribes medications, or any doctor for that matter, you don't prescribe them for their side effects, do you?
No, sometimes we consider equivalent medications, we consider the side effect profile, but we prescribe them for the symptoms that we hope they will alleviate.
For the direct effect, not the side effect, right?
That's a good way of saying it.
And the direct effect of antipsychotic medication is to help the patient deal with psychotic symptoms, right?
Not to help him deal with the psychotic symptoms, but rather to organize the thoughts and eliminate the psychoticness of the thoughts. There are some other direct effects that come from Risperdal, but that's the point of it.
To help organize the person's thinking.
To help the person's thinking become normal.
And the disorganization of thinking is one of the psychotic symptoms of schizophrenia that we saw in the schizophrenia spectrum disorder, right?
Of schizophrenia and of many kinds of psychosis as well as deliria.
Many kinds of different, right.
Yes.
Hallucinations. The antipsychotic medication can help alleviate some of the hallucinations or perhaps eliminate them.
In many people, it alleviates a little, a lot, or sometimes gets rid of them altogether.
It doesn't cure the disease of schizophrenia, for example.
That's correct.
Or delusional disorder, correct?
Correct.
And it doesn't get rid of the negative symptoms of schizophrenia or the related type symptoms of schizotypal personality disorder. Is that right?
In some people, some of the newer antipsychotic medications, including Risperdal, help the negative symptoms, that is, make people a little more fluid, a little more outgoing. But the negative symptoms are tougher to treat in general than what you've referred to and we're referring to as the positive symptoms.
Mr. Holmes was first prescribed an antipsychotic medication in November by the psychiatrist at Denver Health Medical Center when he was hospitalized there. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was when they diagnosed him as being psychotic, and you testified your opinion was he was floridly psychotic at that point.
Yes.
And he was given first Haldol, which is a different kind of antipsychotic medication, is it not?
Yes, same purpose, older medication, different name, but for the same job.
And his psychiatric symptoms improved. His psychosis improved such that he was able to be discharged some days later from the hospital. Is that right?
They did. I need to clarify just to be sure that everything's accurate. The implication is that the antipsychotic medication helped clear the psychosis. It's certainly possible that being rehydrated, we know he was dehydrated, being out of the behavior control cell, which is a terrible place to be, being out of that, that there may be other things that contributed to his quickly getting better over just a few days, but the medication is likely to have been a big part of that.
Okay, let's just talk about that for a moment then. You're aware that Mr. Holmes went to the hospital for a CAT scan and then came back and then was sent back to be admitted a day later. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he was sent there for the CAT scan was almost right after the video where he runs his head into the wall and they strap him into the chair. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And when they strap him into the chair, a doctor comes in with a nurse and they give him an IV. Do you remember that?
Or someone comes in, a medic or a medical person, PA perhaps. Yes, I do remember that.
And to rehydrate him, correct?
That's my understanding. That's the logical reason they would start the IV, yes.
And then he went in the ambulance to the hospital, correct? Action Care ambulance?
As far as I know, I think I've seen the record of that.
And that's when he was repeating, you can't teach an old dog new tricks over and over and over and over again, right?
Somewhere in that chain of events, yes.
And on the hospital ride, to the ambulance ride to the hospital, he was given another IV, wasn't he?
I don't recall specifically, but it's logical that he would be continued on a hydrating IV. And there's another reason to give the IV, and that is to keep a vein open in case you need to medicate him quickly.
And he came back from the hospital that day, and the odd behaviors that were described previously in Dr. Sather's affidavit, the incoherent speech, the odd motioning, the rigid body, the feces, those continued. Is that right? And that's why he was sent back to the hospital.
Yes. I'm not sure whether or not they were briefly alleviated, but my view of it is that he was still having those behaviors until they sent him back to the hospital.
And when he was sent back to the hospital, he was again given another IV. Is that right?
I don't recall specifically, but it's very logical.
And we've provided you with interviews that we've done, we being the defense, with the doctors and some of the staff at Denver Health Medical Center that treated Mr. Holmes. Is that right?
If you're talking about the videos of him, or are you talking about transcripts of interviews with the individuals?
Talking about reports of interviews with the individuals.
I want to say I remember that. I'm not picturing them clearly, but there was a lot of documentation that you supplied about his experience there, what the various professionals said about it, things like that.
Do you recall a Dr. Caldwell at all? The head of the emergency medicine at Denver Health Medical Center?
I don't remember the name.
Okay. Do you remember if he was the first person that assessed Mr. Holmes? Do you remember that he said that he was, when asked by us whether he was dehydrated or not, he said mildly, if any?
I'll have to accept that if it's in the record. I don't remember specifically.
You don't remember reading in the report that he said, if I could have given him a glass of water to take care of it, I would have done that. But I couldn't because he wasn't responsive, so I had to give him an IV.
I don't remember that interchange.
Do you remember him describing Mr. Holmes, him asking Mr. Holmes questions, and Mr. Holmes responding to him in gibberish? I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
Mononucleosis.
Mr. King, before you move on to your next topic, would
Yes,
this
sir.
be a good time to take a break?
Sure.
All right, why don't we do that? Folks, it's about 12 o'clock. Let's take our second morning break. Let's take 15 minutes. Please keep in mind all my advisements during the break. I'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. King, I'm not trying to rush you by any means, just wondering for scheduling purposes about how much longer do you think you have?
Hour?
An hour? Okay. All right, and then Mr. Brockler, do you know whether you're going to have any redirect or much redirect?
I think I will, and I think it'll probably be at least an hour given the areas that we're going into here.
Okay. All right, well, then we might have to have Dr. Reid continue after the lunch break, the late lunch break that we have today, it sounds like. Okay. All right, enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 15. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
A quick schedule update there. So it sounds like we're going to have Dr. Reid on the stand for at least 2 more hours, and that's more than likely to put us through the extended 2-hour lunch break that we're having late this afternoon. However, we know that a juror has a medical appointment somewhere in downtown, and if they mean downtown Denver, like I fear they do, it's going to be a tough thing for this juror to get there for a 2:30 appointment and back by 3:30. So the drive for me has taken at least a half hour in the past, especially during those business hours. And I don't know if I'm confident that this 2-hour lunch break is going to work out, but we'll certainly see. And no matter what, we'll stick with you through the whole thing with replays later today. However, this is not our lunch break. This is a shortened break, roughly 15 minutes for the jury to take a few minutes, stretch their legs, have a drink of water and such. Dr. Reid still has at least 1 more hour of questioning from Mr. King, and then Mr. Brockler as well has another hour or so to go. Importantly, I think we've heard something since day one for more than a month through the course of the opening statements, and that is the defense arguing that the gunman, James Holmes, was undergoing a variety of mental and delusional changes, and this mental health was worsening in the months leading up to the shooting, the months during which he was making the purchases of the weapons and tear gas and body armor that he would use on July 20th of 2012. And now we are hearing Mr. King ask those questions of Dr. Reid and how it played a role in Dr. Reid's assessment of the gunman's sanity.
Now, you testified on direct examination something along the lines of, and this may be part of why you diagnosed a possible delusional disorder instead of schizophrenia. That part of it was that, I think the quote that I noticed was he was going to class, he had fewer classes and more labs, he was going to the fitness center in January and February, a little more than once a week, twice a week. No indication that I know of, that he wasn't carrying on his usual life during the months from February to June, correct?
That's what I said. I would correct the fitness center part. Now that having seen the logs, he was going to the fitness center up through early July, but essentially what you said.
And you are particularly interested in how he's functioning during those months of April, May, June, and July. Is that right?
Sure.
Now, during those months, Mr. Holmes, well, previous to this, there had been no indication that Mr. Holmes was interested in weapons. Is that right?
Previous to 2012.
Previous to 2012?
Correct.
No interest in warfare or things like that. Is that fair?
Except in video games, which were not shooter games, yeah.
And the video,
so far as I know.
The video games he played were games of strategy more so than pointing and shooting people, right?
That's my impression. I looked up a couple of them. I'm also not a video game expert, but I did look up a couple of them, and I talked with him about that.
Now, during this period of time, or previous to this, there's no history of Mr. Holmes harming others either, is there?
Not that I think the answer is no. There's something in the history long ago. One person said he slapped his sister when he was a little boy or something like that, but that's a long time before. the answer to your question is I don't see any indication of violence or propensity toward violence prior to 2012.
And he talked with you about killing some ants and then some snails when he was a little boy with his friends.
Yes, he did.
Any particular significance to that?
No, I kind of am looking for some of the stereotypic connections between childhood cruelty and adult criminality, and did not find that. Lots of kids burn ants and crush snails.
He wasn't like torturing animals or lighting fires or those kinds of classic symptoms that you're looking for.
Certainly nowhere in the record.
And then in 2012, he certainly is going to the gym, right?
As far as I know, in 2012, you're correct, he is.
He's still going to class, right?
Yes.
He's not doing as well in his labs, though. That's different, right?
There are indications that he was not performing very well. I don't know comparatively first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. The implication is that he was not doing as well in 2012.
And he was purchasing weapons, which was different for him, correct?
Correct.
He was purchasing armaments or weapons-related paraphernalia, which was extremely out of the ordinary for him, correct?
Correct.
He was buying massive quantities of ammunition, way more than were used or needed. Fair to say?
Way more than were used or needed for the shootings. My understanding is that he shot up the great majority of it. There was a little left in his apartment. I don't recall that anyone found huge amounts of unspent ammunition in his apartment.
Suffice it to say that prior to 2012, he never bought any ammunition of any kind.
As far as anybody knows, that's correct.
And prior to 2012, he never took a motorcycle class, did he? And he did that in the spring of 2012.
I looked for evidence of that motorcycle class, and I'm not certain he did that, but it was mentioned somewhere in the record.
During that period of time, he told you, and he wrote in the notebook, that he was experiencing some strange symptoms, that he felt really unable to move, that he felt depressed. This is what he told you. Is that right?
Yes.
During that period of time in the spring of 2012, he dyed his hair bright red.
Yes.
That was unusual for him.
He had, so far as he says, not dyed his hair before.
He was not seeing his friends anymore. Is that right?
At some point, he stopped seeing his friends, or his friends stopped seeing him. He was not willing to engage with at least some of his friends, and eventually any of his friends that I know of.
And you kind of called him out on deleting the numbers from his phone, right? He didn't just stop calling them, he deleted their numbers.
That's what he said.
So he had the loss of like 5 friends in a couple of weeks because of his choice, right?
He drifted away from those friends. As a matter of fact, he considers them still his friends, but stopped the contact with them. To some extent, that's a loss. To some extent, it's simply stopping contact because he wanted to stop contact.
He indicated to you that weeks before the shooting, he all of a sudden stopped playing video games and attached no importance to Diablo 3, correct?
I don't remember much about that. I remember him talking about Diablo 3 not being a very good game, not as good as Diablo 2 or something like that. I don't remember him saying that he stopped all video games at some point. Wait, there is that implication because I wondered about, quote, withdrawal from video games. So I'm not remembering, but there's indication that what you say is true.
That's the way memory works, right?
That's the way memory works.
During that period of time, he had conversations with his girlfriend on a Gmail chat where he talked about this human capital concept, right?
Yes.
March?
I believe it was March with Gargi Data.
That had never happened before, to your knowledge?
A communication of those thoughts with someone, I believe that was the first known communication of those thoughts to anyone.
And he told you that somehow when he told her that, it made it real somehow. Is that right?
I believe he told me, as well as telling other people, that it made it at least more real, and I think he used the words, it made it real.
During that period of time, he went to see Dr. Fenton of his own volition, or perhaps by the suggestion of his girlfriend as well, or Gargi as well. Is that right?
That's right. Or referred to her. He went to the clinic, saw Dr. Roth, and then voluntarily went to Dr. Fenton at Dr. Roth's referral, or Ms. Roth's referral.
And he'd never voluntarily gone to a psychiatrist before, had he?
Not to my knowledge. As a child, we talk about the therapists and stuff, but not as a teenager or adult, as far as I know.
Now, when he went in and talked to Margaret Roth, the social worker, and she's an LCSW, right? Licensed clinical social worker.
That's my understanding. She is a clinical social worker of some sort.
And so that's someone with some mental health specialty. Is that fair to say?
Sure, often very good counselor.
Not a doctor, but someone with some advanced degree.
Sure.
And he told her on the first visit that he had thoughts about killing people. Correct?
That's what she documented, yes.
The most anxious person she'd ever seen in her notes.
Yes.
And he continued going there throughout the spring until the last meeting, which was on June 11th, 2012. Is that right?
Yes. There were a couple of reschedulings and things, but he kept the appointments that were set reasonably so.
I think you talked yesterday about a mental status exam that you did. Was that right?
Yes.
What's a mental status exam?
A mental status exam is a formalized way, a structured way of thinking about how the person's mind is working on the spot at the time. Sometimes you carry it out over a short time, asking questions or testing things out. Other times, as I tended to do, over the course of the interviews, I was aware of things that were part of the mental status examination, and so collated all that to become a written mental status exam.
And a mental status examination is something that's routinely done by mental health professionals in the course of conducting their business. Is that right?
In the course of evaluations, sure.
And in fact, it was done by Ms. Roth and Dr. Fenton as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Roth did a mental status exam on the 23rd of March 2012 at 2:22 p.m., correct?
I'm not certain of the date, but she did such an exam.
And in such an exam, the way you report it is you report different things. Appearance well-groomed, she wrote, for example. Is that right?
As I sit here, I don't remember but the specific words, but I can picture the note that you're talking about, and I'm happy to look at it if you'd like for me to do that.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Sure.
This is 375, ma'am. Judge, just for the record, I'm going to mark it as DTR 26.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's right.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show it to counsel. This is the first one. This is the last one. Yes. I'm showing you DTR 26.
Let me give you those with that 26.
Yeah, I'm going to renumber this one 25. If I may approach the court reporter with 25, Your Honor.
Yes. That one was admitted. Thank you.
26 is a combination of the mental status exam on the top from March and the mental status exam from June on the bottom. Is that right?
It appears to be. It's apparently pasted together from different pages, and the June one must be Dr. Fenton. The March one, I can't tell whether it's Ms. Roth or Dr. Fenton, but
Okay.
it's titled Mental Status Exam.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what the contents of those mental status exams were?
Of these two exams, to the extent that they're complete, the bottom one may go on after that,
Yes.
but it tells me what they wrote.
May I approach and retrieve the exhibit?
Yes, you may.
Let me just, if I may, just go down so that you can ask me questions about it and I'll remember.
Sure. I can ask them from right here if you'd like.
That would be great. Then
Would
I
that
can
be
see it.
appropriate, Judge?
That's okay.
In March, the mental status exam reports that his appearance is well groomed, his attitude is cooperative, psychomotor normal, mood normal, affect appropriate, speech normal, thought process logical, goal directed, thought content without delusions, perceptual without hallucinations, cognition, normal cognition. Am I getting it right?
You're getting it right as she wrote it. I remember having some arguments with whether what she said in her note actually reflected what she wrote in that exam.
Okay. What she wrote in here, though, was cognition, normal cognition, full level of consciousness, memory intact, intelligence average, judgment intact, insight intact, reasoning, normal reasoning, no hallucinations. Correct?
That's what she wrote. Once again, I had arguments with some of those based on what she said she saw in Mr. Holmes.
Understood. And you...
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are you ready for the jury, folks? Yes, sir. Mr. King, are you ready? Yes, sir. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
So now, since they're covered up, that's clip 22. See, DTR 43.
What if I just say this? You'll know which one. If I just say the clip, you'll know which one.
Yes, but we have to remember that.
Okay. Go.
Mr. King, you're whispering, but your mic is on.
Maybe I should text it out.
Yes. You want this on the record?
It can be, yes, it can be on the record.
All right. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Before we proceed with Mr. King's cross-examination, I want to remind you folks that the court has admitted Dr. Reid's testimony only for a limited purpose. You may consider Dr. Reid's testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, Mr. Reid, you may proceed. Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Doctor, Mr. Holmes remains on that antipsychotic medication today, as far as you know, is that right?
So far as I know, yes.
And it's not your recommendation that he should be taken off that medication, is he?
No, it is not.
Then you would probably have an ethical problem with that, would you not?
Yes, he needs the necessary treatment determined by his clinicians, and that's the way I see it.
That seems to have helped him in some regard. Fair to say?
It seems to have helped him in some regard. He is substantially better than he was in November of 2012. That's the most I can say.
And you recall that when Dr. Fenton saw him back in May and June of 2012, that she wanted to prescribe him an antipsychotic medication as well, or she suggested that to him.
Yes, she did.
And it was during that period of time that she wrote in her notes that Mr. Holmes was exhibiting a psychotic level of thinking, correct?
She was at least suspicious of that and concerned about it, yes.
I'm going to try to move things along here, sir. You asked some questions about anger relating to the hatred of mankind that phrase that he wrote in his notebook, right?
Yes.
And he said that he never told anybody he was angry, right?
In the context of the shootings, I believe you're correct. I'm not sure about any context at all.
Right, not his whole entire life, but in the context of the shooting, that it wasn't done out of anger towards anyone.
That has been his consistent statement.
He has indicated that he wasn't angry at the folks at CU, correct?
That he has said that consistently, yes.
And that he wasn't angry at any of the people in the theater.
That particularly he has been consistent about saying.
And he described this hatred of mankind as just an intense aversion of either people or of being around people, one or the other.
That's the way he's described it, yes.
You were asked a direct examination about something that was in Dr. Gurr's report regarding a master power. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Brockler asked you, and I think this is the quote, now do you remember that Dr. Gurr actually wrote in her report that he was being controlled by a master power? And you said yes, right?
At least that was my recollection. We can go to her report if you like.
Okay. Well, maybe we can speed it up if I just read to you what she actually wrote in her report on page 9.
Sure.
Which is, when looking in the mirror, he saw another guy. And she's talking to him in the context of the contact lenses, the possession lenses he had, and the other regalia. When looking in the mirror, he saw another guy and had a sense that something, a master power, had taken over. Do you recall that being the correct
That sounds
statement?
familiar, yes.
Now, when you asked Mr. Holmes about the nature of that subject, he indicated or told you that he felt like he had two selves, kind of. Remember that line?
There were one or two times when he referred to at least two parts of himself, and he, at some point, said, it feels like I have two selves.
And you followed up on that, and you didn't determine that there were like two multiple personalities or anything like that, and he didn't claim that, did he?
You're correct.
It was more like two parts of himself struggling with one another. Fair to say?
Yes.
We talked a lot about Mr. Holmes thinking that he was being followed by the police, things like that, that you thought might be paranoia or might not. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Paranoid delusions are fairly common as delusions go. Is that correct?
As delusions go, the ones that someone's after me or following me or watching me are among the most common.
Are you aware of any evidence in the record of the case that the FBI, the police, or any other law enforcement agency was on to Mr. Holmes? That they knew what he was going to do?
No, I'm not aware of any of that, and I looked for that a bit, and the answer is no.
Are you aware of whether or not any law enforcement agency was surveilling him, following him around, parking cars near his apartment?
So far as I know, they were not surveilling him. They may have been parking cars near his apartment, but so far as I know, it had nothing to do with him.
So any belief on his part that he was in fact being followed by the police or that the FBI was on to him was a false belief then, as far as you know?
It was at least mistaken, yes.
Now, he also said that he saw a FBI vehicle at the shooting range that he went to. Is that right?
Either there or driving by, yes.
And he indicated to you that he knew it was an FBI vehicle because it was an SUV and it said FBI on the side.
He indicated that, yes.
Do you know where the closest FBI office is to Byers Canyon?
I don't know.
Are you aware of whether the FBI drives around in SUVs or other vehicles that actually say FBI on the side of the vehicle?
I'm not aware one way or another, particularly in this area.
Are you aware of any credible evidence in the record that the FBI, that there was actually an FBI vehicle parked at that gun range?
At the time that I wrote my report, I believed that someone with authority had told me, yes, there really was a vehicle out there. I've looked and looked and looked to verify that. I've not been able to verify it in the records or in my notes. And so I have, although I stated in the report that it was a real vehicle, I can't confirm that as I sit here.
There's no indication in the record that there was actually an FBI vehicle there. In other words, the Maples, the couple that was the caretaker that summer of the gun range, that one of them has testified here. You don't recall any of them ever saying that there was an FBI vehicle at that gun range, do you?
I don't recall as I sit here, and once again, if it's there, it's there. But when I looked for it again, I did not find it.
You talked about when he went to visit Fenton and Feinstein, and he thought it was very suspicious that there was a suspicious package behind her chair and that she locked the door, correct?
That was in connection, I think that was the session after she had made a mistake with a prescription. On that particular day, her door was locked in what may have been an unusual way. That is, the front door, frequently if one doesn't have a secretary, you keep the outside door locked. When he eventually went in, he was concerned about the door being locked. That is, he thought there was some meaning to that. When he went in, he noticed a box or a bag behind her desk and thought that might have something in it to protect her from him. And I believe in the same session, so this may not have been right after the prescription, in the same session, Dr. Feinstein was wearing a sling or a cast of some kind, and he believed that that had some meaning related to him, none of which was true according to Drs. Fenton and Feinstein.
Do you remember when you talked to Fenton and Feinstein on the phone, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you talked to Dr. Feinstein that he said at first that he didn't remember having a sling on, but then I think he called you back and said, oh yeah, I do?
He did. He called me back, or either he or Dr. Fenton called me back and said, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
If you'll forgive me, I'm going to try to move forward to move this along here. You talked quite a bit in your opinions about the planning, and in your sanity section of your report, you list a lot of the reasons or the bases for your opinion on capacity, and it has a lot to do with the planning and what you call logical goal-oriented activities. Is that right?
That's part of it, yes.
And what you're talking about are things like purchasing the weapons, purchasing and assembling the components for the alleged incendiary devices in the apartment. Correct?
That's part of it, yes.
And you, as far as that goes, you're not an incendiary or explosive expert. You don't know if those were wired up correctly or not, or if it would work or not. But it looked pretty complicated and put together to you, right?
I only know what other people have reported and what Mr. Holmes has said about it. I'm not an expert in incendiary devices.
But nevertheless, you thought it was a logical activity because it was a distraction to help him to accomplish his mission, right?
Based on what he said and the logic of what he said about it, yes.
You felt the same way about, I think you put the word surreptitious in your report in the Sandy section, that his planning was surreptitious, that he hid it in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Now, in a lot of ways he didn't, too. I mean, he, as you pointed out, didn't use a proxy server. He used all his own bank accounts, credit cards, his own apartment. True? All those things are true?
All those things are true.
But he didn't tell anybody, correct?
Correct.
All of those activities are logical in the sense that they would help facilitate the accomplishment of the mission. Is that right?
That's right.
And that's what you mean by goal-oriented.
It's one of the things. It's a broad part of goal-oriented. There are little pieces that are goal-oriented as well for different goals and objectives, but yes.
You would agree with me that the mission itself is not logical.
It is not logical with regard to what society thinks about what you should do. It is not logical with regard to bringing him money, what some folks might call rational motives. You're correct.
In other words, a rational motive for a crime might be anger, vengeance, wanting money, any number of things. Is that right?
Yes.
Wanting to commit a crime in order to increase your value is not rational, correct?
That's correct.
So these are all rational, goal-directed activities directed at completing an irrational goal, correct?
That's pretty close to correct. It may appear slightly more rational that he thought his depression would get better. That, I believe that's irrational, by the way. And the third thing that does have with what you described as something like vengeance or anger, he talked about a small portion of the goal, and this is after the fact, having to do with his aversion to mankind, his phrase hatred of mankind, but he consistently said that was a small part of it.
Very small part, right? I think
Yes.
he said 10% or something.
I think he said 10%. I wouldn't hold him to some number, but it was a small part.
And killing other people to alleviate your depression is not rational, correct?
I agree.
Now, he told you in the theater that he didn't he wasn't, strike that. Can I play a video clip from the examination?
Yes.
The jury? It's only like an hour and 45 minutes long.
As long as you keep it under 2 hours, you may.
No, it's really not very long at all. It's like a minute long, I think, or something like that.
All right, go ahead.
20? No sound. I can try to do the ventriloquist thing. Let me try starting it again, perhaps.
It was not my intentions to be locked up, no.
What did you think the chances were of your not being locked up?
Very slim. So I knew I was going to be locked up, but that doesn't mean I wanted to be locked up.
That kind of begs the question, so why did you do something that would make it virtually certain you'd be locked up or killed?
That's just the price you have to pay for completing the mission.
And the benefit of completing the mission is?
Increasing my self-worth.
Mr. Holmes indicated to you that being locked up wasn't so great, right?
At that point, yes.
And that he didn't want to be locked up, correct?
That's what he said at that point.
But it was just the price you have to pay for completing the mission, correct?
That's what he said.
And so you ask him what the benefit of the mission is, and he says, to increase my self-worth, right?
Yes.
You asked him about anger again. Are you angry when you're doing these things, buying the gun and tear gas? What are you thinking? And he says, I'm thinking, quote, that I have a mission to complete. Right?
I think that's in there. I don't recall the specific words, but it's very consistent, yes.
He said there's no anger. It was something that I had to do. Correct?
I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
He said, quote, like I was obligated to do it. There was no alternative to do something else.
I recall words very similar to that, yes.
Can I have clip 24? I'm sorry if I don't have the right number, ma'am.
You stopped seeing them at some point, and I'm trying to think of the order of the appointments. You kept every appointment that was made, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the last appointment, you communicated in some way that this was going to be the last
This was the
appointment.
last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I recall, even left a little early. This is it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Why did you make that your last appointment?
I don't know why.
If there was a wish to fix you or to, on the one hand, fix things, fix your mind, and on the other hand, prevent the mission from taking place, prevent the track that things were on, to stop that.
Yeah, I kind of overruled the treatment.
It overruled the treatment.
Yeah.
Pretty strong force.
Yep.
Where does such a strong force come from?
I don't know. It just took hold of my mind.
I'm sorry?
Took hold of my mind.
Took hold of your mind. There are some pretty strong forces that take hold of people's minds sometimes. The impulse to drink for alcoholics, to shoot up for heroin addicts, to do other things. Any thoughts about why this took such irrevocable hold of your mind, such unbeatable hold of your mind?
I don't know why it dominated, but it did.
But it did, such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think of any other ways to stop it?
Well, at that point, I was more concerned with going through with it than stopping it.
Going through with it, the picture in your mind was that everything was going to end with the mission. That is, you didn't plan beyond the mission. It sounds as if, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, that nothing existed for you of import beyond the mission.
Right.
Okay.
Members of the jury, let me remind you that the defendant's statements on the video recording, including any clips of the video recording, have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reid's statements on the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reid on the video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of their content or as evidence of what was said in those statements or what was contained in those statements. All right, with that instruction, Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that clip, he indicates, he, being Mr. Holmes, indicates that the mission overruled the treatment and, quote, just took hold of my mind. And then you try to dig down on that a little bit. Is that a fair representation of what you're trying to do there?
Sure, or clarify, sure.
And you ask why. Why? You're asking the why question. Why did that take such irrevocable, such unbeatable hold on your mind? And he says, I don't know why it dominated, but it did. Right?
That's what he says.
You were asked about a portion of Dr. Gurr's report where she talked about Mr. Holmes indicating that the world was going to end, or there would be an end, or something along those lines. You understand that?
I was asked about that, yes.
In that video clip, at the end of that clip, you say it sounds like nothing else existed for you of import beyond the mission. And he agrees with that, right?
That's right.
There was no plan of his that he told you about of an escape plan, is that right?
At other times he talked about possibilities of escape, but that wasn't a big part of anything in this planning that he's described.
He hadn't formulated an actual plan, is that right?
Except for the little things in the car, you're correct.
And he thought that it was almost a certainty that he would either die or be locked up in jail.
He has said that several times, yes.
And he didn't want to be locked up in jail, right? He said that in the previous clip.
He may have, okay, that's what he said then.
During you asked him about after Christmas when he came back to graduate school, and he indicated to you that he was during that period of time trying to keep it together. And you asked him, trying to keep your mind together? It sounds like you're talking about trying to keep your mind together. And he said to you, that sounds accurate. Do you remember that?
If it's what's in the transcript, then it's very likely accurate.
You remember asking about Hillary Allen, and he went on a date with Hillary Allen, or a hike or something like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said it was fairly normal for young men to ask out young women from time to time, and that wasn't anything that seemed really abnormal. Fair to say?
Fair to say. He had kind of flirted with her in texts, and they eventually went out.
Do you remember him telling you that after that hike that she asked to see if we wanted to do anything else, but by that time I had red hair and was kind of out of it? Do you remember that exchange?
I don't remember the specific exchange, but I recall that they didn't do much more, and I do recall that she explored doing something more, but he didn't, but nothing ever happened.
And he didn't want to, because he said he wanted to protect her from being involved with someone who was going to be a murderer.
Yes, eventually that's what he texted her, or IM'd, or whatever they call it nowadays.
So at that point in time, well, he indicates he's kind of out of it. So I'll move on. And it was during that period of time that they have the exchange, the message exchange between the two of them, where he talks about dysphoric mania. Do you remember that?
It's around then. I don't remember the particular chronology, but it's around then, I believe.
And I'm not going to bother to actually show you the message now, but do you remember that essentially the gravamen of the message is that he says to her, have you ever heard of dysphoric mania? And she says, yeah, why? Or why? And he says, because that's what I've got. You remember that?
Words to that effect, yes.
And he wrote that in the notebook, too, that was one of the things he thought he had.
Yes.
And she says, you know, I've had some tough times, too, or something like that. I've been through some stuff, too, and is it controllable? Can you deal with it? And he says, I used to be able to, but not anymore. The floodgates are open.
I remember the floodgates are open and the context, yes.
You talked with Mr. Holmes quite a bit on several different occasions about being remembered with regard to the photographs, the selfie photographs that he took. Do you recall that? And I think that you said that, in your opinion, that was consistent with capacity because it was logical, goal-oriented activity as well, that other people do things like that. Was that right, or am I misunderstanding you?
Something like that. It's not the whole picture, but it doesn't, in my view, move at all toward lack of capacity.
Can you tell me what goal-oriented, rational behavior Mr. Holmes actually did to get other people to see those photographs? Did he publish them in the newspaper or send it to the newspaper?
He thought about it, but did not. He put, excuse me, some sort of photograph on some sort of match, maybe some match online service, but not the ones with the regalia, so far as I know. He left them on his phone.
Where was his phone?
I don't know.
And they were on his computer too, right? Or do you know?
You know, I do know that they were because it appeared that he emailed them to himself.
And the computer he left in the apartment.
That's my understanding.
He didn't send those, post them on Facebook or Twitter or anything like that?
Unless something went to the thing called Squarespace, you're in general correct. And if there's an exception, I'll stand corrected.
He did post one of the pictures on a Squarespace web page that he created. Is that right?
Something like that.
Are you aware that that was a web page that was not able to be accessed by anyone else?
When he was asked about it, he couldn't explain how other people would get to it. So I'll accept what you say. Well, let me just say I don't know.
When you asked how he would be remembered, he said that he would be remembered. Well, one of the things he said was he would be remembered in a poor light. Is that right?
At one point, that's one of the things he said.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I'm almost to the end here.
Okay.
Finally, sir, I think you testified on direct that asking for speculation by Mr. Holmes was one of the was a technique that you used. Am I remembering that correctly?
Something like that, sure.
Tell me about that.
It's very standard fare in any psychological or psychiatric examination, including some of the written psychological tests, to ask things like, what do you think about such and such? Or can you expand on such and such? Or would you think about that for me? And then to, very similarly, would you speculate about that for me?
And those most often came in instances, and the videotape speaks for itself, and the jury can evaluate this, but most often those came in instances when you asked him a question and he said, I don't know, something along those lines, and you said, well, speculate for me, right?
Yes, the idea of trying to get him to talk more instead of less.
And that was a difficulty. He's not a real talker. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
There were also a number of things that you interjected into the conversation.
Yes, there were.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Is that a technique that you use as well, or?
It's a technique that I use, and I try to tell him, as I did several times on the video, this is my thought. It doesn't have to be your thought, or that makes me think of A or B. Does that seem accurate? It's a way to, in a sense, show him a screen that may be related to his thinking or to his statement, and see what he says, whether he agrees or not. And that's the technique. It's a common technique.
So you brought up with him a number of things. You brought up with him, you mentioned to him the Inception movie at some point. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You brought up you talked to him about if I can have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
I've lost my place.
Take your time.
Here we go. You bring up to him at one point the dancing Wu Lee Masters.
Yes.
And he didn't know what that was about.
No, that was kind of a flyer on my part that didn't go anywhere.
You brought up string theory at one point. Is that right?
At one point, related to some of the concepts he was talking about.
At one point, he's talking about having a pact to not hate his mom, and you bring up the fact that some people have a pact with themselves not to masturbate. Is that right?
Yes.
You brought up with him a number of times a suggestion that his sister had abandoned him, correct?
Yes, or at least wanting him to consider whether or not she had.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
One more question, sir. During the course of your examination of Mr. Holmes, he was cooperative with you, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He didn't, other than the question about his penis, he didn't refuse to answer any questions. Is that right?
There were many that he had difficulty answering or didn't answer, but he did not say, I'm not going to answer that at any other time.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start where Mr. King left off last night, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember the question that was posed to you was, but for the defendant's mental illness, whatever that may be, this crime wouldn't have been committed and we wouldn't have been in this room. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Tell us, are you saying that this mental illness caused the crime and caused us to be in this room?
Without the mental illness, we wouldn't be here, just as without his moving to Colorado, we wouldn't be here, or without his being accepted for the grad school, we wouldn't be here.
Well, let me go a little bit further. But for his girlfriend dumping him, and maybe had she still been in a nurturing, long-lasting relationship through May, June, and July, could we say that this wouldn't have happened?
I wouldn't go so far. He was planning pretty carefully. Anything's possible. Certain things may have changed, but I don't think that was a big part of why he did this.
But for his conclusion that he had no career in science.
It's part of the overall picture. I don't believe, once I say anything's possible, I don't believe that his ending up with that thought, particularly as of June, that would have stopped what was already started.
In terms of, there is nothing else that would have stopped this.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I guess I'm asking, look, if his girlfriend's with him and they're in a long-term nurturing relationship through May, June, and July, is he able to pull this off?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And forgive me, Your Honor, I'm asking in the context of his but-for analysis.
Rephrase the question.
In terms of this but-for analysis, had his but for his girlfriend not being close to him and in a nurturing relationship through May and June and July as he planned for this massacre, it might not have happened, right?
Objection. Asked and answered. Leading.
Yeah, it's not asked and answered. It's a little different than the question that was asked and answered. So that objection is overruled. It is leading, so I'll sustain it on leading, but you can rephrase the question.
I get it. I think I know where we're going. In your report, the one that the question got asked from yesterday, talk to us about whether or not you think there's a direct causality between the mental illness and the voluntariness of the defendant's actions on July 19th and July 20th.
I do not believe there is a direct connection between the mental illness and the voluntariness. I believe there is a substantial relationship between the presence of the mental illness and the eventual carrying out of the event.
And in part, it's because his desire to murder was something that we've determined was delusional.
Objection, leading. Sustained.
Is it because part of his, or a big part of his motivation to want to murder was something that we've determined was, or you've determined was delusional?
Some part of it was, and if I'm understanding your question right, that's related.
Understood.
But my main thing that I think goes to this is that the mental disorder that I believe he has affected the course of events. It did not affect, in my opinion, his capacity to voluntarily or knowingly, the capacity to do those things.
And when you say capacity, are you talking about the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Yes.
And the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly in setting up the booby traps in his apartment?
Yes.
The mental illness didn't impact that. It didn't interfere with it.
Objection, leading. It's a follow-up to the question that has already been answered, overruled. Go ahead.
It did not interfere with that, in my opinion.
There was considerable discussion about things that took place months after the defendant was taken into custody on this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell us the impact of what happened in November of 2012 has on an assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong and to be able to form the intent to kill after deliberation and knowingly set up booby traps in his apartment back in July of 2012.
It has no impact, in my opinion.
Is it something that helps with a conversation about a diagnosis, potentially?
It potentially helps with a conversation about diagnosis, yes.
Some small things about that. You were referred by Mr. King to a CAT scan that the defendant received after he appears to have run headlong into the wall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember there being no signs of injury on that CAT scan?
I recall that I remember words to that effect, yes.
Okay. You talked about a delirium that precipitated or preceded some of these psychotic symptoms that we saw. Talk to us about that.
One of the early and primary diagnoses when he got to Denver Health Medical Center was that Mr. Holmes was in the midst of a delirium. A delirium is a disconnect with reality that's not the same as the psychosis one sees in, for example, schizophrenia or sometimes in schizotypal disorder. The delirium has to do with a metabolic upset in the brain and has certain characteristics that are different and generally diagnosably different from the, let me call it, schizophreniform psychosis. There appear to have been both in November. The main thing that people addressed first, I believe, was the delirium, probably in part because that is physically more dangerous.
We're talking about events that took place months later. In the intervening months, you were asked a question about the defendant standing up and saying he may be trying to cause a fire in some way with his life. Do you recall that conversation?
I recall the conversation.
Do you recall at this point, and I can revisit this after the break, but do you recall at this point log notes indicating that the defendant had disassembled a handicap bar in his cell to use as a club?
I don't recall those notes.
Do you recall him using his toothpaste cap to take off an electric plate from the wall?
I recall some discussion about his trying to take off some kind of covering plate on the wall. I don't recall his using the toothpaste cap to do it.
Or a fork, a plastic fork.
Not that I don't recall that.
Other than those types of things that we have talked about here, did you see anything in there that suggested that during that period of time the defendant was going through some sort of psychotic break?
Not up until, give or take, November 11, 2012.
As long as we're talking about November of 2012, what significance is there to how quickly he responded to medications after he went to Denver?
Several things can be inferred from that. One is that delirium, when the cause of the delirium is fixed, such as rehydration or something like that, correction of the metabolic deficit, the delirium ordinarily clears quickly. The second is that a first break psychosis, particularly, it can occur with second break psychoses as well, often responds well to rapid and vigorous treatment when the psychosis is not characteristic of the chronic illness. It is often the case, more likely than not the case in my opinion, that the psychosis clears quickly once you give treatment. When the diagnosis is a schizophrenic diagnosis, it may clear quickly, or it may not clear as quickly. The person tends, this is a matter of statistics, not a matter of individuals, tends to not come back to the baseline that he or she had for a while.
And how does it appear to you, based on your review of the records, how the defendant was doing in the weeks and months subsequent to the November incident versus prior to the November incident?
After the incident, the video of him, I think a week or so later, that the defense supplied indicated he was improved. One can't tell too much about how he was, but he was improved. Dr. Gurr's evaluation of him in late December or mid-December indicated that he, I want to say she saw him as more seriously disturbed than I believe I saw him 6 months later. As I saw him 6 months later, first in July of, 18 months later, in July of 2014, he looked, I was not surprised with the way I found him because it seemed similar to the way he had been described earlier. Now, I can't say he was not better than he was after the event. He was, I think, more conversant than is described after the event. The improvement since the arrest I see as perhaps measurable, but not all that great. The improvement since the November 2012 psychotic break was quite substantial improvement.
Again, any of that have an impact on your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong and to form the intent to murder on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
No.
Now, there was a ton of discussion in detail about DSM-5 with you as it relates to diagnosis. Do you agree with that?
There was a
Object to the characterization of the question.
Overruled.
There was a lot of discussion.
So, and you were asked, in fact, to even read some portions from the DSM-5?
I think so, or from my report that were taken from the DSM-5.
And do you remember Mr. King reading some portions of the DSM-5 to you?
Yes, and I was indeed, I remember now, asked to read specific parts from DSM-5.
I'm going to direct you to, do you have a DSM-5 up there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, would you take a look at page 101?
Mm-hmm.
This is under the diagnosis for schizophrenia. Is that fair, on the page before?
Yes, it is.
The last full paragraph, last sentence. Should be noted that the vast majority of persons with schizophrenia are not aggressive and are more frequently victimized than are individuals in the general population?
Yes.
Why is that?
I don't see a why to it. It's simply a fact that if you look at all the people with schizophrenia, for example, in this country, and look at their interactions with the law or reports of violence and things like that, as a group, given the schizophrenia alone, they're not particularly a violent group, and yet far more often, as one might imagine, the deficits in their schizophrenia cause them to be vulnerable to all kinds of victimization and difficulties in life.
Now, we keep talking about schizophrenia, so I want to ask you, are there several hallmark symptoms of schizophrenia?
There are.
Are there any related to whether someone is aware that they're sick?
It is unusual that a person who has not been in treatment is aware that he has something like schizophrenia, something seriously wrong. People who have been in treatment for a while or who have talked with therapists, psychiatrists, etc. for a while often will agree that they have it. They may know the name of the diagnosis. It's unusual for somebody to come in and say for the first time, I need help because I have schizophrenia or because I'm hearing things, seeing things, something like that. Usually somebody else gets them to help.
Yeah, more often than not, how do they see themselves in relation to everybody else?
As not unusual. They may agree that they're not being as successful as someone else, but they don't see themselves, and this is speaking as a group, not as individuals, they don't see themselves as the sick people.
There was you were actually even asked to read a certain portion of page 87. Can you take a look at that? And I can't remember the defense exhibit that it was.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Under hallucinations, which is one of the potential factors for schizophrenia?
And other things, yes.
Of course. What's the most common form of hallucination in schizophrenia?
Auditory hallucinations, that is, hearing voices from people that aren't there.
And did you find any evidence of that at all before November of 2012?
No.
Now, Mr. King asked you about an exchange you had in the video where he talked about hearing his own voice inside of his head. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that an audio hallucination?
As he described it, and I carefully tried to make sure, one way or the other, it was not an auditory hallucination.
Is part of it because the auditory hallucination has to be distinct from the individual's own thoughts?
Yes.
Can we take a look at delusions on that page?
Sure.
Last sentence. The distinction between a delusion and a strongly held idea is sometimes difficult to make and depends in part on the degree of conviction which with the belief is held, despite clear or reasonable contradictory evidence regarding its veracity. You agree with that?
Yes.
Is that part of the standard that you're thinking about when you're trying to determine if the defendant's belief in increased self-value is delusional?
Yes.
So let me ask you that again, and I touched upon this yesterday, but in light of this conversation, I have another question, and that is, other than us disagreeing with a value system that makes someone feel better or get some abstract theoretical value by killing people, what is the clear or reasonable contradictory evidence that could be presented to the defendant to disabuse him of the notion that he values himself more based on the number of dead bodies he creates?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Well, I think he's asking for his opinion in terms of the subject of delusions. So if you can answer, Doctor, in that context, not in the context of some specific factual scenario, but in the context of delusions in general.
It's nice when we can show that something is not true. You think the refrigerator is your mother, we can pretty much show that and see if the person agrees. I don't know a way in this context to combat that belief except to say that it doesn't make sense to me or other people.
Because we don't have any way to provide him with clear or reasonable contradictory evidence about what he subjectively believes.
That's true, but I wouldn't use that as a big part of reasoning about whether or not it's a delusion. Our failure to find something to dissuade him doesn't, to me, determine whether or not it's a delusion.
Again, when we talk about that, and you've talked about, hey, it'd be great if we could disprove it. The delusions that we come across, they tend to be factual, or are they abstract theoretical like this, in your experience?
It varies.
Now, if we had, I want to ask you a hypothetical in your opinion. We have someone who thinks every time I kill someone, $1 million will show up in my bank account. Okay? Is that a delusion?
If it's firmly held and held for a while and not just a thought or a wish, that's very likely to be a delusion.
The fact that there is that delusion, does that mean that that person, if they engage in the act of murder, doesn't know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It does not mean that.
Does it mean that they lack the ability to form the intent to murder after deliberation?
It does not mean that.
I mean, what if this is, I mean, they're like, gosh, I really want $1 million. I really want $1 million, so actually I want $10 million. So I'm going to go out and kill 10 people. I really want $10 million. Does that change your answer to any of the capacity questions?
No, it doesn't, and it raises, I think, a difference between, it raises the idea of a wish to do something and struggling with whether I should or not. We do that every day, whether it's having an extra dessert or buying an expensive car or something else. That does not go to the capacity, in my opinion, to know that something is wrong or to know that I shouldn't do it.
I want to build on Mr. King's reference to my Bieber thing and ask you, let's take that person, let's not make it me this time. How about that? Let's just make it someone named Ed, okay? Ed really likes Justin Bieber, thinks there's a connection with him, just like Mr. King says. He goes out and he buys all of his albums. He knows he's coming to town. He buys several concert tickets to try to get the front row to himself because he wants to have some alone time with Justin Bieber. It gets to the point where he decides, you know what, I don't want to have to share Justin Bieber with others. So he spends 2 months plotting the murder of everyone at that concert so that he can have Justin Bieber to himself. 1, is that belief and interest in that Bieber connection and pursuing it one-on-one, is that delusional?
The way you describe it, I would say it's likely not to be delusional, because you're not describing him thinking Justin and I have a relationship that's not there. The way you're describing it is, I have a real strong impulse, I have a wish, I have a want, and I'm going to carry it out regardless of whether it's right or wrong.
Then let me make it clearer then. Let's say he does have that belief, that he and Justin have that relationship, and that in fact, Justin would be happy if he were to do this. Justin would like to have this alone time with him, and he's got to murder all these people to do it. Is that delusional?
The part about the relationship with Justin Bieber would be.
Is that an indication of, man, some kind of serious mental illness?
Yes. It may be encapsulated. We're talking about maybe delusional disorder in the hypothetical sense. But yes, it would be psychiatrically significant, yeah.
In that hypothetical, does it change the fact that Ed has the capacity to know right from wrong in murdering all those people at the concert?
In my opinion, no, it doesn't change the fact that he has the capacity, or doesn't alter a view about whether or not he has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Does it change the idea that he has the capacity to form the intent to deliberate, after deliberation of the murder of these people, and plan for it in great detail.
Doesn't change it, in my opinion.
One of the other things that is in this DSM-5 is a discussion of beyond delusions, which we touched on, but beyond hallucinations. There are some other symptoms, such as disorganized thinking on page 88. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, did you find any evidence, even after being cross-examined by Mr. King, that the defendant exhibited disorganized thinking prior to the murders of July 20th, 2012?
I didn't see any evidence of any significant disorganized thinking. There may have been some things that were a little disorganized, but overall, the thinking was organized, particularly with regard to the mission and with regard to other things that I'm aware that he did.
Well, let's talk about that. Because in this paragraph on 88, you tell me if I'm reading this wrong, it's about in the middle. It says, and let me ask you this. When it talks about disorganized thinking, is one of the hallmarks of that disorganized speech?
It's one of the ways, speech is one of the ways that we infer what's going on in the mind. There are other suggestions, but the simplest way is to listen to how the person talks.
It says, because mildly disorganized speech is common and nonspecific, the symptom must be severe enough to substantially impair effective communication. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
If we were to try to assess whether or not the defendant had disorganized speech leading up to the events of July the 19th and 20th, would you consider, let's say, a recorded third rotation talk in Dr. Freed's lab?
I would think about it. I don't know that it would indicate disorganized speech, but that would be a good thing to listen to at that particular time.
How about the way Dr. Fenton and Feinstein described his thoughts and mannerisms with them when they saw him on June the 11th?
If you include the way to describe his speech, that would be another thing to consider.
Does Dr. Fenton on that June 11th snippet, and we'll get into more detail here in a bit about it, does she describe his thinking as she perceived it on June 11th?
She talks about paranoia, which is a description of the way he thinks. She never, so far as I recall, refers to disorganized thinking or speech.
Doesn't she say logical?
I'm not remembering as I sit here, but if it's there, it's there, and I'm sure we can easily find it.
Just like that, some clarification as to when.
Sustained.
June the 11th, 2012?
Objection. Misstates the evidence.
He's asking the question, so that objection is overruled, and I think the doctor has answered that he doesn't know, he doesn't remember.
Do you remember in the conversations with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein on June the 11th, 2012, the defendant clearly telling them his goals as he dropped out of school?
He told them about some goals which they, at that point, accepted.
And there's no indication in those reports that, and in your conversations with Dr. Fenton, that he seemed at all disorganized to them.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
In your conversations with Dr. Fenton and your review of her notes from June 11th, did you find any evidence that he was disorganized in his thoughts or the way that he communicated with them?
Not from what they told me or from the notes.
Mr. Brockler, is this a good time to take our break?
Can I ask one more question and then yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Would another good place to look about the defendant's disorganization in thought and speech be to see how he communicated this between the defendant and Detective Apple and Special Agent Gumberner about the specifics of the incendiaries or explosives in his apartment?
Yes.
In that audio, did you detect any inability for him to communicate clearly information, especially of this sensitive nature?
No indication disorganized or
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's 1:30. We're going to try to start again at 3:30, but it may be a little late depending on when the juror who has a medical appointment gets back. So please keep in mind all my advisements during the break. All of them apply. Enjoy the lunch hours.
We're going to fight through these technical difficulties. We've got to warn you that there is a severe storm and a tornado warning in the part of
That the jury has exited the courtroom. Doctor, you can go on break. Thank you.
Where the courtroom is.
I don't know if we're going to get to those emails today. Are you anticipating that we will, Mr. Orman?
I don't think we will, Your Honor.
Okay, then let's plan to chat.
Again, we're dealing.
I don't know what the plans were.
We're going to fight through this and let you listen to this
going
through
with
the
the jury till
technical
5:30, and I know Your Honor also wanted an update sort of on where we are.
We'll talk about that too. I'm here all the time, so yeah.
Your Honor, is it possible that we could come back about those some family issues that I have to deal with?
I'm gonna try. I have something that I have to attend during the lunch break. I planned it because I knew we were gonna have a long lunch break. So I'll try. If we don't handle the two.
I think so. Hold on. But I'm lead counsel of this part of the case. I'd prefer to be here. If we could do it over the lunch hour, do it Monday morning, would be preferable.
All right, we'll do it during the lunch hour. What time should we plan to come back?
What time are they coming back?
Then at 3? Is a half hour enough time?
I hope so, Your Honor, yes.
How many, have you talked about the emails that are being objected to?
Not, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you do that during the break and see if you can come to any agreements, and then let's have you back at 3 o'clock, and we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about scheduling as well. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
Well, not as long of a lunch hour as we thought. We were going to fill for about an hour and a half before court's back at 3. Let's caution you across the board here. One, there are tornado warnings right now in the part of Colorado where the Arapahoe County Courthouse is, and there's going to be severe thunderstorms there throughout the afternoon, so that could impact not just our signal, but court. And I'm going to follow up on what Phil was saying during one of the morning recesses, is that if this juror has to go to a 2:30 appointment in downtown Denver, they're lucky if they'll get there on time now. Assuming that the appointment lasts 1 minute, they would be lucky to get back to the Arapahoe County Courthouse by 3:30. I've had to make those drives. We were close to downtown here. On a good day, it's about 30 minutes. On a Friday, especially with traffic and weather, I do not trust that court may come back into session this afternoon. I think they want to come back at 3:30 and finish at 5:30. This juror will be lucky to get back in the 4 to 5 o'clock range. I'm just going to go out and say that from my experience of driving I-25 in Denver from the Arapahoe County Courthouse to downtown. I hope I'm proven wrong. So we may be filling a lot of time here, going over what is potentially the last day we will see Dr. William Reid on the stand, although it seems, given my own prediction, he'll probably have to be here through the weekend and come back on Monday. And something that Dan King said gave reference to the Lone Star State. So apparently Dr. Reid lives in Texas, and he has been here getting quite a bit of money to do what he's doing. We found out that he charges $500 an hour and has charged the court more than $350,000 of state taxpayer dollars to do a second psychiatric evaluation of the defendant in this case. And as a 7 News reporter, that I kind of want to do a story now on the cost of something like that, because again, 2 psychiatric evaluations. If the second one costs $350,000, how much did the first one cost? David Beller, 7 News analyst, joining us in the late lunch now, hopefully dodging the storms where you are in downtown Denver, David. Let me start first with the embarrassing moment for the district attorney this morning by the revelation that he tweeted something that was supposed to be a text message or a direct message or something in the courtroom. The jury isn't aware of this, so the judge did not punish in any way the district attorney except to say, don't do it again. Why, number one, I guess, does the jury not find out about this? And then we'll get into, I don't want to speculate too much on why no punishment, but I do want to ask you about that. But why is the jury not privy to this information?
Well, the jury is not privy to it because ultimately it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Holmes is guilty or not guilty. And it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Holmes should receive the death penalty. So because it's not substantive evidence that the jury can consider for the purposes of determining guilt, they're not entitled to hear about it or to know about it. So that is the reason why the judges kept it from the jury.
Brady made the reference that in a death penalty case with your own witness, you think you'd want to pay attention. Could they even use that information or make a reference to that in closing statements? Because I hear what you're saying, that it has nothing to do with the case itself, but with Tamara Brady, the defense attorney, making that direct point, it kind of made me raise my eyebrows like, yeah, she kind of has a point there.
I think Tammy Brady absolutely had a point. It is incredibly insulting, I think, at the very least, that George Brockler, who is the elected district attorney in Arapahoe County, there is not much of a question as to whether or not Brockler is interested in some type of a career or a future in politics. It is assumed, very much assumed, in the state of Colorado and certainly in the county of Arapahoe that he does very much have political ambitions, and that it's possible that those political ambitions did have an influence on his choice to file the death penalty charges. And so ultimately, when an attorney is trying to take the life of a human being and they can't be bothered to pay attention, and they seem to be shrugging their shoulders at the seriousness and the gravity of such a decision and the emotional toll that this takes on the jurors, I think is insulting. And so Tammy Brady was absolutely appropriate to raise it, and Judge Samore was absolutely appropriate in scolding Brockler and telling him to not do it again.
I think I should point out that it is District Attorney 1 media. I guess it's 2 for the media, 2 strikes against. I was thinking it was even now, but we had the one media representative who made an offhanded comment about the weather to a juror, and then another from Yahoo News who went after one of the witnesses after he took the stand. So forget I said anything. David, if you can indulge us for about 3 to 5 minutes here, I want to play back some sound because at the beginning of redirect from District Attorney George Brockler, he was referencing how we ended yesterday with the defense attorney and kind of a pivotal moment that the defense left with the jury. And I just want to get your thoughts on what we're about to hear. So John's going to play this real quick for us.
Be carefully. Anything's possible. Certain things may have changed, but
I want to start where Mr. King left off last night, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember the question that was posed to you was, but for the defendant's mental illness, whatever that may be, this crime wouldn't have been committed and we wouldn't have been in this room. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
The question is not, did the mental illness affect Mr. Holmes' thinking on July 20th, but to what extent did it affect his thinking and functioning, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it's your opinion, sir, that absent his mental condition, we wouldn't be here at all, would we?
That's a true statement.
This crime would never have taken place without this mental illness.
That's true. In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I have no questions today. This is a good place to break, Judge.
Yeah. Tell us, are you saying that this mental illness caused the crime and caused us to be in this room?
Without the mental illness, we wouldn't be here, just as without his moving to Colorado, we wouldn't be here, or without his being accepted for the grad school, we wouldn't be here.
Well, let me go a little bit further. But for his girlfriend dumping him, and maybe had she still been in a nurturing, long-lasting relationship through May, June, and July, could we say that this wouldn't have happened?
I wouldn't go so far. He was planning pretty carefully. Anything's possible. Certain things may have changed, but I don't think that was a big part of why he did this.
But for his conclusion that he had no career in science.
It's part of the overall picture. I don't believe, once I say anything's possible, I don't believe that his ending up with that thought, particularly as of June, that would have stopped what was already started.
In terms of, there is nothing else that would have stopped this.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I guess I'm asking, look, if his girlfriend's with him and they're in a long-term nurturing relationship through May, June, and July, is he able to pull this off?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And forgive me, Your Honor, I'm asking in the context of his but-for analysis.
Rephrase the question.
In terms of this but-for analysis, had but for his girlfriend not being close to him and in a nurturing relationship through May and June and July as he planned for this massacre, it might not have happened, right?
Objection. Asked and answered. Leading.
No, it's not asked and answered. It's a little different than the question that was asked and answered. So that objection is overruled. It is leading, so I'll sustain it on leading, but you can rephrase the question.
I get it. I think I know where we're going. In your report, the one that the question got asked from yesterday, talk to us about whether or not you think there's a direct causality between the mental illness and the voluntariness of the defendant's actions on July 19th and July 20th.
I do not believe there is a direct connection between the mental illness and the voluntariness. I believe there is a substantial relationship between the presence of the mental illness and the eventual carrying out of the event.
And in part, it's because his desire to murder was something that we've determined was delusional.
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
Is it because part of his, or a big part of his motivation to want to murder was something that we've determined was, or you've determined was delusional?
Some part of it was, and if I'm understanding your question right, that's related.
Understood.
But my main thing that I think goes to this is that the mental disorder that I believe he has affected the course of events. It did not affect, in my opinion, his capacity to voluntarily or knowingly, the capacity to do those things.
And when you say capacity, are you talking about the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Yes.
And the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly in setting up the booby traps in his apartment?
Yes.
The mental illness didn't impact that. It didn't interfere with it.
Objection. Leading.
It's a follow-up to the question that has already been answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
It did not interfere with that, in my opinion.
David, thank you for humoring us, listening to that chunk of testimony just a little bit ago. I guess I could sum it up with, does it really matter the mental illness portion if the jury's being asked to determine if the defendant was sane at the time of the shooting? It seems like we're bickering over whether a mental illness that he had prior to is relevant to that. Is it relevant, and why is this a key point?
It's a key point because even though the doctor has indicated that he believes, Dr. Reid believes that Mr. Holmes was in fact sane, as defined under the law, the reality is he did have a mental illness, and but for the mental illness, the crime wouldn't have happened. And that is important because the jury is being asked not to determine whether he is sane or insane, but the jury is being asked to determine whether the prosecution proved him sane beyond a reasonable doubt. And so what the defense is looking for is a couple of things, namely doubt, of course. And then doubt is defined in law as a hesitation. And so is there a juror amongst these 12 that ultimately will decide the case that simply has a hesitation about whether or not Mr. Holmes was sane or insane due to that mental illness? The fact that Brockler spent so much time trying to come back or trying to really sort of flush out this particular question and this issue really is a testament to how effective Dan King's final question was yesterday. It is clear that Brockler is very concerned about whether or not there's a doubt or whether there's hesitation, and he's doing everything he can to try to iron that out.
And this question comes from Scribble, and the question is, I'm going to twist the question a little bit because the question asked which side is proving its case better with this witness, but I know the defense doesn't have to prove anything. But knowing what the prosecution has presented in front of the jury, how do you approach this from the defense standpoint? Because if it's the prosecution's duty to prove to the jury mentally sane at the time of the shooting, what is the role that the defense has to take in picking apart these 22 hours of video and the specific questions that the DA has already asked?
Well, remember that the prosecution has the emotional case on their side. They have incredibly innocent victims on their side. And so I think the public, and certainly it sounds like your Scribble and your YouTube bloggers or commenters certainly seem to be on the side of the prosecution insofar as really buying into the innocence of the victims. But the reality is the defense attorneys in this case have actually done quite a nice job of really turning this particular expert and turning the expert to testify about the extent of Mr. Holmes's mental health issues and really pushing this expert ultimately to insulate or to protect the defense expert that's eventually going to get on the stand and testify to the jury just the opposite of what Dr. Reid is, which is that Mr. Holmes was in fact insane at the time. And so the defense, in my opinion, has actually done a nice job of really establishing at least that hesitancy or that doubt. I don't think anybody is ever going to be completely on the side of Mr. Holmes, lock, stock, and barrel, but I think in terms of analyzing the facts compared to the very, very technical part of the law, the defense, frankly, has done a really nice job with that.
And I want to end on the most difficult question I have ever asked you throughout the 6 weeks when you've joined us. It is now 1:45 Denver time. A juror is supposed to go to a 2:30 appointment in downtown Denver, and court's supposed to be back in session at 3:30. Is court going to be back in session at all this afternoon?
Boy, I've made that drive more times than I care to say. I would be surprised on a Friday afternoon, especially considering the weather. I'd be surprised if the juror makes it back on time.
It's very bold by the judge to allow this, and I just wonder if it's too bold. But we will see. We're expecting court to be back underway no matter what at 3 o'clock while they talk about objections to some emails that are being tendered to the judge, and then after that it may be a waiting game. So David, we'll check back in with you as long as we're not in complete severe weather mode by then. Thanks. 1:47 Denver time, court back underway around 3 o'clock with the attorneys and the judge, and then the jurors are supposed to be back around 3:30, fingers crossed. What we want to do for the remainder of our time right now, we're going to play back some of the survivor sound. Again, we're ending the 6th week of the trial right now, day 26. The prosecution has 2 more weeks to go at the most, and we need to remember that people were hurt and injured in the shootings. Clearly the defendant has already admitted to the shootings, just saying that he was insane at the time. So we want to play for you the testimony given by the people directly impacted from the Aurora Theater shooting. We'll be back into the courtroom at 3 o'clock.
One of my trips back into the theater, following a trip outside for triage, someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. Um, At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention, said, I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later had mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because his own pulse or something to that line. But
Even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
no.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age, I wasn't keeping a child in my crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officers stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
My next recollection is Sergeant John's guard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant John's guard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes, yes there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
And who was she?
It was a little girl named Veronica Mosier.
After you had taken Veronica Mosier, and she also known as Veronica Mosier Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
After you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered two girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
And then I decided I needed to get inside that theater right now, because people were still coming out and yelling, you know, help, help, help. He's shooting, he's shooting.
How did you enter the theater?
Through the rear exit door, emergency exit door.
As you were going through that emergency exit door, what did you observe?
I could see trails of blood, lots amount of blood. Leading up to that back of that door, I then saw a AR type rifle, machine gun type rifle, had the magazine in it, and it was basically the barrel was pointing in a southeast direction. It is laying on the ground there.
Are you familiar with assault rifles?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with an M16?
Correct.
Does the AR style rifle look like an M16?
Yes, exactly.
What was the footing like at this area outside of the theater?
I stepped over the rifle to enter that exit door, and I almost fell down. I wasn't sure what happened until I looked down and realized it was the amount of blood that I slipped in and almost fell in. There was so much blood.
Once you got into the theater, what did you see?
There's like a small hallway, and it felt like forever going through that. And I know it's probably only feet. Once I got through to it, it opened up into the theater. On my right was the screen, and on my left was all the seating. There was some, seating above and some other seating, and then you had the floor and the theater to my right, the actual screen. It was absolute. It was horrendous. It was a nightmare. Overruled? It looked like a war scene.
describing what he saw. This is his observation. Overruled. The objection has been overruled, Ms. Brady. Ms. Pearson, ask your next question, please.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear some type of alarm going off and cell phones. I remember the cell phones. After seeing what I saw, you could hear cell phones, and I wanted to pick them up and answer them. But I didn't have time, and you can't. But it was hard.
Were you aware of tear gas in the theater?
Yeah, as soon as I entered, my lips, my nose, my eyes started stinging, which is common with tear gas.
Were there people still in the theater, patrons?
Yes, there were several people in the theater, officers, patrons, victims, people who were dead.
What was going on in the theater at that time? What were people doing?
Screaming, yelling, crawling. Other people were trying to help the others that needed more help, trying to get them out of the theater. Officers were trying to help people get out of the theater by carrying, by dragging, by having them crawl.
Do you have any sense of how many officers were in the theater at that time?
I couldn't tell you. 5, 6 that I remember.
Any sense of how many patrons were still in the theater?
I want to say a couple dozen.
What kinds of injuries specifically did you see as you looked around the theater?
Lots of trauma, such as, holes in legs, holes in arms. People were shot in the face and the head. Chunks of flesh and skin were just missing. Some were absolutely unrecognizable. Just a whole variety of different types of injuries.
Did you take action yourself to try to assist the people who were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Going back on my fire paramedic training, I decided to start checking to see if people were alive or who we could, get out of here, who was actually mobile. So I started going around checking pulses and breathing and talking to people.
How did you do that? Did you walk around the theater?
Walked around the theater, assessing bodies that I saw on the ground.
Did you walk up the stairs into the stadium seating?
Yes.
What did you do to try to help the people that you were finding that could be helped?
Some, you would check for a pulse and couldn't find anything. Breathing, couldn't find anything. The ones that you found, I would try and sit up or at least roll on their side so they wouldn't aspirate on their own blood and vomit and whatever else was happening. Some you just knew were dead, and there's no point in checking.
At the point that you had entered the theater, had you seen any fire trucks behind the theater?
No.
Were there any firefighters in the theater?
No.
When you were finding people that could be helped, what did you physically do with them?
So it was so chaotic. I remember checking most ones I checked were dead. I remember, of course, the one that I will always remember is the little girl. I had to step over her because I knew she was gone and continue on, which is absolutely the hardest thing I had to do. But going back on my training, I had to save the ones that I knew I could try and save. So with the absolute knowing that this was far beyond what we're capable of, I exited the theater and I got a hold of Sergeant Redford. I said, we need to start getting these people to the hospital now.
And what did you do?
I went to my patrol car. I emptied it out what I could to make more room for as many people as I could put in there. I got into it. I drove it up to the rear of the exit, and I started loading people into my car.
Do you recall the kinds of people that you put into your car on this trip?
A couple of them, yes. On the first trip, yes.
How many trips did you ultimately make?
4.
And 4 trips to hospitals?
4 trips to hospitals.
Did you go to more than one hospital during that?
2 separate hospitals.
How many people did you transport?
6.
When you got your car to the back, was somebody put into your car?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of injuries that person had?
They were bringing out a female that was shot in the head and I believe in the leg.
Did they put her into your patrol car?
Yeah, I helped open my door, and then I went around the other side to pull her inside. And that's when I remember Officer Williams, I was just telling him I need to hold her airway. You just drive. So he got in the seat of my car and drove us to the hospital.
Did you get, where did you get into the car?
In the back with her.
Which hospital did you go to?
We went to University.
Is that the one that's down on Colfax?
Yes.
What was that trip to the hospital like?
It seemed like it took forever. I was just trying to hold her airway. She kept gagging for breaths, and it just took forever.
Did you ever learn who that woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Yes, it was Jessica Gowie.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
There were people there already. They came out and we helped load her onto a stretcher, and then as they took her inside, I just got back with Officer Williams and said, we need to get back there. So we went back to the theater.
What did you see when you got back to the theater?
It was hard to get back in to the theater. I believe we almost parked at the same spot and walked back into the back side of the theater. There was still a lot of people around.
Crime in progress or life-threatening emergency?
There's been a shooting.
Okay, is this the Century 16 theater shooting?
Yes.
Do you know anybody who's been shot?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot?
My two cousins.
Okay, where are they right now?
They're on the floor of the store.
Are they breathing? Ma'am, do you know if they're breathing and do you know if they're conscious?
One of them's not breathing.
Neither one of them are breathing?
One of them is breathing.
Okay, the one that's not breathing, I need you to go up to him and... Is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
They're on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side.
What?
Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. They're in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is so loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
He's not. I'm the only one that says that he's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you?
No.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay?
I can't hear you.
Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay?
Nobody here.
Ma'am.
Oh, there's no gunman. There's no gun.
Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay?
Okay.
Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. Ma'am. I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am. I understand that, and I need, if cousin has been shot and is not breathing, we need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye. 911, where's your emergency?
The cinema, Century 16 in Aurora. In Aurora, Century 16.
Okay, we have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured?
Yeah,
tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people. The lights are on. I see people injured. I need to go. Please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Sorry. Oh my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No, everything is quiet now. People are being able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Schizotypal. I'm here with my husband, too, Derek.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else, but I think there are some people injured. Someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
Okay, did you hear gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is on the way with paramedics, so just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there, and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
We're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
Got onto my back. We got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16.
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. I want you, and we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon?
You're good.
So the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead, grab it. Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you.
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision. You know, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk, and some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl, and they said, "I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital."
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk, and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me, and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, "I'm pretty sure that he's dead." And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock, not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around, and right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not And it's one of the big things stands out in my mind that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Sproul, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you mean
Yes.
what do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife Chi and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot because I had so much blood on me. There was blood all over the pavement leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth. And then they took us to Gateway High School.
Yes.
What do you remember while you were down on the ground?
I remember hearing screaming and loud noises. I would imagine the gun, and just smelling the gunpowder, and that's it.
Now, at any point in time, did you hear your wife say anything to you about what happened to her?
Yes. I believe she said I got shot in the head.
Now, could you see the injuries of anyone else around you?
No.
So while you're down on the ground, you're hearing all of these things. What are you thinking?
I don't want to die.
Can you say that again?
I don't want to die.
So what do you remember after that when you're down on the ground?
After that, while I was in the ground, I remember getting shot. I don't know where. I just felt pressure in my entire body, and I started getting really hot.
Did you do or say anything as a result of getting shot at that point in time?
No, I kept quiet because if he were to go up the stairs, I wanted to pretend like I was dead.
What do you remember doing after that?
Once Eugene said, "Let's get up," and we got up, and I took a step, and I completely collapsed.
And where were you when you completely collapsed? Was this in your same aisle?
Yes, in the same aisle right in front of my seat.
Could you tell why you were collapsing at that point in time?
Yes, I collapsed because my leg was shot. I looked at it, and I knew it got shot there, so I thought my bone was just broken.
So what'd you do after you collapsed to the ground?
I pulled myself up with my arms and started hopping on my left leg.
And were you able to get out of your row while you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to get out of the theater?
Like I said, I hopped down. I was grabbing the side bars that are down the stairs, and then we looked for the emergency exit in the back.
Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to that area of the theater?
After we got out of the emergency exit, I fell down and I couldn't get up.
Were you able to ever get the assistance of anyone to get up?
Yes, my friend Jonathan Luke helped me, and a stranger that came out of the theater with us helped me as well.
Where did they take you?
They took me to the end of the building.
And what happened when you got to the end of the building?
I collapsed again and I couldn't get up.
Could you see at that point in time your injuries?
Yes.
What could you observe?
That a large portion of my leg was missing.
Did you notice anything else at that point in time?
No.
Could you tell if you had been injured in any other locations at that point in time?
Okay. Yes, I felt like my back was burning, and I was thinking that I'd been shot in my back as well.
Now, what happened while you were out on that sidewalk? Do you recall if anyone came to assist you?
Yes, there was a lady, I don't recall her name, she said she was a nurse, and she took my wife's shirt and wrapped it around my leg.
And why was she doing that?
To try to stop the bleeding.
Now, at any point in time, did any medical personnel come to assist you?
Yes, eventually a fireman.
At some point, I remember feeling like a sting go across my thigh, and hearing like little beads like bouncing all around me, and I remember Jasmine letting out this screech and screaming for her mom.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
And I was just telling her, I was like, you have to calm down. And I kept telling myself that somebody's gonna stop this, like this is gonna stop. And when it wasn't stopping, I started thinking to myself, how am I going to get the two of them to be quiet so that we could play dead? And then I remember hearing people say, run. And I looked down the aisle and I didn't see, I already seen that Bryson and Tony and Annalise were going. And so I got up and I calmly grabbed my purse from underneath the seat, and I grabbed my son's hand, and we started walking towards the left aisle. And at some point, I lost Armando's hand. He kind of just went. And I got towards the end of the aisle, and I stepped down that first step, and I looked back, and I was yelling for Jasmine to run. And I was just screaming. I was like, run, Jasmine, run. And I looked, and I saw her holding her legs, and I couldn't understand why she wasn't going. And so I turned around, and turned around and I looked down, and I see these hands, and they're waving up at me like in a motion like this. And I grab the person's hands and I lock them, and I pull the person, and I think it was a male, because when I put my hand on his shoulder it felt like strong. And I pulled him in between the seats, and I bent down and I said, are you okay? And then I looked up and I didn't see my kids, and I panicked. And then I went in to get up. I saw a woman laying there on the steps, and she appeared to be deceased with some head trauma. And so I hopped over. I had to step over her, and I kind of stopped for a minute, and I kind of looked, because I was still not really sure what was going on. And I remember seeing like the reflection of the blood against the movie on the rail. You know, how there's steps that go up, and there's the rail seating. And I can remember seeing the reflection of the blood shining off of that, and people and arms and yelling. And when I kind of did, I scanned down, I could see people on the floor seats. They were looking up from underneath their seats at me. And I remember just thinking, okay, you know, where's the kids? And then I look to go down, and I see a male that appeared to be deceased at the bottom of the stairs, and I jumped over him, and I proceeded to go out the left exit out to the lobby. And when I left the lobby doors, I looked around and I saw people that they were just standing there, and I didn't understand, and I was just screaming at them to run. And I remember running out the lobby doors, and I was screaming. I was like, Armando, Anna. And I see Annalise, she's standing there right in front of the doors next to a tree. And she's like, Mom, Mom. And then I start screaming for Armando, and he comes running out from the right side. There was like a brick partition wall. He come running from behind there. And so we get together.
But I looked at Craig, and I knew something was really wrong when I looked at Craig.
Why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was, it was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do you do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was reaching his hand out to me and telling me to go, and the people behind me were telling me to go too, and I didn't want to leave him there.
So what'd you do?
I told Craig no at first, and he said, no, we have to go. We have to go. And so I grabbed Craig's hand, but I grabbed Alex's hand too. I wanted to take him. I wanted to try and take him with me.
Were you able to take him with you?
No. I had to run out with Craig holding his hand, and I had to drop Alex's hand.
At some point, there was a loud and like forceful something that hit nearby. It felt like something hit the seat really, really hard. And I saw Alex slump to the ground. Amanda started screaming his name and shaking him. It was about then that I mean, obviously I realized what was going on at that point, that there's gunfire, and I don't know whether consciously or subconsciously I knew that Alex was dead and that we had to get out of there. I grabbed Amanda and said, we need to get out of here, and we ran out.
So while you were outside of the theater, did someone alert you to the fact that maybe you had some injuries?
Yes, while we were out in the parking lot, I kind of had sat Caitlin and Amanda down on a curb somewhere, and I kept going out to try to find someone who could kind of tell me what was going on. See if I could find a police officer or EMS person to find out where Alex might be being taken, or how we could find out how he was.
And I kept having people say, you're injured, you need help. And I didn't think that I was, so I would tell them, no, I'm fine, I'm just trying to find out information. Eventually, when they started kind of separating us out to transport people, somebody finally grabbed me and said, hey, you have shrapnel in you, you need to get help. And I think at that point, because they were ready to take, someone else would take Amanda and Caitlin, I finally realized, okay, I can let someone take me.
Were you transported in an ambulance?
I was.
What do you remember about that ambulance ride?
The paramedic in the ambulance was cleaning me off a little bit, wiping some of the blood and stuff from my face. I remember at one point kind of turning to my right, and there was a panel of medical equipment with kind of a glass or plastic case, and I could see my reflection in it, and I could see bits of something on my head, on my face, and I thought it was Alex's brain. And I asked the paramedic what it was, and she said that it probably wasn't that it was pieces of fat. But either way, it was pieces of Alex.
What hospital were you transported to?
Parker Adventist.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
They took me in there and started checking me out for injuries. The detective came in and interviewed me, and they, after doing some x-rays, removed a small metal fragment from below my left eye.
All right, if you could tell the jury what this represents.
Me.
All right. And could you point out some injuries on yourself at that point? Could you see any?
Yes, on the left side of my face, you can still, I think, see some plastic in there. And you can see some scrapes on my left shoulder.
All right, if I could have 2968. Great, describe for the jury what you're seeing there.
My left shoulder and some kind of wound on my left shoulder. I never was able to figure out exactly how I got that.
I could have 2969. Right, what does that describe?
My left arm with pieces of plastic and cuts and scrapes on it.
2970. 2971. All right, so and what is represented here in 2970?
My left hand and a scrape on my middle finger.
I could have 2971. And what does this represent?
The left side of my face. You can see some of the bits of plastic still around my ear and jawline and on my cheek.
If I could please have 1122. All right. And if you could describe for the jury where you notated on that where you were seated.
A couple rows from the back of the theater towards the right side as we're facing the screen.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness, what's already been admitted as 2653.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I do.
Who is that person?
Alex Teves.
Is that the person you were with at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It is.
Have you seen Mr. Teves alive since that date?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. What do you recall happening in the theater that night after you saw that canister?
Well, that canister hit the ground, and you can hear the kind of heavy metal clank of it. Heard some hissing after that, and then very close to kind of that hissing sound coming out. Definitely, fire was open there.
And what do you mean by fire was open in there?
Gunshot started firing from the front right of the theater. Pierce got down right away. For me, I've never been around guns or anything like that. I don't come from a hunting family or anything, so I just thought, what guy is lighting off firecrackers? What's going on in here?
Now, were you able to actually see a figure of anyone, or could you just see flashes of gunfire?
I could see flashes of gunfire, but through that you could certainly see a silhouette behind the gun.
And how would you describe that?
Just tall, dark. What I thought at the time definitely was, is that a gas mask or something over somebody's face?
And what area of the theater did you see that silhouette in?
That looked to be front right towards the exit.
What do you recall after Mr. O'Farrell's getting down on the ground? What do you recall you doing next?
After Pierce got down, that's when it kind of registered to me, get down, this is actually gunfire. From there, Pierce and I just kind of ducked for cover. I could hear very, very consistent, rapid gunfire at the time. I had half of my body, my lower half of the body, my legs were out in the aisle, with being that first seat in the aisle. Shortly after, the rapid gunfire, crying, just a very frantic, chaotic scene at that point.
And what do you mean by that?
Some people were getting up and trying to get out of there. Other people were ducked down at that point. Other people were hit and crying and screams. Things consistent with being in a situation like that, I would say.
Have you been in a situation like that before, Mr. Robin?
Not until that night.
Now, what do you recall after you are down on the ground with your legs in the aisle?
We're down on the ground at that point. I asked Pierce, what do we do? At that point, he just said pray. I could hear Pierce praying. He was kind of holding on to part of my lower half. I was kind of hanging on to his legs. During that moment, the consistency of the gunfire certainly slowed down and stopped for a second. At that point, I was, pushing Pierce and whoever else was next to him. I was trying to push them in so I could get my legs covered. In the meantime, you could hear slightly more sporadic gunfire still going on, not as rapid as it was at the beginning. And during me kind of struggling to push these people in to kind of take more cover, that's when I got shot through my leg.
What did you feel when you got shot through your leg?
Just an absolute intense burning pain. The first thing that actually came to my mind, other than the pain, is just the immediate, rush of blood out of my leg. You could just feel the warmth, down that whole leg, down that whole side. Like I said, very intense burning, tore through the muscle.
What are you thinking during this time?
Honestly, there's not much going through my mind. When I got hit, I almost immediately said, Pierce, I got shot. And all Pierce said, so did I. And that was pretty much the last interaction that us two had.
What do you recall after saying that to Pierce?
After saying that to Pierce, just whether it was the case or not, to me, I felt like the gunfire was sporadic enough and far enough away. So just instinctively, I just kind of, I got up. I took a couple grabs on the back of Pierce's shirt. At the time, he wasn't responding to me and not able to follow me at that time. The time period, it's hard to me. It feels like a very long time, but I'm sure it was just a couple seconds, couple tugs, and that just turned and got out of there.
What did you think had happened to Mr. O'Farrell at that point?
I thought Pierce passed away at that point. He didn't respond back to me pulling on him at that moment, and just with the gravity of what was going on around us, that's just what I thought.
What did you do after Mr. O'Farrell wasn't responding to you?
I just turned around. I was lucky enough I was able to kind of, I had my hand over the wound, just trying to put some pressure on it, and limped down and out of the theater.
And as soon as the scene had started, I had heard one loud bang, and then saw what I believe to have been smoke from a firecracker.
What did you do after you saw the smoke from what you thought at the time was a firecracker?
I had felt a sort of a warming, numb pain on my forearm.
What'd you do after you felt that warming, numb pain on your forearm?
I looked and saw that there was blood on my forearm, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from.
What'd you do after that?
I stood up and said, "Oh fuck, what is this? What the fuck is this?" And just kind of kept wondering what it was.
And then what'd you do?
One of the people I was with, Steve, turned around and saw that something was wrong, and pulled me out of my seat and started to pull me out of the pull me out of the theater.
I do remember that same exact door swinging right open and a person dressed in black walked into the theater.
How would you describe what that person in black looked like?
They definitely had a helmet on, goggles. The only thing that I could see that was not covered up was their eyes. I do remember seeing a automatic rifle, and I do remember seeing something look like a shotgun, and they were strapped around his neck, kind of like a strap to hold it up.
Now, you just said his. Did you know whether it was a male or a female?
Sorry, I did not catch that, no.
Was there anything about the build that made you think that it was a male?
No.
What happens when you see this figure walk into the theater?
I remember that the figure looked around for a bit. I heard two containers were being thrown into the first row of the theater, and two pops went off, and it emitted a type of gas inside of the theater, and then I immediately heard two gunshots at the ceiling, and at that point I immediately went to the ground, and Jennifer went to the ground behind me.
Did you actually see the guns being fired?
I saw the first round go up to the ceiling, and then I immediately went to the ground.
Is it possible that it could have gone up into the stadium seating area of the theater, or do you think it went to the ceiling?
I do remember seeing the gun being pointed up. I do not remember directly seeing it being pointed this way.
After you hear that first shot and you see that first shot, what do you do?
I immediately go to the ground, and within the aisle that I'm in, and Jennifer fell behind me because she fell on top of me.
How are your bodies placed when you were on the floor?
Basically laying down, and my initial instinct was to crawl through to the other side.
Now, when you say to the other side, so if you're facing the screen, you're crawling towards the left side of the theater?
Towards the left side.
Were you able to do that at that time?
Yes, I was.
Was Miss Eager able to do that at that time?
Miss Eager was able to do that too.
How far did you get moving down towards the left side?
It wasn't until about midway, sometime between where I was now and midway, where I started hearing people screaming for their lives. At that time, it was still processing in my mind if this was real. And at that same point, when I was crawling through, the casing of the bullets slid up under the first row of the seats, and one of them did burn me in the leg.
What did that feel like?
It hurt. It burned. Yeah.
What do you remember going on? Was there still gunfire going on?
There was still gunfire going on. I do remember the first shots that I heard sound like it came from a rifle. The second one was a shotgun, and then the third one was a pistol.
Now, what else do you remember you and Miss Eager doing during that time period?
I do remember people running towards the left side of the auditorium, trying to make it through the exit of the left side. I was not in that group. I was still on the ground with Jennifer. The people in front of me were scared as well too. In my mind process, I wanted to keep them calm because I didn't want the person to come back around and get us.
Now, could you see where the shooter had gone in the theater?
I did not want to look up.
Did you ever notice if the shooter went to the rows behind you at any point in time?
I heard the gunshots go behind me as I was crawling to the left. So I heard gunshots going up this way, but I did not see it because I did not want to look.
Why didn't you want to look?
I just wanted to keep my head down. I did not want to make myself visible or anything.
So what happens while you and Miss Eager are crawling towards the left side of the theater?
So as we're crawling towards the left side of the theater, the group ahead of me they were able to get up and run towards the exit. I did not see where the shooter was by that point. We did not get up and run instantly. I told her I wanted her to stay close to the ground because my fear was, what if the shooter was at the top of the auditorium and picking those off who were going through.
So what did you do next?
So we stayed on the ground. I told her not to move. Her asthma was getting worse, and she had begging me that we had to get out of here. We have to get out of here. But I did not want to move until I knew it was clear. So once it was clear, I got up. I grabbed Jennifer, and I wanted to run out. An individual came back in and said he could possibly be coming back. And when I heard that, I grabbed Jennifer and went down towards the theater, towards the screen, and I told her to lay down and play dead.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
I remained quiet. Jennifer could not stop yelling about how bad her asthma was getting. So by the time it seemed clear again, I got up and I noticed behind me in the curtain that there was a gentleman hiding behind the curtain. It was not the shooter. It did not look like he was wearing the same shoes. In fact, the person came out and revealed himself. He did not want to leave. So when I heard the message that he could be coming back, he hid himself back behind the curtain. And then once I got the assumption that we were going to be okay, I ran out towards the auditorium.
Now, just to be clear, this person who is hiding behind the movie theater screen, you believe to be another moviegoer who was afraid of the circumstances. And you said that you thought the shoes were different. What sort of shoes did you see the shooter wearing?
They were more like boots. I remember they were black. Everything was all black. Whatever shoes he was wearing, it was not all black. It did not match.
So how were you finally able to get out of the theater?
Once everything seemed clear, I saw some things that were very uncomfortable in the upper stadium, and
I'm going to stop you for a second. What do you mean? What did you see exactly? If you could please tell the jury.
Objection, Judge. Cumulative.
Overruled.
You can go ahead and tell the jury what you saw.
I saw people. I did not want to assume if they were alive or if they were already gone, but I did see them laying over the chairs, and I saw some there on the stairs, and there was, sorry.
Yeah, there's some Kleenex up here if you need it.
There was one person who was laying on the ground just right before the exit of the lobby, and Jennifer later recognized that was a person we went to high school with.
Do you know who that person is?
I heard the name, but me and that person were never actually friends.
Okay. Did you see anything else before you left the theater?
No, I ran to the auditorium, and as I was in the auditorium, a police cop was coming past me, and he had a shotgun in his hand as well, too. I looked behind me and noticed that Jennifer was not there, so I freaked out.
What'd you do after that?
I ran back in to find Jennifer. And right before I got to the doors of Theater 9, Jennifer was just coming out. She said, I was trying to save him. I couldn't. So I grabbed her. We ran out to the outside, and in the parking lot, many people were on their cell phones. There were cop cars, and people they were stunned at what was going on. My instinct was to get Jennifer to her car, get myself to my car. The fear in my mind of what happened is, what if the cars were rigged as well too with bombs? So
were you able to leave the theater parking lot?
The theater parking lot was where one of the exits was. It was crowded and blocked. I don't think the cops were trying to let everybody leave, but I was driving a Jeep at the time, and I took it off-road over the hill and climbed the median and left.
At some point in time, were you able to go to Gateway High School and get interviewed by the police?
Yes. The first place I went to afterwards was my mother's house to tell her everything that happened.
And then I noticed that a door to my right, down towards the bottom, near the screen, there was an emergency exit opened, and a figure wandered in.
How would you describe that figure for the jury?
Judging by his posture and stuff, I had gathered that it was a man. Was wearing dark clothing, which appeared to be riot gear or combat gear, and had what I thought was some sort of toy gun or something with him.
Did you notice that the person was wearing any sort of mask?
It appeared that he was wearing some sort of gas mask.
What do you recall after seeing that figure walk through the door?
I heard what seemed like a light popping noise, as if maybe someone was opening something, and then I heard a hissing noise, and I saw a canister of, I didn't know what at the time until it landed, head towards me. The girl next to me and I both swatted at it, and then it landed at my feet.
This actually landed at your feet?
At my feet.
Right? What do you recall after that?
Immediately, my partner, Chris, asked, what is that? I bent down to sniff it, and since I spent 4 years in the Navy, I knew...
Your Honor, relevance in 403, excuse me.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, she spent 4 years in the Navy and has smelled tear gas as part of her basic training.
Overruled.
You can continue answering the question, Ms. Richards.
Sorry. So anyhow, I knew what tear gas smelled like, and I immediately uttered tear gas, and that was when I began to stand up to leave my seat.
What happened as you began to stand up? Did you realize anything?
I heard kind of a popping noise, and I felt like something warm, felt like, splatter my right arm as I was standing.
What do you recall happening after that?
I recall immediately jumping out of my seat and exiting down the stairs, and I ran until I had reached the lobby.
Did you recognize anything about yourself at that point in time when you got out in the parking lot?
Yes. As soon as we got to the car, I realized that my arm was in pain. I said something about it, and Chris said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Hurry up, let's get in the car." I was urging him to, and that's when I touched my arm because it was in pain. And when I pulled it away, I realized that my hand was covered with a red substance that I had assumed was fake blood or something.
Did you find out if that was fake blood or if that was real blood eventually?
It was my blood.
Right? And where had you learned that you had been shot?
So after we had gotten into the car, we realized that there was a police officer doing construction traffic on the corner of Exposition and Sable. We decided to drive to him since we were new in the area to ask him to instruct us as to where a hospital was, because I knew that I needed medical attention. As soon as he flagged down paramedics, it was all kind of blurry, that particular spot. He flagged down paramedics and they told me that I had been shot with buckshot.
Were you able to get into the ambulance?
Yes.
What happened when you got into the ambulance?
I was immediately administered oxygen. They had begun the beginning stages of the IV, started taking my vitals, and we went back to the movie theater to grab more people.
How many more victims got in the car with you?
2.
Relevance. 403.
If you could just answer that question again, please.
There were 2 more victims with me in the ambulance.
Where did you go?
I was taken to Denver Health.
When you got to Denver Health, did you have any surgery for any injuries?
Not immediately at Denver Health. They just did the usual x-rays. You're getting the wounds, the terrifying CT scan. The surgeries came later.
Right. How many surgeries did you end up having, Ms. Richards?
About 4 or 5.
Right. And what kind of surgeries did you have to have?
I had to have pellets of birdshot removed from my body, usually a couple at a time.
And could you describe for the jury where in your body you had these pellets removed?
Yes, I had at least 2 in my right arm. I had 2 or 3 in my left leg. I had a couple in my back, and then I had at least 1 or 2 removed from my chest.
What happened when you got outside that exit door?
When I got outside the exit door, the paramedics were starting triage, and so I went and sat against the wall, awaiting my color to be told how serious my injuries were.
Did the paramedics give you guys different colors depending on the severity of your injuries that evening?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to observe your injuries at that point in time?
I was able to observe the injury to my hand, and then I still just felt pain in my knee and my arm.
What did you notice about your hand at that point in time?
My fingers looked like they'd been put through a garbage disposal.
What else did you recognize about your fingers at that point in time? Were they dangling or were they?
Yeah, they were just dangling by skin. There was no bone or anything left on my fingers.
At some point in time, did you get some medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
All right, so what happened for you to get medical treatment that night?
There was a police car that pulled up, and they had put me in the front seat, in the passenger seat, and then they had pulled another injured victim in the back seat and drove us to ambulances.
Did you know the victim who was placed in the back seat of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That was Christina Blosch.
Is she one of your coworkers from Red Robin?
Yes.
What happened after you got into that police car?
We drove down the grass behind the movie theater, and we found a row of ambulances. I was then placed in one ambulance, and Christina Blosch was placed in another ambulance.
Were there any other victims in the ambulance you were placed in?
Yes, there was one other lady with an injury to her leg.
What hospital were you taken to?
I was taken to Denver Health.
What happened when you got to Denver Health?
When I got to Denver Health, they had started IVs and everything. They took me to do x-rays and admitted me into the ER.
Did you have surgery when you were at Denver Health?
Yes, I did.
All right, what did you have surgery for?
I had buckshot removed from my left knee, and I had my fingers amputated.
Did you have any other buckshot to your body as well?
I had a gunshot wound that went in my forearm that went just in and out, straight through.
Ms. Snyder, at this time I'm going to ask you to raise your hand as high as you can to show the jury your fingers and your injuries. All right, and thank you very much. If the record could reflect that Ms. Snyder just raised her right hand to show the jury.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the People's State of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. And the record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys. And some of the prosecutors are present. Let's see, Mr. Orman, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edson are present. And we are outside the presence of the jury. Let's take up the emails first. Did you have an opportunity to talk, Mr. Orman?
Actually, we emailed.
The email, sorry. Yes.
No, we emailed.
Oh, you emailed?
Yes.
So the communication was through email about the emails?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And have you come to any agreements or?
Well, I think that we know where the disagreements are. And actually, we spoke and then emailed. Speaking with counsel, I think that they have some overall objections to the totality of the emails and then specific objections to some of them. And I think we're just going to have the court decide.
All right. So we'll start with you, Ms. Spengler. Tell me what the objection is, please. And what is this exhibit marked as, so that the record is clear?
I hadn't thought that far ahead, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I don't know what we've got it marked as. I'll figure that out.
Okay.
Ms. Huntsman will get that number for us shortly.
All right.
Judge, the defense's overall objection to the content of these emails and these emails as a whole is primarily relevance. The court has heard before, we do not believe that the content of these emails are relevant to the issue of sanity or to any material issue in this case, and as a result, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues for the jury to review these emails sometime in the future during deliberations. The emails contain hearsay. I'm concerned that the emails that are contained within this batch contain hearsay, that a limiting instruction is not going to sort of resolve or adequately deal with. Several of these emails within this batch are from witnesses who we either haven't heard from, have already heard from, meaning they've already testified and they've been released, or their names simply haven't come up and are not relied on by any experts. And as I said, will not be testifying in this case, so there is a confrontation issue. And we also would assert that the admission of these emails will violate Mr. Holmes' right to due process. The prosecution has not asserted in any of their arguments regarding these types of emails, or regarding emails in this case, that any expert particularly relies on any communication in the time leading up to the events of July 20th as it relates to sanity. And so I think that also reduces the probative value and creates a situation where the prejudice does substantially outweigh the probative value. They're not being presented to rebut any defense evidence because the defense hasn't presented any evidence at this point.
Hold on a second. Mr. King just stepped out. We're having this discussion now at his specific request because he said he was lead counsel and we could not have this argument without him. So he better be here. I changed my schedule at his request. He better be here. All right, Mr. King has stepped back in the courtroom.
Sorry, Judge, I had a phone call. That's my phone call.
Okay. Ms. Spengler?
Thank you, Judge. So because there is no identified expert or witness who relies on these emails or these exchanges as part of the basis of their opinion, that's another reason why the defense is asserting that the probative value is reduced to a point where it is substantially outweighed by the danger of either confusion of the issues, cumulative evidence, or the danger of unfair prejudice overall. Judge, additionally, we just assert that the assertion of a defense of not guilty by reason of insanity is not a gateway to open up an individual, Mr. Holmes in this case, to all of his statements becoming relevant for purposes of trial. And I know that the court has found some testimony and some emails to be relevant, and that his communications do have some relevance and have admitted emails from professors, exchanges between Mr. Holmes and his professors, as well as testimony from those professors and from students at the University of Colorado. So I believe at this point any additional communication, any additional testimony would be also cumulative to that information that's already been introduced and allowed by the court. Now, Your Honor, I also have specific objections. We're objecting overall to the entirety of the exhibit, but I also have some specific objections to some of the specific language within several of the emails. I will characterize these phrases or this language that we're objecting to as possibly 404, possibly inadmissible character evidence, and I will be upfront with the court that it doesn't. These phrases don't necessarily fall directly within, inadmissible character evidence, but because the relevance of the email is so low, because it doesn't go to any material issue, I think the fact that these phrases can invite the jury to speculate and can be confusing, it really substantially outweighs any probative value, and that's why I'm drawing the court's attention to these specific phrases or specific emails, and I'll do that now if that's okay with the court.
Yes, please.
Okay. August 23rd, 2011, there's an email exchange between Mr. Holmes and his father, Robert Holmes. And there's hearsay contained within the statements of James's father about his sister. I think that can be characterized as double hearsay, and I also think it can be characterized fairly as character evidence related to his sister, Chris, which simply is not relevant. And we would specifically object to that email on that basis. Your Honor, October 30th, 2011 is the second email I draw the court's attention to.
Is there, I'm sorry to stop you. Is there just one email that's dated August 23, 2012, or do you want to tell me the specific phrase or language that you're concerned with?
And it's August 23rd, 2011, and I can... I believe there's only one email on that date, but I can direct the court to the last paragraph or second paragraph.
Just for suggestion, for make it easier for counsel and the court to refer to the emails, I would note each of these emails has a Bates number at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So it may be easier for counsel just to tell the court if the Bates number to specify. That's just a suggestion that I noticed.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good idea. So that would be page 1359, and that would be the second paragraph of James's father's email to his son. Then I'd refer the court to an email dated October 30th, 2011. I'll just have to get there, which is stamped 2964. Your Honor, in this email, there's a reference to speeding and to police being lame. Again, probably not inadmissible character evidence or 404 in and of itself. Possibly. I'm not going to concede it's not. But there's no relevance, very limited relevance to this email, and I just think that the reference ends up not surviving a 401, 402, 403 balancing test. November 15th, 2011, there's also a reference to traffic school, and I would make the same objection with the same record as I just did for the October 30th email, but let me get that number for the court. That would be 3297 is the page number at the bottom. December 9th, 2011 email. Simply, it's a question about Mr. Holmes' correct date of birth. Again, seemingly, I suppose, insignificant, but there's no relevance to the email, and why draw the juror's attention to the fact that the university may have had two dates of birth for Mr. Holmes. I just don't see any relevance and would object specifically to that email. January 16th, 2012, there's an email exchange, or excuse me, an email that is initiated by one of Mr. Holmes' professors who we have not heard from, Diego Restrepo. And that is hearsay. We have not heard from that individual. We would not be able to confront that individual, and there is writing contained within a written document, what appears to be homework, and we would object specifically to that. I'm going to take my hand off of the speaker and look for the page number. That would be page number 4456 through 4458. Here, there's January 31st, 2012 email. Page number 5334, this is a period of time where there's a sort of series of emails where Mr. Holmes appears to be looking for a third rotation, and a lab in a third rotation, and there is a reference to the work that this particular professor does on impulse aggression disorder. I just think it's not relevant and has the potential of being prejudicial and does not survive a 403 balancing test. There's a February 7th, 2012 email exchange with Kurt Freed. The court knows we've already heard from Professor Freed or Dr. Freed. That would be at page 5623. The content is generally benign, Your Honor. It's simply scheduling. But there is a reference to doing rat transplants. And again, if it's just an email about scheduling, I don't see the relevance to any material issue in this case. So why inject rat transplants or information about that through this email? Again, we don't believe it survives a 403 balancing test. The same objection relates to the next email that I'll identify, February 13th, 2012, with a page number of 5747, and this refers to the attachment to that email. It's an email where Mr. Holmes purportedly is submitting a paragraph to his school regarding a summary report to the National Institute of Health, and it references in vitro experiments on rat brains. Again, I just don't believe it survives the 401, 402, 403 balancing test. The specific objection, Your Honor, is to the content or the sentence contained within the summary report. It's not contained in the email itself. It's contained within the attachment. February 15th, 2012 is actually just a continuation of the email I referenced already, the February 7th, 2012 email. So that email also contains a reference to rat transplants, otherwise just deals with scheduling, and that's at 5781, and that's a multi-page email. And contained within that is that reference. Your Honor, there's a February 19th, 2012 email that has a page number 5919, and this is a very brief exchange between Mr. Holmes, purportedly, and Cammie Kennedy, an administrator at the university, another individual we have not heard from, who has not testified, and it deals with Mr. Holmes's billing statement, and I just don't see the relevance. It's short. There appears to be an issue with the billing statement. It contains hearsay. There's a confrontation issue. The relevance is obviously very limited, and I just don't know why we need to draw the jury's attention that Mr. Holmes's tuition was being paid for by the state of Colorado. I believe it's inflammatory, and the probative value does not outweigh that potential inflammatory effect. And I just have two more, Your Honor. Three more. February 23rd, 2012 is also that same scheduling exchange with Professor Freed that we've heard about. I'm going to take that back. I think it's a different scheduling issue with Professor Freed. That's at 6101, but it's also referencing work that the lab is doing with rat brains. Your Honor, March 26, 2012, I draw the court's attention to with a specific objection. It's regarding bad access, and I don't see the relevance. It is a single sentence to a witness who has not testified. It's not a witness's name that I'm familiar with, and I don't believe any of the experts rely on this email or on this particular individual who's involved in the email exchange, or it's not even an exchange, it's a single email to a Mary Mock about a badge access. And then finally, Your Honor, May 16th, 2012 is a email between Mr. Holmes and Professor Freed, and attached is a PowerPoint, which appears to be the third rotation presentation or at least some iteration of his third rotation presentation. As the court knows, the jury has already seen a portion of the presentation on video. Dr. Reid has already testified, and we now do not have the ability to confront on this email and what's the contents of this email. We do not know that this is the final presentation, so we would object specifically to that email and its attachment as well. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orman, response? I'm not sure what happened to the microphone. That was.
I'll use the. It's right inside the podium.
Oh.
Well, Your Honor, in the global sense, the emails are being offered for the defendant's statements contained in the emails. There are statements by other people that the defendant responds to in most of the emails. There are a couple, and I say a couple, maybe 3 or 4 emails where they're just emails sent by the defendant. One of them is the one that counsel just recently mentioned about the badge access, was not in response to anything. The statements of other people, for instance, the statement that was mentioned about the defendant's father, are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They are offered to put the defendant's responses to those statements in context so the jury can understand what the defendant's statements are responding to and understand what they mean because of that. The totality of the emails, Your Honor, is relevant to the issue of sanity. I would note that the emails that we've placed in this exhibit, oh, and Your Honor, that the exhibit number you were asking would be 1227.
Well, thank you.
The emails that we have placed in here start on August 5th, 2011, and the final email in this is June 13th, 2012. So they span a period of less than a year, but they span most of the period where the defendant was at the University of Colorado, Denver, and demonstrate, Your Honor, his state of mind during that period of time, the way that he decides to use words, his thought processes, and that is probably the most important part of it, is the way he's able to think, the way he's able to process information, the way he's able to respond to queries, the way he is able to share information with other people, the way he is able to accumulate and put together information, Your Honor, is relevant to his mental state, mental processes, and the issues related to his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. This is especially so, Your Honor, because of the assertion that the defense has made, and I believe it was an opening statement, that the defendant went through some type of degeneration, that's my word, of his mental acuity and mental abilities in the spring of 2012. This is evidence that shows exactly what his, well, not exactly, I guess, but it's good evidence, Your Honor, of his mental acuity, of his thought processes, of his connection to reality during the relevant time period. And regardless of whether an expert or experts have relied upon these emails to any extent, frankly, is not the question, Your Honor, because the experts in this case do not decide the question of whether the defendant meets Colorado's test for legal insanity. That decision is made by the jurors. That decision is made by the jurors who will get, if this is admitted, to review this evidence, to see this evidence, and to make up their own minds about the defendant's state of mind and any changes in his state of mind during the time period from August of 2011 through June, or the early part of June in 2012. So that is my, I guess, argument about the totality of the evidence. And if Your Honor wants, I'll go through the individual ones that the defense made, unless you want some more argument about the totality.
No, it's up to you, whatever arguments you want to present.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Your Honor, but I know on numerous occasions you have had questions for me, so I wanted to make sure you didn't have any questions for me on that.
I don't. I'm going to have to review them over the weekend now that I know what the specific objections are and now that I know what the specific emails that are being objected to are.
So, Your Honor, regarding the email on August 23rd, 2011, which is Bates numbered 1359, and when I say that, Your Honor, all of these say CU02-00, and then they have the 4-digit number. I'm just going to use that last 4 digits, if
All
that's
right.
okay with the
And
court.
don't feel like you have to go through each email one by one. You can make whatever arguments you want. I'll leave it up to you. So if you
Okay.
want to pick some, you can pick some. It's up to you. If you want to argue about all of them, you can argue about all of them.
Okay.
As I said, I will review them over the weekend and we'll consider whatever arguments the parties present.
I understand, Your Honor. I think I'll go through the ones that are sort of the different arguments that then have been previously made. One of the ones that counsel mentioned was the birth date email, which is on December 9th, which is page number 3987 from the Bates numbers, where the defendant is responding with what's his date of birth. Again, Your Honor, this may seem trivial, but it is the defendant responding to a query, processing information, and providing the information in an appropriate, reasonable format for response, which I believe is relevant to his state of mind and to his mental processes and the issues of sanity. The email that is referred to from January 16th, Your Honor, and there's 2 of them sort of in here, and for some reason they did not show up as a chain of emails like we often see, where there's one email on the same page and the response on the same page. If you look at it, Your Honor, on January 16th, on page 4456, is the email of that Mr. Restrepo or Dr. Restrepo sent to the defendant with some CCs in here. And attached to that, Your Honor, the next page, 4457, is his write-up of this, and then 4458 is just sort of the last page saying it was sent from an iPad. The defendant's response, Your Honor, as I read it, is on the next page, 4459. And if you look at it, Your Honor, you can see that there is a portion of the email without the attachments, which has the same time as the email on 4456. So that indicates that the defendant is responding to that. And here, Your Honor, the defendant is responding to a criticism, and I say that in the sense of a professor grading work, essentially, of the defendant's work, and the defendant is responding to that. And this is in January of 2012, which again shows his thought processes, the way he processes information, the way he can put this together, and to me, Your Honor, is relevant to the issue of sanity. Your Honor, the 5354, which is January 31st, the objection on that is a reference to research that this person is doing on impulsive aggression disorder. I mean, if it were research on schizophrenia or something, that might be one thing. But this is not any type of disorder that I have ever seen in any discovery associated with this case, apart from this email. And the defendant it's not like an indication of anything other than the defendant is interested in working in this guy's lab and has put down what the type of research is. In fact, if you look at the next page, which is also January 31st and is 5336, you can see the defendant is using some type of essentially a form letter where he'll take most of the same language and then insert, here's your name, here's the type of research you're doing. So I just don't see any prejudice to the defendant, and it shows his state of mind, ability to process information, and how he does that. The email on February 13th, Your Honor, which is 5747, Your Honor, has attached to it what appears to be, if you read the email, work product, and I don't say that in the sense of attorney work product, I mean that in the general sense, of the defendant, something he wrote on what appears to me a very complicated scientific concept in February of 2013, which goes to his state of mind, ability to process information. $59.19, Your Honor, which is February 19th, 2012. There's a reference to the defendant discussing financial issues relating to his education. Shows, again, his state of mind, his ability to understand the world around him, to respond to questions, and is part of the progression of time. And it's a snapshot in time along this continuum of time that the jury should be able to consider relating to his mental state and ability to understand the world around him and his attachment to reality. You know, there's one that I have marked in here, but I just can't find it as I'm flipping through. It's the, well, before I get to that, the last one that counsel objected to, Your Honor, is fairly late in this email stream of May 16th, 2012, and it's page 8587, and this is the PowerPoint that the defendant put together. And yeah, sure, maybe we've seen some clips of video of a PowerPoint, and maybe we don't know which version it is. Which version this is, Your Honor, is not the question. The reason this is relevant is because this is something that the defendant himself would have put together in May of 2012, a time period that is just a little over 2 months from the date of offense in this case, shows that the defendant's ability to put together information in a fashion that is connected to reality and is relevant to the issue of sanity. There was one more, Your Honor, about a traffic ticket, and I think I skipped it. I know Your Honor knows which one it is. Your Honor, there's no prejudice, and I don't really think counsel was arguing that a traffic ticket is inherently prejudicial in a case of this nature. But the way the defendant responds to that issue, the way he responds to the query, I believe it's from his mother, about that situation, again, Your Honor, as part of the continuum of time, shows his ability to understand events, to respond in a logical and coherent fashion. And this is evidence that the jury should be able to consider in determining the issue of sanity. And unless you have any questions for me, Your Honor, that completes my argument.
Is that the same speeding incident that has been talked about, or is that something else?
I believe it's something else, Your Honor. The speeding incident that we've talked about, I think, was in June. It may have been in May of 2012. This one, I believe, was in 2011. The second email that counsel mentioned about speeding may have been that incident, because there was 2 of them.
No, both references to traffic ticket and speeding deal with the 2011 event.
So not something that we've heard about?
Correct.
Okay.
I appreciate that clarification from counsel.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I will take a look at the exhibit over the weekend, and we'll consider all of the objections and then rule on them on Monday. All right, in terms of scheduling, that's the other thing we tabled until now. When we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, what I said was that the prosecution gave an estimate at the beginning of trial, actually before the trial, that they believed they could put on their case in 2 months. And there are a couple of different ways you can look at what 2 months means. One is 8 weeks. The other one is actually just forwarding 2 months and then picking that same specific date. So if you go by the first calculation, 8 weeks, which would be my calculation, you would land on the 23rd of June. That's a Tuesday. That's the 8th week since the prosecution started putting on evidence in this case. The prosecution started presenting its case on April 28th. If you do the other method and just say, well, 2 months from April 28th is June 28th, that would fall on the following week, and it would be, I think that falls on a Sunday, and so the 29th would be the date, and that's a Monday. And what I had stated a couple of weeks ago is that my preference would be that we try to use the 23rd, Tuesday, June 23rd, as the deadline for the prosecution to finish its case. I think Mr. Brockler had advised the court at that time that in all candor he wasn't sure if that was going to happen, but that at least as I understood his comments, he was, I think, fairly confident that he could do it by the following week. And so what I told Mr. King was that at least as of a couple of weeks ago, he should plan on starting his case probably on June 30 or somewhere around there. June 30 or July 1st, perhaps even. But that we would talk about this further today, and that was at the request of the people. The people said they would be in a better position to address this today as opposed to 2 weeks ago. So, Mr. Brockler, where are we? Do you think it's going to take you 2 weeks or 3 weeks to finish your case? Well, you can either go to the podium or, yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. I think right now, Your Honor, we believe that we can be done 2 weeks from today. And if I just said something crazy, someone around here will tell me that. I'm sorry? Ms. Tisha McGuire has said I should say the 23rd. But I think there may be a chance we're done on the 19th, but no later than the 23rd.
No later than the 23rd. I understood it. It's by the 23rd. All right. So the 23rd is a Tuesday. The question is, do we leave a little bit of time for arguments, the motions that may be made at the end of the people's case, or do we think that the defense can start with its case on June 24th? And I'm looking at the people too. How confident are you that you're going to be done by the 23rd and that we can take care of any motions on the 23rd?
I'm pretty confident we'll be done, Your Honor, but as the court might know, we can't control it all and not set in stone, but I'm pretty confident.
Okay. All right. Mr. King, can you start your case on June 24th? Yes. And the other question is, Mr. King, you had estimated that it would take you a month to put on your case. And when I say you, I don't mean just you, I mean you and your colleagues. And later you told me that given some of the witnesses the prosecution has called, that it's going to be less than a month. And so if you would give me a modified or revised estimate as well, please.
Yes.
Judge, I could tell the court that it would be my preference, just because we've set things up thus far, to begin on the 29th. It would solve a lot of logistical problems for us. If the court is insisting, I think we probably could make a go of it on the 24th or the 25th. I'll let the court know that my problem is, and to answer the court's second question, I'm estimating 2 weeks at this point, perhaps a little shy of 2 weeks.
Okay.
My problem is, Your Honor, is not with, we have a number of lay witnesses, the vast majority of which are local witnesses. Those people are not such a problem. The people that are in issue are the expert witnesses, both from CMHIP and from our retained experts who are in Chicago and Philadelphia, and trying to work around their schedules. And I've been trying to work with them, but they're very busy. So I think we could probably make it work if I could fill that week and into the first few days with the lay witnesses, and I can probably get the expert witnesses here late the week of the 29th is my guesstimate, if that's what the court prefers. As I said, my preference would be to start on the 29th, given the fact that we are ahead of schedule, and that my case I'm now predicting is about half as long as I originally predicted.
The problem with starting on the 29th is if the prosecution ends on the 19th, now we're taking 10 days off. And these jurors have put their lives on hold. I'm not doing that to them.
That would be 10 days or
days, right? Whatever I may have said, 10 days is what I meant. I'm sorry. So that would be 10 days, right? You want to start on the 29th?
The 29th would be the following Monday. That would be,
June 19th to June 29th is 10 days.
oh, yes, you're right, Judge,
Right.
including the weekends, yes.
Right. That's taking a whole week off. I'm not inclined to take a whole week off. So, as I said, this is a difficult thing that we've asked these jurors to do, and I think we owe it to them to move it along, and I appreciate the parties doing that so far, but I want to keep us ahead of schedule. So I understand your logistical concerns, especially with respect to your witnesses who are out of state. So I'll work with you. What if we start on June 25? If the people are ending on June 23, we could use June 24 for any arguments we need, or we could take June 24th off. You can start on June 25. That's only a few days that week, and then you can try to fill that the next week, it sounds like, and then start calling your experts at the end of that week of the June 29th.
I think that is workable, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm more than willing to try to do that. If I could just have till Monday to verify with my experts their availability. It looks like I spoke to Mr. Bishop, and he's indicating that it looks like they would be available during that time frame. So I think we're going to be okay, but I would just need to verify with them.
Great, I appreciate that. All right, that's the plan then. The defense will plan on starting its case on June 25. The people will plan on finishing its case no later than June 23rd. And then we have June 24th to play with if we need it for any work that we may have to do outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, I've been told that once Dr. Metzner concludes, when we know that part ends, if it's Tuesday or something, we will be able to give the court a precise date by which we'll be done. That's the biggest unknown right now.
So you're calling Dr. Metzner then on Monday?
That's the plan, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. But you're telling me right now that you're confident that you'll be done by June 23rd, right? Yes. All your colleagues are saying yes. I'm assuming that's a yes.
Yes, they were not the ones that recently got beat up, but yes, I will commit to that, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything else in terms of schedule? No? Anything else that we need to talk to? By the way, the one juror is running late and said that she would try to get here by 3:45, although traffic was bad. So as it turns out, if she gets here by 3:45, that would be perfect. If she's a little bit later than that, we'll obviously have to work with it. Anything else on behalf of the people right now, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor.
All right. Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I just have a quick administrative matter relating to the exhibit numbers. I just wanted to be clear, and I can work this out with your staff as well.
Okay.
But going forward, we would like to make sure that when a defense exhibit is marked with a certain number and it's tendered and rejected and it's not ultimately admitted into evidence, we would like to make sure that we mark each of those with a court exhibit number, but that it also retain that same defense exhibit number, kind of the same way that, when a prosecution exhibit number 56 doesn't come in, it keeps that number. It's not like their internal numbering system changes or anything like that, and then it gets a court exhibit number. So that just to help us keep track internally as well of the exhibits that we are marking and at least attempting to admit, if that's okay with the court.
Absolutely, and that's how we've been doing it, and that's how we should continue to do it, so that the record is completely clear.
Great.
About what exhibits were proffered and rejected, and then marked as a court trial exhibit as a result.
So I think we might have a little bit of confusion and some renumbering to do from this morning. Hopefully we'll be clear going forward, but Mr. King had a stack of those video clips that he had marked as 25 through 52 or something like that. And then we ended up making another exhibit 25, then we didn't admit that one, then we made another exhibit 25. So I can try to sort it all out with your staff, but I just wanted to make sure we were kind of clear on the plan going forward and just in terms of the numbering.
That's fine. That makes a lot of sense. Now, in terms of the exhibits that, the discs that you're talking about, Mr. King only used 2 of them. Do you want to still mark all of them?
Yes, I think, because we may be using them with other witnesses as well, so I think it makes sense to give each of those discs both a defense number as well as a court's exhibit number?
Well, my preference would be to mark the ones that you actually use. I mean, those are the ones you're moving to admit. You're not moving to just admit the whole thing without asking any witnesses, any questions about him, right? I don't think that would be appropriate. So to the extent that what you're asking is that when you question a witness about a particular clip, that clip should be admitted into evidence, then it should be marked at that time with whatever defense exhibit number, and then we'll mark it as a court trial exhibit number as well to show that it was offered but rejected. Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. I think this morning Mr. King did offer all of those clips into evidence, and they were all rejected.
I think what he said was that he was, at least the way I understood it, was that he was going to use them, or he might use some of them. Now, I don't think you get to just say, I have all these clips. I'm not going to ask any witnesses any questions about him. I just want to introduce him into evidence. I don't think that's the way that would work. So to the extent that there are any clips that you want to use with any witnesses and you want those admitted, then I think they should be marked at that point and mark them as an exhibit, defense exhibit number, and as a court trial exhibit number. Now, if you want to mark them in advance, that's fine, as long as you keep track of whatever numbers you've used, so that when you get to other exhibits, we don't get the situation that we had earlier today where he used a number that had already, or a couple of numbers that may have been used already.
So just so I'm clear, the clips, have all of the clips that Mr. King tried to move into evidence this morning been marked as court's exhibits yet?
They shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been marked yet, and to the extent they were, then they have been improperly marked. Okay. I am only going to mark the ones that you actually use, because those are the ones that I'm understanding you would move into evidence, and I'm not going to require you to say every time we move it into evidence. I mean, it's up to you. If you want to do it in front of the jury, you can, but the understanding is, to the extent that you use it with a witness, I already know that you want to introduce it into evidence, and the record is clear that that's my understanding that any clips that you use with a witness, you want to introduce into evidence. And my ruling is you can use it with the witness in questioning the witness, but you cannot admit it into evidence. Any clips that you don't attempt to use with a witness, that they're just clips that you made copies of, those are not part of the record and should not be part of the record. So they should not, to the extent you want to mark them as defense exhibits on your own, you can in advance, but we should not mark those as court trial exhibits yet. Okay?
We'll put our heads together, and if, with the court's permission, if I, can confer with your staff, we'll get it sorted out and make sure we're all on the same page as far as numbers then.
Not only with my permission, it's my request. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I'm glad that you brought it up.
Very well, and we'll obviously communicate it to the prosecution as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Just an observation that when we prepared our exhibit list, we numbered anything we thought we might use, some of which we're not using. So there's gaps in our numbering, and if the defense wants to use a similar system, we obviously don't object. We don't think everything has to be sequential.
Right.
They can be skipped.
Right. Okay. All right. Anything else? Mr. Brockler, any more sulking that you want to do? You're lucky it didn't come down on you for talking so much about Justin Bieber, okay, and having everyone then talk about it as well. All right, we're going to be on break. As soon as the juror gets back, then we'll get started. The court will be in recess.
Well, there we have a couple of laughs and some lightheartedness in the courtroom, but also some serious news coming out of this. The fact that the judge is recommending that the defense plan to begin their case on June 25th. And more importantly than that, Dan King saying that because so many other witnesses have already been called and so many topics already covered, he's anticipating his case will now only take 2 weeks. And that means, it appears, we will have a verdict during late July and not into August as we had planned and originally as this trial began. And of course, if that is a guilty verdict, there will be another phase, a sentencing phase that could last 4 weeks. But right now, it appears that the prosecuting team will be done on June 23rd. Dan King originally asked for June 29th to make it possible for his expert witnesses to fly in from Chicago and Philadelphia. But right now, the judge is recommending the 25th, which could mean, if Brockler is done by his earliest possible estimate, that is the 19th of July, Could mean we get a few days off, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, in addition to a weekend, with the defense planning to start on the 25th. Of course, something could go wrong, like, for example, this juror we're waiting for who had a downtown medical appointment. Of course, downtown Denver is what I assume they mean, is north of Arapahoe County, and right now there's some storms in Colorado. Certainly it is the beginning of an early Friday rush hour, and at this point we are still waiting for that juror. We have a question mark on when they'll return, but we know they were originally planning to have this court day last until 5:30, making up a little bit of time for this extended lunch break that we went through and for the technical difficulties they had earlier during this week. Right now we are still waiting for that juror. She was supposed to be back. I say she, I really don't know, but it's a safe bet. The jury is mostly female, 19 females and 5 males. So it is 3:49 now. The judge originally said the juror expected to be back at 3:45, but was having some traffic encounters, and certainly that happens from our studio down to the Arapahoe County courthouses. Can easily take a half hour, but especially with a Friday early rush hour, people leaving downtown Denver, that appears to be what we are waiting for. So right now, John Stone, are we going to be able to continue replaying our previous clips? All right, that's what we'll do. While we continue waiting, we're going to pick up where we left off during the lunch hour, replaying some of the sound, the testimony we heard from survivors and first responders during the course of the first few weeks of this trial.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th, 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
I was.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th, 2012?
It did.
Could you please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th of 2012, prior to going to the movie theater?
Well, we started off our day a little late, but we were spending time together. I was up here on vacation. We went to the Coors Brewery.
I'm going to stop you for a second. Who's we?
We, Jessica and myself.
Who's Jessica?
Jessica Gowie is my good friend of almost 10 years.
How'd you know Jessica?
I met her in high school back in fall of 2002, and so it began. Gosh, we covered a lot of ground in that time, and great friendship. We dated for a while.
Interject an objection under 403 and 401.
The objection's overruled, but ask your next question, please.
What, were you visiting Jessica from another state?
I was. I'm from Texas.
Right. So when had you arrived to visit Jessica?
I arrived, I believe it was the 17th of July.
Of 2012?
Of 2012, yes.
What do you recall doing with Miss Gowie that day?
That day, as I said, we went to the Coors Brewery. We went on a tour, hung out, and we went back to her residence, and we just played catch-up. We hung out by the pool. We just talked like we hadn't got to talk in a while. She had moved up here the year prior, and...
An objection, 403.
Sustained.
Did you and Miss Gowie decide to go to the movie theater that day?
We did. After much persuasion, she twisted my arm, essentially. She's like, I never thought I'd have to twist a guy's arm to go see Batman. But any which way, we decided to go see the midnight release, and turns out they were sold out of tickets as soon as we tried to buy them. She checked again, and turns out there was a 12:05 showing. So we bought the tickets, and eventually made our way to the theater later on that evening.
Do you recall approximately what time you got to the theater that night?
I'm going to go out on, approximately, it was probably about 11:40, 11:45.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater?
We went through the motions, we got our tickets. She had this obsession with this weird popcorn salt stuff, so she got her fix there. We made our way into the theater, and we just sat down and watched the previews. We were walking in as the auditorium was darkening for the previews.
Were you able to tell how full the movie theater was at that time?
It was packed. It was the midnight release, or the premiere night, so it was a very, very full theater.
Where did you find your seats that night?
It was the 12th row, offset to the right of the auditorium, probably 6 to 8 seats in.
So if you're facing the movie theater screen and this is the movie theater screen, were you closer to the right side of the theater or the left side?
Closer to the right side.
What do you recall of doing prior to the movie starting?
We were watching the previews. I remember there was that new Superman movie that was supposed to be coming out. I remember one of the gentlemen in the audience was wearing a Superman shirt, and he struck his little pose, and we all laughed. We were just, cutting up and having a good time, just getting ready for the movie, getting geared up. And, yeah.
What happened during the movie?
We're probably guesstimating 20, 30 minutes in. And I remember hearing a hissing noise coming from the front right of the theater by the emergency exit. And it drew my attention over there, but being that it was dark, I couldn't see anything. Shortly thereafter, I saw what was making the hissing noise being hurled across the theater. And it was going up theater, probably somewhere a row or so in front of us, but off to the opposite side, to the left side of the theater. And I remember there was this brief pause as soon as it hit the area of people, and then this surreal effect happened. It's like a drop of water hitting, and this wave of people just erupted away from where the object had been thrown. And I was kind of puzzled at first, and then the first shot rang out, and I was like, oh, this is actually happening.
What do you recall after that first shot rang out?
Of course, mass panic, chaos, people screaming. We stood up and we started to make our way to the right to exit our row. We got about one seat length down the way, and I realized that people aren't moving out of the way fast enough, and I pushed us to the ground.
When you say us?
Jessica and myself.
All right, what happened when you pushed her to the ground?
It was to get cover. The whole time she was saying, call 911, call 911. She was in a kind of a laying down position for cover. I was kind of in a low profile crawling position.
And could you describe for the jury how your bodies were at that point?
She was laying prone, which is stomach down, just flat on her stomach basically, taking cover, saying call 911. Myself, I was kind of in a curled up ball, but like in a crawling type position.
Were your heads closer to the right aisle or closer to the left aisle?
We're both facing the right exit. So at that point, I started to feel the spray of popcorn and soda just all around. I noticed her tone changed entirely, transitioned from call 911 to screaming, and I looked down to see that she'd been shot in her right leg. I believe it was right above the knee. As an EMT, I just finished my course, my training, and my first step from there was just to control the bleeding, so I applied pressure to her gunshot wound. Again, there was a continued spray of popcorn and soda or whatever was going on. I felt, I tried to reach for my phone in my pocket, and given my position, I wasn't able to do that, so I straightened out my leg. I kneeled up a little bit to gain access to my pocket to get my phone, and that was when I sustained a shot to my left buttocks.
Are you hearing anything in the background while all this is going on?
Shots continued to ring out. My perception of time was adrenaline slowed things down a lot, but I do recall shots being fired.
Now, describe for the jury the shots that you heard in the theater that night.
Well, as soon as the first shot rang out, it was just a loud bang, and then a pause, and then a bang, and it just continued. As soon as I saw that Jessie had been shot, my focus transitioned to taking care of her. So the shots continued, and I at that point had gotten out my phone, and I fumbled around to call 911 as soon as I could, as quick as I could, but I got some weird busy message on my phone. And so I stuck it back in my pocket. I had noticed at this point that the screaming had stopped, and Jesse had sustained a shot to the head, in which case brain matter was exposed. It was at that point I crawled a little closer to her, and I prayed over her.
I move to strike 403.
Overruled.
You can continue, Mr. Loa.
I didn't really know what to do. It just felt right. I just gave her the best send-off I could. And at that point, my medical technician back, the training had kicked in, and we would count a patient like that in the EMS world as a black tag triage, which means they have injuries that are incompatible with life. At that point, I felt that my own survival was my next priority, and I made my way all the way across the aisle that I was in to the small section of seating that was right above the entrance tunnel to the right of the theater. My strategy was that if the shooter had come back, actually, I skipped a part. While I was laying there with Jesse, I looked up theater, the upper rows, and I saw someone stand up and run out, and I heard no shots fired out. So I figured at that point, if I'm going to move, now is my chance. So that's when I made my way to the end of the aisle. I sat there thinking if the shooter did come back, I could throw myself over the wall and land down in the tunnel and scurry off, and hopefully I'd have a chance. But the shooter never returned. Somebody cried out, "Somebody please help, please." And at this point, my leg had started to stiffen up a little bit. My adrenaline was wearing off. I remember hollering out and saying, "Just put pressure on it, help is coming." Not very long after, I saw personnel in uniform enter the auditorium, and one of them worked his way up my aisleway and found me there, and I said, "Are you all right?" And I was like, "I've been shot. I think I'll be okay." And he's like, "All right, stay put." And I was like, "Actually, this gas is really irritating me. Is there any way that I could get out of here?" And he said, "Absolutely, let's get you out." So that particular officer and one other helped carry me out of the theater, and they took me down and out that right front emergency exit.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. All of the jurors are here now, so let's bring the jury in, please. Kathy. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. I hope you avoided that rain. No? Well, in that case, I hope you had a boat, not a car. It was pretty bad out there. Thank you for coming back. Before we proceed with Mr. Bruckler's redirect examination of Dr. Reid, I want to remind Dr. Reid that he's still under oath. And then I want to remind you, members of the jury, that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reid only for a limited purpose. You may consider this evidence only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, a couple things I just want to touch on before we get into some other bigger chunks here from the cross-examination. One thing you were asked about was the defendant's writings after the massacre involving galactic colonization. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was some discussion about those and what they might reveal. Were you aware from going through the discovery in this case that the defendant was a fan of science fiction?
Or at least that he read a fair amount of it in his cell, sure.
In fact, is there some evidence that suggests that even his mother had sent to him a book called Starfist? It may have been the only book left in his apartment that was fiction. I'm sorry, Starfist, and it was some science fiction book. Do you remember that?
I remember the title Starfist. I didn't remember how he got it.
The idea of galactic colonization isn't one that the defendant came up with?
No, it's a common idea about our having to leave Earth sooner or later. It's not fit to live in or something like that. That's a common theme actually in science as well as science fiction.
There was a discussion of certain snippets that were taken out of the video where, in quotes, where the defendant says he looked in the mirror and saw maybe this other person. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you conclude, based on all the evidence that you reviewed, that the defendant had some sort of split personality or two different people were working in that one body?
No, there's no evidence of split personality, multiple personality, anything like that.
There's also some questions that involve the defendant continuing to say, I was on the mission, I had to complete the mission. Is there anything in the discovery that you found that would cause you to have the opinion that he was not acting voluntarily on the 19th and 20th of July? Sorry.
Objection. Relevance to the issue of sanity.
Sustained to the form of the question. Rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, thank you. In light of those questions about him feeling like he was on a mission, had to complete the mission, is there anything that caused you to conclude, in your opinion, that the defendant was not acting of his own accord or on his own will back on July 19th and July 20th?
Objection. Relevance to the issue of sanity.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Nothing indicated that. He certainly indicated that it was a strong wish or a strong impulse, a press, I'm not sure he used that word, to complete the mission, but that doesn't have any particular relevance with regard to capacity and things like that, in my view, in the way that he described it or the way that the record describes his behavior.
To the extent that others that we may hear from later have suggested that the defendant was in a psychotic break on the 19th or 20th of July, I want to ask you, can you circle a date on a calendar and say, this is when I'm having my psychotic break?
Not predictively. You can't say, I think I'll have it Thursday, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Or the 20th of July?
No.
There was also a question about the fact that the defendant had made multiple statements about wanting to be remembered, which led into questions about pictures. You had opined, you had answered the defense counsel that there was a Squarespace account that the defendant had access to, and then defense counsel had asked you about, do you know if he'd ever done anything to allow someone to have access to that? Do you remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation.
I would like to direct your attention, if you could. Do you have the copy of the notebook up there?
Not with me, no.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I want you to take a look at the very last page, page 56, way at the bottom. There's some envelope stuff in there, isn't there?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
This is a copy of the notebook? that
Yes,
you
sir.
gave him? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The very last writable page of the notebook, yes, page 56.
Please look at the bottom, and if you could, ma'am, would you publish, please, 56 with a blow-up of that bottom portion? Doctor, this notebook, as you've said before, was written to send to someone else. Do you remember that?
At least at one point, it was sent to someone else.
And this last page, is this what appears at the very bottom of the last page of this notebook sent to someone else?
Yes.
Are you aware from the discovery that at the time that this notebook was sent, the defendant had already posted, "Will you visit me in prison?" on a couple different adult dating sites?
Yes.
Ma'am, you can take that down. Thank you. You were asked a number of questions on cross-examination about Dr. Woodcock and what you would do had you been in the position of Dr. Woodcock and sent into the jail. And do you remember all that?
Yes.
I want to ask you some specific questions to follow up on that. One of them is, if you had been given a directive by an attorney to go interview a client, much like the person here in jail, and you were given 3 hours, tell me what you would have done to go about making that the best interview possible.
Okay. Assuming that I'd already talked about what's the context, et cetera, in those 3 hours I had with the individual, I would want to quickly form some sort of rapport as best I could. I would tell the person why I was there, who asked me to be there, and what the results of our interview might be, who might see it, things like that. I would ask some psychiatric questions, some introductory questions. I would fairly quickly, given only 3 hours, get to the events with which he was charged, or the events that apparently just happened, such as in this case, a shooting, what happened right before, what happened during, what happened after, both the factual things and the psychological things. What do you think happened? How do you feel about it? Can you tell me more? That sort of thing. I would spend some time trying to do a more thorough general psychiatric interview as well, and mental status examination. But I would assume, unless the lawyer told me otherwise, that my reason for being there was to assess him for some legal, that is forensic purpose, either responsibility for the act or competence to stand trial, something like that, and carry that out as best I could in 3 hours, understanding that that would be a preliminary thing and that I'd need to do more things after that before offering opinions.
We'll get to what you might have done after that. A couple questions to take us back. I mean, outside of anything recorded by law enforcement shortly after the arrest or the crime, is this the best shot you're going to have to figure out what's going on in someone's mind after they commit a crime?
It's a very good shot, and you try very hard to do it, because once that time passes, the opportunity's gone.
For that kind of an interview, would you have wanted, if at all possible, to record it in the manner in which you've recorded these other assessments?
Oh, yes.
How about this? If you were going to go interview a person, whether it was under the conditions we've just described or any other, what limitations do you impose on who can be in the room with you?
I always prefer to do the assessment by myself. There are situations where you can't, where there's some legal reason that you can't, or a security reason that you can't. But usually, as I do, and as I've suggested other people do, there's a way to be in private with the individual, whether there's a guard just outside the door or the individual is shackled, something like that. having someone else in the room necessarily contaminates the interview to a smaller or larger extent. If a lawyer insists on being in the room or insists on having someone else in the room, if I wish to continue to work with that individual, with that attorney, then I will try to make sure that the other person in the room is out of eyesight, not in the line of sight of the person I'm examining, does not make any comments at all. I'll recognize that the person is there. It would be silly not to recognize that the person is there. But the person would be expected to be silent and out of the line of sight of the individual.
Why?
Because I want to get things from the individual. I don't want the individual to be guided either subtly or directly by the person in the room. And I don't want myself to be limited by a comment or a gesture from the other person in the room.
Well, let's go back now and talk about the interview that Mr. King spoke with you about, with Mr. Woodcock and the defendant. And we weren't...
Respectfully, it's Dr. Woodcock.
I'm sorry, did I not say doctor? I didn't mean to not say that.
I think he said Mr. Woodcock.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Dr. Woodcock. Dr. Woodcock, we weren't sure if you saw him on the 23rd or the 24th of July. Is that fair?
Something like that. It was within 3 or 4 days.
All right. Now, did he go to that setting and interview the defendant all by himself?
The indication
calls for speculation.
Well, he's asking if you know. You can only answer if you know.
The indication from the record and from my conversation with Dr. Woodcock is that Mr. Bishop was in the room with them.
And do you know who Mr. Bishop is?
Yes, Mr. Bishop is an investigator with the defense team.
Is that already somewhat of a contamination of that interview?
It would be if I were doing the interview, and I need to answer yes to that.
And I should follow up. You spoke with Dr. Woodcock about the interview he conducted?
Yes.
Did you also review his notes?
Yes.
The very first report that Dr. Woodcock generated, do you remember when that was?
It was dated March 26, 2015.
March 26th of this year?
Correct.
Okay. In between the notes that were generated by Dr. Woodcock back in presumably July 23rd, 24th of 2012 and 33 months later, are you aware of any other notes or reports or anything generated by Dr. Woodcock related to this case and that defendant?
Except for his conversation with me, no, and I'm looking on the notes to see whether they were generated at the time of the assessment. It appears that they likely were generated July 24, 2012.
Okay. And you're not aware of any other notes or reports or anything else?
Prior to the March 26 quote evaluation report, no, I'm not.
Okay. So let's go back to talking about the defense investigator who was inside the room during this interview. Did you, from his notes and from your conversations with him, discover that he had done more than simply be there in the room?
There is indication in the notes on the second page of the transcribed notes. There are 3 words that I'm not sure exactly how to interpret. Question mark, Bishop, cough, laughing. On a later page in the notes, there's a parenthetical note, SB, Stephen Bishop, dash, defend yourself, close parentheses. And my interpretation of that, and I believe that I checked it out with Dr. Woodcock, but I'm not absolutely sure, is that Mr. Bishop said something or interrupted in some way, and my note to myself is I wondered where he was sitting and whether he participated in any other way.
Suggesting that he injected an answer into the conversation.
There's a suggestion of that. I wasn't there, and you have to ask Dr. Woodcock what happened, or Mr. Bishop for that matter.
Based on your reading of the notes and the conversation with Dr. Woodcock, what concerns do you immediately have then about this particular interview?
Concerns about the extent to which, I'm just looking for other examples, I don't think I see any, concerns about the extent to which Mr. Bishop expressed his presence, and that presence was known by or influenced either Mr. Holmes or Dr. Woodcock. It certainly comes to mind that Dr. Woodcock may have had specific instructions from the attorneys, and Mr. Bishop may have been there to make sure everything went that way. That's speculation.
Okay. Now let's talk about then what you said would have been one of the most important things to get into, and that is the discussion of the crime. Tell us, based on this, what Dr. Woodcock discovered about July the 19th and 20th and the defendant's conduct on those days.
I didn't see really anything. Let me see if there's anything here. There's a lot about his history prior to July 24 or 22, I'm sorry, July 1920. His history about it, a lot about the way he gets along in school, gets along with others, Dr. Fenton's treatment of him. Interactions with friends, symptoms that he talked about, being, in Holmes' words, catatonic for days, things like that. Things about general interview questions like how do you sleep, any substance abuse, any accidents, your medical history, any hallucinations or delusions. He did talk about apparently the dying of the...
But I'm going to object to the narrative. I think the question's been answered.
All right, ask your next question, please.
And Judge, if I could just clarify, because I don't know, I don't want you, doctor, to go through every page, but did you, in your review of the notes and your conversations with Dr. Woodcock, discover that he asked anything about the crime on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
There is an area that implies that. It's on page, I don't have a page, it's on page 13 of the notes, in which Dr. Woodcock appears to be talking about assessing competency of the person, I assume trial competency of the person, and has apparently asked about...
Doctor, could I cut you off there for a minute?
Sure.
In terms, other than this section, which seems to be very procedural, you don't see anything in there, I'm going to lead you a little bit on this, you don't see anything in there where he went through some sort of detailed recitation of the defendant's planning, the booby trapping of his apartment, or the murders he committed in the theater?
No.
There are some areas that you did reference, though, that he does discuss with him. And does it appear from these notes that the defendant was able to communicate pretty well a couple days after this thing happened?
Yes.
Pretty good memory?
Assuming that what he says is accurately as it happened, and I'm not sure that, well, yes, it seems accurate compared with other parts of the record, so I'll say yes, pretty good memory.
Does he indicate in there to Dr. Woodcock what relationship he was trying to have or not have with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein?
I don't believe so.
Take a look at page 5 down towards, well, last kind of paragraph, if that's what you can call it. Do you see what I'm saying? This begins initially.
He refers to not wanting to build a false sense of support, apparently with Dr. Fenton. I think that's about it that I see here.
Got it. And by the way, the false sense of support, that is a transcription of the handwritten notes of...
Yes, I'm happy to go to the regular notes because I have them as well.
Well, look, I couldn't read them. I'm not going to ask you to do it. What I will ask you this, though, is in the notebook, Do you recall a similar sentence of don't build a false sense of rapport?
Rapport. Yes, if you'll give me just a minute, I can.
Sure, sir.
I believe the transcription was Dr. Woodcock's own.
I don't think so.
The whispering thing usually works better if you don't have a mic on.
I just Dan King to myself, Judge. I'm sorry.
I'm not quickly finding it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me ask you, since you're going through there, do you find any reference to the notebook in there?
No.
You do see a reference to 3 plans: Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. Do you?
Yes, yes.
Tell us about that.
And the concept of Plan A, Plan B, or Plan A, B, and C comes up elsewhere as well. At various times, and here as well, Mr. Holmes described Plan A as succeeding at the therapy, at the treatment, apparently by Dr. Fenton. Plan B was...
Page 7, sir.
Thank you.
Bottom.
A biological weapon. I think it's reasonable to infer doing violence or killing people with a biological weapon. Plan C was, quote, what I did.
Can you go to the next page? At the top. Does it appear that there's some discussion about whether or not the defendant considered going on to an antipsychotic drug offered by Dr. Fenton or Feinstein?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object. This is well beyond the scope of my direct examination. I asked some hypothetical questions of the doctor of what he would do in a similar situation.
Overruled?
Thank you. Go ahead, doctor.
He talks about option C was all I had left. I'm not sure that's responsive to your question.
It is. Here's what I want to ask you. That first part. When recommended to go on antipsychotic the Monday after the preliminary exams, what does it indicate the defendant told Dr. Woodcock?
The notes, which in all fairness are short notes and perhaps don't convey everything that was said, indicate that he thought about it having a possible effect on his educational future. That may be Dr. Woodcock's comment. What future would I have if they took away Plan C?
And Plan C is what we're here to talk about, right?
According to these notes, yes.
Further on down the line there, on those set of notes, it indicates there something about recruitment. What did the defendant tell Dr. Woodcock about that?
Objection to what the defendant told Dr. Woodcock. He can report what's in the notes and what he heard from Dr. Woodcock.
Objection is sustained.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't mean to talk over you. That is fair and that is accurate. Doctor, what does it indicate the defendant told Dr. Woodcock in his notes? Same page.
I remember the short note says dash in a way dash tried to recruit friends dash in grad school, not explicit, quote, join me to kill people. That is, he didn't say join me to kill people. He had asked them if they shared his philosophical view. Dr. Woodcock apparently asked, how did you put that? And the next line reads, I hate everybody.
Hang on. I hate everybody are the words?
Those are the next words in the notes.
You see anywhere on here the word aversion, dislike, or broccoli?
No.
Further down there, there's something that appears to be a poem or something like a poem that starts off with O. You said O-H?
Yes, yes.
Does that also appear to be Dr. Woodcock's notes about what the defendant told him?
It appears to be. I don't know the context.
Tell us what it says.
It says, They responded, he is depressed, inwardly directing his suffering. Oh, it's my fault. Oh, woe is me. I'll release havoc. Only told 2 people, not a strong reaction. He was testing the water to avoid jeopardizing his objective.
Got it. On the next page, page 9. He references on there about 4 or 5 lines down something about numbers. Is that it? What is that in reference to? What does it appear to be in reference to? Or based on your conversations with Dr. Woodcock, what it's in reference to?
I turned them into numbers. Woodcock, it appears that Woodcock said, "What do you mean?" And then he apparently said something like either dead or alive. He goes on to talk about were they specific numbers, more than 2. It is not clear what he means there. One can draw the inference, I would say speculate.
Judge, I do not object to any speculation.
Sustain.
Yeah, and I won't ask you to do that, Doctor. Okay. I will ask you, though, if there's anywhere else in there other than that reference to I turned them into numbers. Is there any discussion at all of human capital or transference of experience or anything?
I'm looking for any reference, particularly with depression getting better. I'm not finding it. I'm not finding anything else here that's responsive to what you ask about.
So you didn't find anything in there about human capital or?
No, certainly nothing about human capital. I was wondering if there were, though there's a comment on page 7. He decided not to do suicide, would do homicide. That's about as close as it gets, I believe.
Is there a section in here where it appears they have an exchange about different ailments or things that he's seeing or hearing, anything like that?
Yes.
Yeah, in those pages, is there, and this is again, July 23rd, 24th, does it appear that there's any reference in there to audio hallucinations?
No reference to auditory hallucinations, hearing voices, that kind of thing.
How about shadows?
No.
There is a reference to the end of his romantic relationship on page 13.
Yes, toward the top?
Yep. Does it indicate how he described himself during the relationship?
Objection, beyond the scope, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Not specifically. It's just kind of different words or phrases. I can read it if you like.
Is one of those words happy?
One of the words is happy, among others.
So does it indicate how he described it to Dr. Woodcock, how the relationship ended?
What it says is...
Objection calls for speculation.
He can read what it says. Do not interpret it, okay?
Yes. It says under romantic, online dating doesn't work, friend in past, difficult - happy, 3 or 4 months, ended 1 week later, she ended it, typical breakup bullshit, type, thing, not as relationship, friends with benefits, women, before, platonic. And many of those words are just sort of placed on the page, not as if they were in sentences.
To be clear, too, as we get to this last page, page 14, you had been asked about by Mr. King, Dr. Woodcock's ultimate opinion about sanity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. So back here, when he's generating these 14 pages of notes on the July 24th-ish, 2012, is there any suggestion in there that the defendant lacks the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Judge, objection. This was asked and answered on direct examination, ad nauseum.
Overruled.
No, one other thing is interesting to me. You asked about the way he structured the exam.
Yes, sir.
It appears.
Objection to speculation.
Okay.
As to what appears.
Sustained.
Can I follow up on that, Your Honor, to see if I can lay better foundation? What you were going to say when you said it appears, are you trying to interpret whether there was a structured flow to this interview and how it addressed certain issues?
No, and I see now by going back to the page before that my speculation would have been wrong.
Good. I'm glad we didn't do it.
It refers to something else altogether, what I was going to mention.
Now, at this time, though, Dr. Woodcock does sort of come up with an initial set of diagnoses.
Yes, he does.
Tell us what they are.
There's a reference again to something Mr. Bishop said just above that, if that's relevant. You asked me about Mr. Bishop's comments.
Objection, non-responsive to the question.
He's asking for clarification to the question. So, Mr. Bruckler, go ahead.
Yes, sir. My question was not about Mr. Bishop. It was about his diagnoses. But since we're there, is there another indication that Mr. Bishop injected himself into this in some way?
There's the words SB, parentheses, Kevin Bishop, initially he called him Stephen Bishop. Others are safe around him if they don't do anything to warrant a response. Okay. I don't know when that was said or how it was said or if it was said in exactly that way.
Let's talk about the diagnoses right below
Sure.
that. What does, at that point, right after that 3 hours of interview, what does Dr. Woodcock think is going on?
He looks at 4 general diagnoses and then arrives at 2 of them. He looks at schizoaffective disorder, anxiety disorder, a couple of kinds, features of obsessive compulsive disorder, but he calls those minimal, and major blunting of affect, that is the way your feeling shows in your face. The primary diagnosis that he writes down at that point is, he says, schizoaffective disorder is primary, APD, which stands for antisocial personality disorder, is secondary. Then he has a question mark for sociopathic personality disorder.
Does he also say, after the major blunting effect, essentially sociopathic lack of empathy?
Yes.
Now, let's be fair. You've looked at all those. Do you agree with any of those, even as they were back on July the 24th, 2012?
Certainly not with schizoaffective disorder, and certainly not with antisocial personality disorder.
Okay. So that's all the information we have about what took place on July the 24th, 2012. Is that right?
If one includes my conversation with Dr. Woodcock by telephone and his interpretations of it in his report, you're correct.
Now, you were asked, what would you do in this situation? And I want to ask you, if some 30-plus months later, someone had said, Doctor, we now want you to opine on the ultimate issue of sanity, what would you have asked to do in order to formulate a competent opinion?
Review as many relevant records as were available. See him again, not so much to try to recreate the past because I saw him back then, but it would be simply the thing to do to see him again, to see if any other useful information would come out, and then write a report as best I could, given that bulk of information.
Now, in this particular case, Dr. Woodcock did see the defendant again?
After the date of the report, I believe.
Hang on. The report was March 26th. Is that the report where Dr. Woodcock renders the opinion that the defendant was insane under Colorado law?
He renders such opinions March 26, 2015.
And when did he see the defendant between July the 24th, 2012 and March the 26th, 2015?
Between July 20, 2012, did you say? On July 24, 2012.
In between July 24th and that report where he says that the defendant is insane on May 26th, when did Dr. Woodcock meet with the defendant?
I'm not aware that he met with him at all, and I'm under the impression he did not.
He met with him for how long when he ultimately met with him after July the 24th, 2012?
I think 1 hour. Let me just be sure based on his April 1st report. One hour.
And that 1 hour meeting occurred how long after he opined on the defendant's sanity?
Objection as to the timing of the opining.
Sustain as to the form of the question. Rephrase your question.
Doctor, do you know when Dr. Woodcock says he met with the defendant for 1 hour after the March 26, 2015 report that contains his opinion on sanity?
The strong implication is that it was on April 1st, 2015, according to a note or report that he titles Forensic Neuropsychiatric Interview.
5 or 6 days after he generated the report.
That would be 5 days after he generated the March 26th report.
Do you have any indication from talking with Dr. Woodcock or any notes or reports that other than those combined 4 hours over those 33 months that he met with the defendant and spoke with him to have any other additional questions asked?
I don't know one way or the other.
You've seen nothing that indicates that?
That's correct.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You can.
And I'm going to turn off the...
All right.
Doctor, I don't want to spend a long time on this, but it was part of the cross-examination, so I feel like I want to address it, and that is this issue of malingering. Do you remember Mr. King going over that with you?
Sure.
It sounds like what you are saying, based on all the questions and answers with the defense, is that these validation tests and interviews are foolproof and no one can be fooled. Is that what you're saying?
No.
These are not unbeatable tests?
They're not perfect tests. There are lots of them. The bulk of them, the quality of interpretation of them, the combining of them with corroborating information, and the overall impression that I have and other people have had with him suggests that there's a very, very low chance. Can we be fooled over everything? I suppose anything's possible.
You've heard of that before?
Not with this bulk of care given to it. Now, are there some inconsistent things that have been said? Are there some things that may be said appearing to help his defense or something like that? Sure, that's true of everybody. But I don't know any reasonable examination, test. I just can't think of any reason to believe that malingering is even a marginally significant part of the case.
Thank you, Doctor. One last little area here. Do you remember when Mr. King asked you about the quantification of your opinion based on reasonable degree of certainty in your field of expertise, and he asked you, is it 51%? Can we say it's 51%? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
I don't think I can give you or get from you a specific percentage, but I want to ask you a question related to it, and that is this. Based on the standards in the state of Colorado, the ones that the judge has given this jury, your opinion that the defendant had the capacity back on July 19th and July 20th, 2012, to know right from wrong based on the societal standards of morality, your opinion that he had the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly, Do you have any doubts about his sanity on July 19th and July 20th, 2012?
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
Yes. Okay, the objection by Mr. King is sustained. By Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed as we discussed at the bench.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I'm going to ask you 3 questions about this. How confident are you, in your opinion, that on July 19th and 20th, 2012, the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on social standards of morality?
Extremely confident. I have no reasonable doubt.
Let me ask
Judge,
you.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes. Members of the jury. Okay. Members of the jury, the objection is sustained, and the last part of the answer is stricken, and you should disregard it. You should treat it as though you never heard it. Actually, let's strike the entire answer. I'm going to strike the entire answer, and so disregard the entire answer. I'm going to have Mr. Bruckler then ask the question again. All right? So, yes, I'll give you a moment. All right. Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed.
Let me back up and ask that same question again, hopefully the same question again. How confident are you, in your opinion, that on July 19th and 20th, 2012, the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Extremely confident.
How confident are you that on those same 2 days, as the defendant went into the theater to pull the trigger more than 70 times, that the defendant had the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly with regards to setting up the booby traps in his apartment?
Extremely confident.
And finally, Doctor, how confident are you that on July 19th and 20th, 2012, the defendant was legally sane?
Extremely confident.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. King, do you have cross-examination?
I do, Judge.
You may proceed. And I meant recross, sorry. Go ahead.
And I'll try to be brief here, Judge.
Thank you.
Doctor, you were asked about an incident that took place in the jail in August, where Mr. Bruckler asked you a question about trying to remove some screws that were on a safety bar in Mr. Holmes' cell, him trying to do that. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And do you have an independent recollection of this?
I did not. I saw the, actually, I don't have an independent recollection of the bar. I saw Dr. Mosier's note again describing 3 incidents like that, taking the screws out of something else, and I saw a video about the chain.
Are you aware then that when asked by deputies, Deputy Laughlin, what he was trying to do with the spoon in his cell, Mr. Holmes told Laughlin that he was attempting to remove the screws from the handicap rail to, quote, get metal?
I don't recall that phrase.
When Holmes was asked what he needed metal for, he told Laughlin, quote, to have metal.
I don't recall that phrase. It's beginning to seem familiar to me, but I don't recall the phrase.
Does that seem like an odd response?
Mostly like response of somebody who is bored, trying to fill his mind or amuse himself in some way. I don't know what he meant by get metal to do what. There is a way of seeing that as an odd response. I agree with you.
What if what he meant by that was he was attempting to get metal because he thought historically societies that had metal had more protection?
In that case, it would be.
I'm asking as a hypothetical, Judge.
I'll then rephrase the question because I didn't understand it as a hypothetical. So the objection is sustained, but you may rephrase it.
Hypothetically, if he was removing that and said he needed to get metal, and the reason that he wanted metal, he said, was because historically societies that have metal have more protection and strength. Would that be interesting to you?
It would be interesting. It sounds like an odd response. I don't know any more context. You haven't described in a hypothetical any other context, but it sounds pretty odd.
Now, Mr. Holmes is in his, Mr. Brockler said that there's some indication that he said that that was for a club. Is that right? Do you remember Mr. Brockler?
That was the implication that Mr. Brockler said, yes.
Now, Mr. Holmes is in his cell all by himself 23 hours a day. Is that right?
Yes.
And on the hour that he can leave his cell, he's all by himself then, too.
That's my understanding.
In the entire time he's been in the county jail, he's never had any contact with any other inmates, has he?
That's my understanding.
You were asked, sir, about November 2012, and you were asked about delirium and psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
In your opinion, based upon the opinions of the doctors that were there, was that Mr. Holmes, when he was admitted to the hospital, had a combination of symptoms. He was exhibiting and had been for days psychotic, psychiatric symptoms, which had caused him to stop drinking because he was paranoid about the food and the water. And as a result, he had some dehydration, which may have caused a delirium, but may not. Are you aware of that?
My interpretation of the record was that he did have a delirium when he got there, and that one of the likely causes, according to the record and according to the doctors, was that he hadn't been drinking or eating properly. It follows from that, I believe, that the reason he wasn't drinking was likely a psychiatric one, like a paranoia about the water. I don't know any more about it than that without speculating.
Have you seen the blood work from Mr. Holmes from the hospital?
I saw it, do not remember it, and would not be the person to interpret it.
You said that delirium clears very quickly when the person is rehydrated and his metabolites come back in order and such.
When the source of the delirium is removed, assuming there hasn't been brain damage, the cognitive ability comes back quickly.
Now, you said also if it's a first break psychosis and sometimes a second break, that the application of antipsychotic drugs can clear the psychosis rather quickly. Is that fair to say?
In some instances, yes. In some, no. Vigorous application of treatment, including medication, tends to clear psychosis more quickly in early breaks, first break, second break, than in fourth, fifth, sixth break.
Are you aware that Dr. Gurr visited Mr. Holmes in the jail on December 19th, 2012?
I, for some reason, thought it was December 12th or something, but that's about when I understand that she was there, yes.
And she was told that he was still experiencing hallucinations, seeing shadows, things like that, correct? Do you recall that from her report?
I recall him appearing more symptomatic to her than he appeared to me. And what you say makes sense. If it's in the record, it's in the record.
Do you recall her indicating that he continued to have visual and audio hallucinations in the jail for a month after receiving the antipsychotic medication, and that then those symptoms subsided?
Something like that, yes.
You were asked if in the weeks and the months following, if he had any other similar problems. Do you remember that question?
I was questioned on that, yes.
Do you recall that in the month of January 2013, Mr. Holmes was again placed in the rubber room for suicide reasons?
I do recall that, and I had forgotten, but I knew that, yes. It wasn't necessarily for psychotic reasons. My understanding is that it was because he expressed suicidal thoughts.
You were asked about Mr. Holmes saying that he experienced these intrusive thoughts of killing since he was a child as a sound, like a voice inside his head. Is that right?
Overruled.
I recall him saying that it was as if something inside were telling him that. I don't want to confuse that with him hearing a voice, because I very carefully attempted to figure out whether it was a hallucination or not, but I recall him saying something like that.
And I'm attempting to clarify that.
All right. Sure.
It's clear to you, based upon what he told you and based upon what he told the other clinicians, that he did not report hearing a voice, but he reported that it was like a voice inside his head telling him to kill people. Correct?
I think those are very similar to the words that he used with me.
Like a command thought.
I don't know what you mean by a command thought. If you mean a command hallucination, it wasn't a command hallucination. I don't know any psychiatric definition for command thought.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about how there may be no way to disavow Mr. Holmes' belief that there's human capital. Gaining human capital causes you or killing people causes you to gain human capital, that there's no way to disavow that. That's what Mr. Brockler asked you. Is that right?
Yes, I can't think of a way to show that to him.
Well, Mr. Holmes is present in court, right?
Yes.
He's been present throughout the proceedings in this case, right?
Yes.
He's aware of what you and the other doctors think about the human capital concept.
Yes.
He's aware that you and the other doctors and the rest of the people in the world don't think that it's a valid concept, right?
Right.
And yet, 3 years later, in a medicated state, he continues to have that thought and belief in the face of all that he's been told. Correct?
So far as we know from what he says, you are correct.
You were asked if somebody wanted to go into a theater and said, or someplace, and said, killing, for every person you kill, you're going to get $1 million. Is there any indication that Mr. Holmes thought he was going to get money or any other tangible benefit for the shooting?
None.
You were asked about disorganized speech. Is that right?
Yes.
Disorganized speech in the DSM-5 comes under the category of disorganized thinking. Isn't that right, sir? I'm on page 88.
Sure. The inference being that one of the ways to infer disorganized thinking is if the person's speech is disorganized.
That's right. What the DSM-5 says is disorganized thinking is typically inferred from the individual's speech. Is that right?
Correct.
The fact that there isn't disorganized speech doesn't indicate necessarily that there isn't disorganized thinking, does it?
Actually, I can't think of a situation where that's the case. The reverse is the meaning of this paragraph, I believe. That is, if a person is mute, for example, then you need to use other indices of disorganization, or in addition, that's what I meant. I'm not aware of a situation in which a person spoke in an organized fashion and didn't have organized thoughts. It may exist, but I can't picture it.
You were asked about Squarespace.
Yes.
And it was pointed out that he put the website address to the Squarespace page on the last page of the notebook.
Apparently so. I mean, I saw it on the last page. Yeah.
Now, if the website that is the location for is not able to be accessed by anyone other than Mr. Holmes, putting that in there may be an example of disorganized thinking.
I wouldn't make that inference. First of all, I don't know that it's not accessible. I suppose it might be the wrong address, or it might be password protected. I don't know why it's there, and to infer that it was there as an example of disorganized thinking wouldn't occur to me at all.
Excuse me. You were asked about Dr. Woodcock. Now, were you there for the interview that Dr. Woodcock did?
No.
Do you know what the conversation was like?
Only from the notes and what Dr. Woodcock says. I wasn't there.
You said that you would prefer to do an interview in private without anyone else being there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you, when you had your job as the head of mental health for the state of Texas, you said that you sometimes saw patients with other clinicians to assist them in their work. Is that right?
Sure.
Fenton and Feinstein saw Mr. Holmes together so that they could corroborate on their work and assist each other. Is that fair?
In the treatment effort, sure.
You have described Mr. Bishop as an investigator. Are you sure that's what he is?
He was represented to me as an investigator when you or one of your colleagues introduced him to me, as I remember.
Do you know what his degree is?
No, I don't. Social work, as a matter of fact, I think, isn't it?
A licensed clinical social worker.
Okay.
And you have previously described these as mental health professionals that treat and diagnose individuals with mental illness. Is that right?
Yes, as long as they're clinical social workers, sure.
You don't know why Mr. Bishop was there, do you?
I don't know why he was there. All I'm referring to is in the forensic context, I have preferences that I believe in and teach. In a clinical context, it is quite different.
You don't know what, if anything, Mr. Bishop injected into that conversation, if at all, do you?
Only as it appears to be represented in the notes, and you'll have to ask Dr. Woodcock or Mr. Bishop.
So it's very unclear. Question mark, Bishop, cough, laughing, for example.
It's unclear. I don't know that it's very unclear when one considers the three examples, but once again, I'm happy to defer to either Dr. Woodcock or Mr. Bishop.
You don't know what Dr. Woodcock, was asked to do by the attorneys when he visited Mr. Holmes in the jail that day, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't know what the questions presented were, do you?
No, he may have said something to me, something may be in my notes, but as I sit here, I don't know what you asked him or told him to do.
And you don't know what legal constraints there may have been at that point, just days following the incident, regarding discussing matters with Mr. Holmes or not, various topics.
I don't know.
You were asked from the notes about option A, B, and C. Option A being succeed in the therapy, option B being the annihilation, nuclear winter, and option C being the shooting in the theater, correct?
Correct.
That's very, very similar to what Mr. Holmes told you. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
You were asked if the word in Dr. Woodcock's notes, it was brought out by Mr. Brockler through you that Mr. Holmes used some phrase talking about a hatred of people. Is that fair?
Yes. I hate people, or I hate everyone, or something like that, yes.
That sounds a lot like what he wrote in the notebook when he talked about a hatred of mankind.
There's a similarity, sure.
And
he never wrote the words broccoli or aversion in the notebook, did he?
I'm not sure whether he wrote aversion. I know he didn't write broccoli.
The way that the words aversion and broccoli came up is when you asked him to describe what this hatred of mankind or of people was like. Is that right?
Yes.
And he described it as an aversion to people, like you hate broccoli, not like you hate in an active kind of way. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
You were asked about whether or not there was any mention of human capital in Dr. Woodcock's notes, right?
Yes.
What was written in Dr. Woodcock's notes was a phrase like, I turned them into numbers, right?
That phrase was there, and not particularly in a context, but that phrase was there.
When Mr. Holmes described the human capital concept to you, he described it as gaining a point, a number. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about what you would want to do if you were later asked to render an opinion, if you'd seen someone initially and were later asked sometime later to render an opinion on sanity or other opinions in the case, correct?
Correct.
And what you said was you would want to, number one, review all the relevant records, correct?
Correct.
You would and let's be clear, you don't know what Dr. Woodcock does for a living other than work on this case, right?
I don't know Dr. Woodcock personally, not at all.
You don't know whether he has a full-time job running Alzheimer's clinic at Anschutz Medical Center?
I may have his CV, but I don't know him and don't know what he does day to day.
You don't know what his schedule was like, do you?
No.
Now, if he was to review all the relevant records, when was your report and videotaped interview available for review?
You mean to send to people such as you guys to review?
Yes, sir.
Some weeks afterward, I think. I don't know exactly how long it took us to create the videos and create the transcript.
And you don't know how long it took to review those 20-some-odd hours of videotape for Dr. Woodcock?
I don't know. I know that he looked at them because he refers to them, but I don't know how long he took. No.
You don't know how long it took him to review all of the other materials in the case, which are vast. You would agree?
I would agree, and I don't know how long it took.
You said you would see him again, and Mr. Brockler made some issue out of the fact that this report was apparently drafted, or the date on it is March 26th, and it was a day or two later that Dr. Woodcock actually visited Mr. Holmes in the jail, correct?
Give me a second. The objection is sustained. Rephrase your question, please.
Sure. You were asked questions about the timing of the report draft and the second visit with Mr. Holmes, correct?
Of the report, to the extent that the report was a draft, yes.
And that was going to be my question. You don't know whether that was a draft report that was written anticipatorily, and Dr. Woodcock was waiting to see Mr. Holmes to either confirm or not whether the visit supported what his positions were based upon his initial visit with Mr. Holmes and based upon his review of all of the materials, including your extensive videotape contact with Mr. Holmes.
There's no indication on the first page in the title, in the introduction, et cetera, that it was a draft or that he considered it a draft. On the last page, it says, I reserve the right to amend these opinions should other relevant information become available. There's nothing that says draft on the report.
You don't know whether it is a draft or not, do you?
My assumption, and it's just an assumption, is that when one writes a draft, one says it's a draft.
You don't know whether it's a typographical error, do you?
Anything's possible.
That's my point. You're speculating based upon the date of the report what happened, and you don't really know what happened, do you?
I'm reading what the report says. That's all I'm doing.
And there was some indication about the tardiness or the lateness of this report or this opinion. You're aware, sir, that the prosecution has retained a psychiatrist named Dr. Wellner. Is that correct?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Yes. Objection is withdrawn. Mr. King, go ahead.
You're aware that Dr. Wellner has now rendered an opinion about whether he believes Mr. Holmes is sane or not without ever meeting with Mr. Holmes one time, correct?
So far as I know, he has not seen Mr. Holmes, and I'm aware that he has rendered opinions.
I have no further questions.
All right, let's see if the jury has questions for Dr. Reid. Dr. Reid, the jury may have some questions for you, so I'm going to ask you to stick around.
Sure.
Given the number of questions that are being passed down, I think what we'll do, folks, is have you go on break for about 10 minutes. I think we can run through them, and then I'll bring you back in here as soon as I can. We have to talk about all of them. I'm going to try to get you out of here by 5:30, but I have to get through these questions, so I'll do the best I can. Remember that my advisements apply during the break. Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Reid, I'll have you step out as well, please. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. The record should also reflect that Dr. Reid has left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. The first question submitted by the jury for Dr. Reid is on the form that I marked as number 163, and the question is, what were the defining factors for you to diagnose the defendant with schizotypal personality disorder instead of schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder? Any objection? Mr. King? Okay, no, he said no. All right, I'll ask it. Next is on the form that I marked as 164. There are a couple of questions on this form. The first question is, in your expert opinion, how likely or strongly do you feel if the defendant were released into free society based on his belief that human capital adds to his self-worth and value and his continued contemplation of suicide, that the defendant would seek to add additional human capital and or value to his human self-worth and or value. Mr. Brockler?
I'd like to know the answer, Judge, but I think it's probably more appropriate at best for rebuttal and sentencing if they get into risk of future dangerousness, that kind of stuff.
If we get to that point, you may be right. Go ahead.
Well, Judge, I object. If you want to hear more argument, that's fine.
No, the objection is sustained. I will not ask this question. The next question is, in your time with the defendant, do you feel he had a problem or issue with advocating for himself, especially when he felt strongly about something? Mr. Brockler?
No objection.
Mr. King?
No objection.
All right, I'll ask that question. The next question is on the form that I marked as 165. The first question on that form is, the defendant often answer your question with, I don't know or I don't remember. In your opinion, do you believe that he doesn't remember or that he is avoiding the questions or possibly another reason? Mr. Brockler?
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, it sounds like it's asking for him to determine his credibility when he says those things, and I think we've been pretty clear he's not allowed to do that.
I agree.
I agree. I'm not going to ask that question. The next question on the same form is, in your opinion, if the defendant hadn't been arrested, do you believe he would have planned another mission? Mr. Brockler, I'm assuming you object? Mr. Brockler?
Yeah, I wanted to think about, but yeah, Judge, I think it's improper.
Mr. King, you agree?
Yes.
I agree as well. I'm not going to ask either one of those questions. The next question is on the form that I have marked as number 166. The question is, the defendant mentioned during the interview that he broke off the relationship with the CU student he went hiking with because he didn't want her to be deemed the girlfriend of a murderer or something similar. Do you have any comments relating to culpable mental state, forming intent, or knowing right from wrong as it pertains to this statement?
No objection.
Mr. King?
Judge, I would object. That doesn't call for an opinion that he can legally give under the law. It's not talking about capacity. It's talking about the mental state, which the jury has to decide.
I think this question is trying to ask whether that has any impact on his opinions. I think if rephrased that way, I think it's a fair question. So I'll rephrase it that way. So I'm going to change this question by modifying the last part of it and asking as follows. Does that have any impact on your opinions regarding capacity to distinguish right from wrong and capacity to form the culpable mental state elements of the offenses charged? All right, the next question is on the form that I marked as 167. The question is, you mentioned that increasing self-worth was not rational or logical. However, from a clinical standpoint, could increasing Mr. Holmes's self-worth be a logical explanation if he believed that killing a large group of people would make him be remembered in the likeness of the pictures he posted, or alternatively as a murderer? Mr. Brockler.
No objection.
Mr. King.
Yes, I would object to the question. First of all, let's call it from a clinical standpoint. I don't think that this expert is in a clinical position.
Well, this expert has testified about whether the concept of human capital is a rational or logical concept, and this is asking about whether his opinion related to that changes if it is understood in the way that it is explained here, or if the defendant believed what it is asking about here, and that is being remembered in the likeness of the pictures posted, or alternatively as a murderer, to quote the question. I will take out the part about from a clinical standpoint, because frankly I'm not sure what the juror means by that, so I'll take that out, but I will ask the question otherwise. The next question on this form is, could Mr. Holmes have wanted to get metal for suicidal purposes? Mr. Brockler? I think it calls for speculation.
It calls for speculation.
You agree as well, right?
Yes.
All right, I will not ask that. The next question is on the form that I have marked as number 168. This form has 3 questions. The first question is, if a person such as the defendant is facing huge prospects of possibly never getting out of prison or facing the death penalty, from a mental health standpoint, could someone act out because of that fact in a manner that is self-destructive, such as Mr. Holmes did on the days in November 2012 when you viewed the jail videos? Mr. Brockler?
No objection.
Mr. King?
I'd object that that calls for speculation. There's no indication that that's from any of the questions or answers that have been given that had anything to do with it.
I'm going to sustain the objection because this juror is asking for an opinion from a mental health standpoint, and I don't think the doctor can give that opinion. I think this goes to argument. I mean, obviously the parties can argue during closing that that video should be interpreted differently, or that the jury should take into account Mr. Holmes's current situation or the situation at the time in November 2012 and decide whether he faked that or not. But I don't think it's appropriate for this expert to say from a mental health expertise point of view whether that's something that he has an opinion on. All he could say is it's possible, but that's the same thing all of us could say, or anyone could say. Anything is possible, so I won't ask that question. The second question on this form is, could some of Mr. Holmes's actions in the videos in November 2012 have been suicidal rather than psychotic episodes, given his future legal prospects? Mr. Brockler?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same ruling. I think it's along the same lines. It's asking, is it possible that this was what I don't like about it is the last part of it, the given his future legal prospects. What if I ask the question without that last part and just ask, could some of Mr. Holmes's actions in the videos in November 2012 have been suicidal rather than psychotic episodes?
No objection.
Mr. King?
Same objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection with respect to that question? I mean, if he's viewed the videos and he's been asked questions about whether that is consistent with a psychotic episode, Your experts have been asked that question too. So why is that an improper question?
It's the same as before. Could it? Yes, it could. It's possible. The doctor has already opined that he believes that Mr. Holmes was floridly psychotic at that time. So it's clear what the doctor's position is, that it's due to psychosis. That's what the doctor testified to. I mean, the question is just, is it possible? And like you said on the previous question, the only possible answer is, yes, it's possible. Because anything's possible.
I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Holmes has, or King has persuaded me. The next question on the same form is, how did you arrive at the conclusion that Mr. Holmes did not have antisocial personality? Can you elaborate on this as it relates to the insanity defense? Can people with antisocial personality know right from wrong? That's like a three-part question. Mr. Brockler?
No objection.
All right, Mr. King?
No objection.
All right, I think it's an appropriate question. On Form 169, the first question is, can isolation, as in jail, alter behavior? If so, how? Mr. Brockler?
To the extent that he knows, no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
I'd object as beyond the scope of his expertise, Judge. He hasn't let us know that he's any kind of expert in prison or isolation or any of that. Dr. Metzner is, but he's not.
I think he testified about this anyway. I think he said he took into account the fact that 2 years have passed, or more than 2 years have passed, the fact that the defendant is now on medication, the fact that he's been in the jail in isolation. So I will sustain the objection. The next question is, can the way questions are asked sometimes alter how things are remembered? I think he mentioned this already, but do you have any objection, Mr. Brockler?
I don't, Your Honor.
Mr.
No.
King? All right. The next question is, can self-diagnosis, like Mr. Holmes's did, cause at least temporary symptoms? Mr. Brockler?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
Judge, I object. I don't understand the question. Can self-diagnosis cause symptoms? Diagnosis is just a description of what you think the symptoms are. So I would object as inappropriate, calling for speculation, and I don't know that this doctor can opine to that.
Your Honor, may I supplement just a little bit?
Yeah.
What it sounds like to me is that they're asking, if someone concludes that they have something, can that cause them to begin to act in a way consistent with that conclusion? That's what it sounds like it's written down as.
That's how I read it too. I'm going to overrule the objection, but instead of cause, I think I'm going to change that to result. Can self-diagnosis, like Mr. Holmes did, result in at least temporary symptoms? Is there any objection, without waiving your objection, Mr. King, is there any objection to me redacting it that way?
Yes, Judge.
You would prefer cause?
I think that you have to ask the question. If you're going to ask the question, you should ask the question the way the juror wrote it.
Well, I don't know that that's true. We've been modifying in the past, as you know. But given your position, I'll leave it as is, so I will ask it over your objection. And then the final question is on the form that I marked as 170, and the question is, how do you distinguish a difference between delirium and any other conditions with similar symptoms after the fact? That is to say, how did you come to the conclusion that the defendant was delirious when taken to Denver Health and not something else? Mr. Brockler?
No objection.
Mr. King?
Judge, I would object. I think that that's been asked and answered. The doctor has testified very clearly on both direct and cross-examination that he believes, based on the record, that Mr. Holmes was both delirious and psychotic when he was admitted to the hospital.
The objection is overruled. I think part of the reason why jurors are allowed to ask questions in Colorado is because sometimes they might miss something. This doctor has been testifying now for a week. That's a long time, and it's possible that someone missed something. So I will ask it. All right, let's bring the jury back in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Folks, thank you very much for your patience. We're only going to stay here until 7, so we should be able to let you go here soon, but thank you for your patience. The record should reflect that in addition to the jury being back in the courtroom, Dr. Reid has resumed the witness stand. Doctor, I will remind you that you're still under oath. The jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined are appropriate. I'm going to ask those questions now.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, what were the defining factors for you to diagnose the defendant with schizotypal personality disorder instead of schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder?
The main factor was an absence of things that I associate with schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder. As you may have noticed from the exhibits, he meets the criteria, or met before July 19, 2012, met the criteria for schizotypal personality disorder quite well. The question to me and to others is, does he have enough other symptoms to make schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder a logical diagnosis? I saw no acute psychosis as at least until July 19-20 of 2012, and it seemed to me that it was a better fit to be schizotypal personality disorder. In terms of schizoaffective disorder, that's a considerably more serious disorder that requires both a diagnosis of schizophrenia and, in addition, a diagnosis of a severe mood disorder or mood episode. Can be a depressive one called major depressive episode or major depressive disorder, which is a real severe kind of depression. Or it could be something called a manic disorder or manic episode. And the mood disorder has to coexist at the same time as an acute phase of the schizophrenia. I simply did not see that any of that was present prior to July 19 and 20, 2012. It gets a little bit more complicated, if you will, after that, as one comes up through November of 2012, when he clearly had a psychotic break, and the probability of his having or developing schizophrenia becomes higher in my mind. And as I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't argue with someone who wanted to call the period prior to July 1920, who wanted to call that early schizophrenia or pre-schizophrenia, but I don't believe the schizophrenia itself had developed by that time.
The next question is, in your time with the defendant, do you feel he had a problem or issue with advocating for himself, especially when he felt strongly about something?
His communication was not good in terms of expressing strong feeling on lots of topics. I believed that he was quite able to communicate what was in his mind. We've kind of talked about what may have been inside him that he wasn't aware of, unconscious kinds of things that can't get out. My interest is in part in seeing how he is psychiatrically, psychologically, and in part in trying to determine and hoping that what he says is reliable. I don't believe that he had any problem with that reliability part. Are there things that he wasn't able to share with me? I believe because of psychological factors, yes.
All right, would counsel please approach for just a moment? Thank you, folks. All right. Doctor, the next question is as follows. The defendant mentioned during the interview that he broke off the relationship with the CU student that he went hiking with because he did not want her to be deemed the girlfriend of a murderer or something similar. Does that have any impact on your opinions regarding capacity to distinguish right from wrong and capacity to form the culpable mental state elements of the offenses charged?
Those statements, those series of statements that are represented several places in the record, suggest to me that he was considering something that might have hurt the other person, and that, if I can remember, they were a point toward him having such a capacity. It's only one item, but they're a point toward him having such a capacity simply because he wanted somebody else to be careful. He wanted to protect somebody else from something he thought might be harmful or hurtful to her.
The next question, Dr. Reid, is you mentioned that increasing self-worth was not rational or logical. However, could increasing Mr. Holmes's self-worth be a logical explanation if he believed that killing a large group of people would make him be remembered in the likeness of the pictures that he posted, or alternatively, as a murderer?
I think Mr. Holmes' feeling of self-worth is very important to him. You heard him say in some of the interviews that it felt bad not to have been, for example, invited back to try again to stay in graduate school. They were open to him staying, but he wasn't invited. I guess it's better to be invited on a date than to ask for the date. I think that's important to people. I think it's important to Mr. Holmes. I don't think it's coincidence that he spoke of feeling valued or not feeling valued. And he also uses the word value when he talks about those points. I have 13 points of value. I have a higher value than I had before. It's tempting to say, and I don't think it's entirely speculation to say, that...
I want to object to any speculation.
Sustained. You can't speculate.
I understand. Okay, thank you. His statement that he is now valued more highly as a 13 rather than a 1 appears to me to be associated in some way with his statement that he wants to be valued more, for example, at school and in several other parts of his life. There was a second part to that question, and I'm sorry I forgot it.
I'll read the whole question to you again. The question is, you mentioned that increasing self-worth was not rational or logical. However, could increasing Mr. Holmes's self-worth be a logical explanation if he believed that killing a large group of people would make him be remembered, and remembered is in quotes, in the likeness of the pictures he posted, or alternatively as a murderer?
I think more in terms of gaining value being a motivation, and a rational motivation within that context. I'm not saying that it's rational to think that he would gain value, but his wish to be valued more, I think, is one of the motivations for what he planned and what he did. In terms of being remembered as a murderer, I don't know whether when he was planning it, he was thinking about being remembered as a murderer.
The next question is, give me just a second. I'm sorry, counsel, can you approach, please, for just 1 minute? Thank you. All right, doctor, the next question is as follows. How did you arrive at the conclusion that Mr. Holmes did not have antisocial personality? Can you elaborate on this as it relates to the insanity defense? And can people with antisocial personality know right from wrong? And if you want me to repeat any part of that, I'm happy to do it.
Thank you. Antisocial personality has been a clinical interest of mine, a research interest for a long time. People with antisocial personality disorder don't have a problem in thinking the way people with schizophrenia or some people with schizotypal disorder may have. It's a disorder that's characterized by trying to get what you want from other people or from the world without regard to what they want, without regard to their feelings. We think of common criminals as having antisocial characteristics, and some of them have antisocial personality disorder. In my view, it's very difficult for a person with antisocial personality disorder to not be able to form the capacities that we think about for responsibility for one's crimes or one's acts. And in every state I know of, people with antisocial personality can't use that as a diagnosis to form an insanity defense. It's simply not legally, I'm not a lawyer, but it's not legally considered eligible for the concept of legal insanity.
The next question, doctor, is can the way questions are asked sometimes alter how things are remembered?
Sure. The way questions are asked can alter the way the answer comes out. I'm sure pretty much everybody in the room has had that experience. If a question is asked over and over again in a certain way, it seems logical to me that parts of the question may sort of become parts of memories. And you may have seen a little bit of that when Mr. King was asking me questions earlier today. I don't want to confuse that with other ways of altering memory. I don't think it's the big way that you alter memory. But for example, if one asks a question, particularly under hypnosis or when a person's paying great attention, you remember that time you were at the Dairy Queen, don't you? You sort of start out thinking there must have been a time I was at the Dairy Queen.
The next question is, can self-diagnosis, like Mr. Holmes did, cause at least temporary symptoms?
The answer is yes, to an extent, and it depends on what you're self-diagnosing. If I'm convinced I have a stomachache, I may end up with a stomachache. If I'm convinced that the mold outside is going to cause me sinus problems, I'm probably more likely to get the sinus problems. So that when a person engages in lots of self-diagnosis, and you might talk about somebody who's a hypochondriac or something like that, symptoms sure may crop up. And sometimes those symptoms may be quite genuine, and a doctor would recognize them too. I'm not sure I'm answering that question very well.
The final question, Dr. Reid, is as follows. How do you distinguish a difference between delirium and any other conditions with similar symptoms after the fact? That is to say, how did you come to the conclusion that the defendant was delirious when taken to Denver Health and not something else?
Part of the way I came to the conclusion was that other doctors who appear to me to be quite qualified at Denver Health came to that conclusion. And they described why, and I had no reason to doubt what they said. Delirium is a condition related to some acute change in the brain, usually related to something metabolic, can be something toxic, in which one loses his orientation. You're out of contact with reality, certainly, but it's because of, there's a word and it's not coming to me, there's a psychiatric or neurological word that's not coming to me, and this occurs when you're in what's called a clear sensorium, that is, you're not asleep or dreaming or something like that. I'm not saying that very well. There are other ways. All psychosis means is out of touch with reality. There are lots of ways to be psychotic. You can be psychotic because you're drunk. You can be psychotic because you're withdrawing from some particular substance. You can be psychotic because your grief is so great that you're just hysterical. You can be psychotic because you have a manifestation, an acute phase manifestation of a schizophrenia or a severe depression. There are lots of ways to be psychotic. It's a symptom. The way stomach pain is a symptom or high blood pressure is a symptom. It doesn't refer to some particular cause or some particular way to fix it. I hope that's helpful.
All right, any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers? Mr. Brockler.
Just a couple, Your Honor, if I could. Doctor, in relation to the question about the defendant being able to stand up for himself, did the defendant correct you from time to time on things that you said or had interpreted that he had said?
Yes, from time to time he said, no, that's not right, or I would say, do you agree with me? And he would say no. So he was able to, as you say, stand up for himself pretty well in all of our sessions.
Whether we believe that his interest in achieving an increased self-value by killing people, whether we think that was logical or delusional or whatever, did the defendant, in your opinion, set about achieving that in a logical way?
Yes.
Finally, as regarding, I think the last question, maybe the one right before that, whether what happened in November of 2012 was the product of a delirium, some other related psychosis, or both, does that have an impact on your opinion about the defendant's sanity on July 19th and 20th, 2012?
No, it does not.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. King, any follow-up questions from you?
Briefly, yes, Your Honor. With regard to your decision or your diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder versus schizophrenia, sir, I believe your answer to the juror's question was you have no problem with other clinicians who would diagnose the period prior to July 19th and 20 as being early or developing schizophrenia with the psychotic state beginning after incarceration. Is that correct?
I would not have very much argument with that. I think it would be an academic argument rather than something related to the ability to form a capacity or something like that.
Right, and so you have no disagreement with the diagnosis of schizophrenia now. You just disagree with the diagnosis of schizophrenia on July 20th, 2012.
I might argue with the diagnosis of schizophrenia now, but there's considerably more evidence for it now than there was prior to July 20.
You were asked about antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality disorder requires someone to be diagnosed as with a conduct disorder as a child. Is that right?
Yes, it does, and that's a good point. Antisocial personality disorder first requires a childhood diagnosis of a specific disorder, which Mr. King is correct, conduct disorder, and that has its own set of criteria that there is no evidence were present in Mr. Holmes. And next, as an adult, there have to be a number of other criteria, which I have no question Mr. Holmes does not meet.
So there's no question that he had an antisocial personality disorder or conduct disorder as a child, and no indication, you're indicating no indication at all that he has antisocial personality disorder.
That's correct.
You were asked questions about Denver Health Medical Center and whether we can determine it was a delirium or a psychosis caused by a psychiatric illness. He was seen by several psychiatrists and other doctors while he was there, correct?
Correct.
He was there for days, correct?
Correct.
All of the psychiatrists that saw him felt that he had both a delirium and that he was psychotic from psychiatric symptoms when he was admitted. Is that right?
I think that's accurate, and further, the strong implication is that the delirium was caused by something wrong with him in his not, for example, drinking enough water.
And so what you're saying is that the psychiatric psychosis, the paranoia about his food and drink, preceded and actually may have caused whatever delirium he was experiencing when he was admitted to the hospital.
That's a logical assumption. I don't believe that the doctors at Denver Health found any other source, such as some noxious fumes or some kind of poisoning or something like that. I don't think any other source was found for delirium.
And he did report that he had not been eating later on because he felt that his food was being poisoned in some way or something like that, correct?
That's my understanding.
And so there's really no doubt. Well, first, whatever delirium existed cleared up fairly quickly, like you said it does. Is that right?
So far as I can see from the record, yes.
And the psychotic symptoms persisted for days while he remained in the hospital, and then, according to Dr. Gurr, continued for at least 30 days after he was returned to the jail. Is that right?
That's fair to say.
No doubt, then, that when he was admitted to the hospital, he was suffering from both a mild delirium and psychotic mental illness.
That's an opinion I would offer.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, may Dr. Reid be released from his subpoena?
Your Honor, for the other part of the case we made.
All right, so he's subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Doctor, you're subject to recall. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, it's about 3 minutes after 6. I'm going to ask for 60 more seconds just so that I can run through these advisements, and I'm going to give them to you in summarized fashion. Number 1, please do not discuss any aspect of the case with each other through any means. Number 2, please do not discuss the case with anyone else through any means. Number 3, please do not talk to the witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything. Number 4, please do not talk to any members of the media about anything. Number 5, please wear your juror badge at all times when you're on courthouse grounds, and make sure it's visible to all those around you. Number 6, you must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to this case. There's media coverage of the trial, so please be particularly vigilant when listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, and using the internet. Number 7, do not visit any locations that are mentioned in the case or conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. Number 8, please don't start forming any opinions about the case. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Number 9, neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. And number 10, remember that the attorneys have a job to do. Sometimes they're required to make objections and asked to approach the bench. Please don't hold it against them when they do that, and don't infer anything from any of my rulings. I'm trying to do my best to apply the law. And one last thing, remember that all decisions that you make in this case must be based solely on the evidence and information presented in the courtroom and the instructions of law that I give you. A bit of good news for you. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so that's good news. And so we're going to keep with the schedule we've kept in terms of when you get here, how long the lunch break is, and when we go home, all right? So given that, have a great weekend. I'll see you back here Monday morning. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Mr. Bruckler, you said, I think, that you're planning on calling Dr. Metzner on Monday. I just want to make sure that he is aware of all my orders that relate to his testimony, so that he knows about all of the parameters that have been set in terms of expert testimony on mental health, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, and we've already sent to him those orders since what we did here in the court regarding Dr. Reid.
Okay, great. All right, anything else on behalf of the people at this time?
Your Honor.
And in addition to sending him those orders, it may make sense for someone to go talk to him about it and just make sure he understands exactly what the parameters are. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. King, anything from you?
Thank you.
All right, have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday. The court will be in recess.
Well, that was the longest day yet, I think, even with that 2.5 hour lunch. It's after 6 o'clock Denver time, 6:05 in the 7 Newsroom. Week 6 coming to a close in the Aurora Theater shooting. David Beller is here in person, minus all of the video enhancements that we've been seeing all week. Not going to keep you very long, but David, let's start with the juror questions, because that was the last thing we heard. Hey, John, do you remember what number they were up to? I heard 163 at the beginning. I can't remember what the last number was. It's in the 160s. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, the law changed for jurors to ask questions. What's your stance on hearing juror questions?
So the Supreme Court originally changed it. They suggested the change, and ultimately it was put into law, allowing jurors to actually ask questions. My stance, personally, is that it's not the juror's job to prove a case or to disprove a case. It is the attorney's job. The law requires the prosecution to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And anytime jurors ask questions, they believe that they can somehow do the work of the district attorney by asking the question. And so I'm opposed to them. If I'm on a case, I always object to them being asked, but it doesn't change the fact that it is Colorado law that they may be allowed to ask the questions at the discretion of the judge.
So now, after 6 court days of Dr. William Reid being on the stand, he's done. We know there was another court-appointed psychiatrist that gave another exam that, based on the district attorney's opening statements, also found the defendant to be sane. But we spent 6 court days on the second one. Does that mean it's going to be that much time or longer with the first one?
You know, it's unlikely that it's going to take that long. And the reason being, clearly the prosecutor was not happy with the first doctor's assessment or evaluation of Mr. Holmes. And so that is the reason why George Brockler put Dr. Reid on first. That's the reason why George Brockler spent 22 hours of, or rather played 22 hours worth of video of Mr. Holmes, is because Brockler is really concerned about making sure that the jury pays attention to this doctor's opinion. And so he's absolutely going to call the other psychologist or psychiatrist to the stand, rather, and have him testify, but don't expect it to take nearly as long, although anticipate that the cross-examination is going to be longer.
So, given this testimony that we heard from Dr. Reid, it sounded like they made many references to notes from Dr. Lynn Fenton at CU, and it didn't necessarily paint her in the best light in that, according to the defendant's own words, things that she did possibly pushed him toward this, or things she didn't do could have prevented this from happening. It seems a bit dangerous from where I sit, I don't know, from a law standpoint, putting her on the stand and allowing the defense to cross-examine her, knowing that this is out there. Will the prosecution call her, not call her? Could the defense call her? How does that work?
Either side could call her, either the prosecution or the defense. My guess is that the prosecution is going to put her on the stand. And the reason being is because it is their case to prove, and they don't want to open the door to the defense saying to the jury, why didn't the prosecution call her? Why didn't the prosecution put her on the stand? Because they're trying to keep her from you, because they don't want you to hear from her, hear her opinions. And so oftentimes prosecutors, in an abundance of caution, will put all witnesses possible on the stand. And certainly in this case, it makes sense for them to do so.
And I want to turn to John Stone, who wants, we're still going to play this clip to review real quickly. This was from the before lunch or right after lunch? I'm already...
Right at the last three questions I did.
That's right. The ending of the examination of Dr. William Reid with the district attorney. So let's play that for you, and got a question on the backside of this.
How confident are you, in your opinion, that on July 19th and 20th, 2012, the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Extremely confident.
How confident are you that on those same 2 days, as the defendant went into the theater to pull the trigger more than 70 times, that the defendant had the capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly with regards to setting up the booby traps in his apartment?
Extremely confident.
And finally, Doctor, how confident are you that on July 19th and 20th, 2012, the defendant was legally sane?
Extremely confident.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I mean, it feels like a mic drop moment for the district attorney asking the three questions of how confident is this doctor, essentially that he was legally sane at the time of the shooting. I mean, that's a big impact to leave on the jury. It's the last thing they hear. Does that hold any more weight than the other 6 days that we've heard from this doctor?
George Brockler is clearly a very talented trial attorney. He's good at knowing when to start and what questions to start with, and he's knowing when and what questions to end with. Similar to what we saw Dan King end with yesterday afternoon, that very impactful question from Dan King. So there's no doubt in my mind that this is an impactful way for Brockler to close. Is this the end of the case? By no means is this the end of the case. If Dr. Reid could determine guilt or innocence, then there wouldn't be a need for the 12 jurors. And so anticipate the defense to really come in and say, okay, this is one man's opinion. And what we're not doing is weighing, do we believe, do we not believe? Ultimately, the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt without hesitation, and expect the defense to really come in and challenge it. There's not a question that Brockler did a nice job with these questions.
During the opening statements, the district attorney made reference that 2 independent psychiatrists found the defendant to be legally sane, appointed by the court, whereas 2 paid psychiatrists from the defense found him to be insane. Can the defense bring back that fact that we learned today, that this one doctor has earned more than $350,000 reviewing this case and doing the interviews as a court-appointed psychiatrist? He still got paid 6 figures.
Absolutely, the defense can still bring that out. And remember yesterday in King's cross-examination where he got the doctor to state that he doesn't like the idea of hired guns, or he doesn't like the phrase hired guns, and actually all the doctors on this case reached a fairly similar diagnosis, all having to do with a schizophrenic kind of scale, although they differ ultimately on whether or not Holmes was sane or insane. So the defense really did a nice job using Dr. Reid ultimately as their own witness and getting Dr. Reid, despite his ultimate conclusion, to validate the defense's experts.
David Beller joining us in studio for a overextended Friday, the end of week 6, day 26 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial. It's about 6:12, and we're going to sign off until we see you again Monday morning around 8:30 as the defense continues its case. We know we still have some doctors to hear from, and there are a few more survivors that have yet to take the stand. The prosecution saying its case will take 2 more weeks. The defense has shrunk what its estimate is from 1 month to 2 weeks. So 1 month from now, the jury may start deliberating the Aurora Theater shooting trial. For David Beller, Marshall Zellinger, John Stone, Brian Hernandez, and who's that guy over? Oh, it's Phil Tenzer. That's who it is. We'll see you next week on the 7 News webcast.